Goku's otherworldly journey starting from Naruto. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 201 My teacher is Sun Wukong. Hell thrust, four-handed kick, whoosh, a flash of blue lightning shot through, instantly shattering the massive rock blocking his path. What a powerful move. Naruto leaped into the air, his gaze awestruck at the power of the move in midair. Hey, old man, who are you? I think you look like that guy. Oh, I remember. You look a lot like Uncle Raikage. Landing on the ground, Naruto gazed curiously at the muscular man who had unleashed the attack. Raikage? Have you met the current Raikage? The third Raikage didn't attack immediately. Just recently, he'd suddenly felt his mental control weaken. While he still had to carry out his mission to capture the Jinchuriki and defeat the enemy, he could now rest a bit, without the constant urgency of before. Yet, I just saw him a few months ago. I also met Uncle Killer B, Naruto said casually, his hands clasped behind his head. Uncle Killer B? Huh? He's grown so much bigger than that little guy. A smile crept across the third Raikage's once rugged, ferocious face. When he died in battle, Killer B was only a teenager. He hadn't expected that after returning to the ninja world, he'd grown up to the age of being called an uncle. Hey, Grandpa, do you know Uncle Killer B too? Of course I have. I'm the previous Raikage, and the father of the current Raikage you're talking about, eh? Naruto's eyes widened. You're the previous Raikage. I see. No wonder you have the same lightning release chakra technique as the Raikage. He had been wondering why the other man could do that, but now that he knew his identity, his doubts vanished. It couldn't be helped, the other man wasn't wearing a forward protector to identify him, otherwise he would have assumed that was the case. Oh, you've seen that kid do that. The third Raikage's confusion grew. It's not surprising that this brat knew his son and Killer B, but he'd actually seen his son use lightning release chakra mode? This technique is only used in combat. Could it be that the hidden cloud village had encountered an enemy? The brat's claim of having seen it meant he was there. Could it be that the hidden cloud village's enemy was Konoha? Seeing the third Raikage's imagination drifting further and further off the mark, his gaze on Naruto grew increasingly hostile. Unaware, Naruto casually replied, yeah, I saw him sparring with Goku-sensei. Honestly, I'd really like to, but for some reason, he wouldn't agree. So, I've been stuck sparring with Uncle Killer B. The third Raikage was taken aback by this. Sparring? Aren't they enemies? Hey, little one, tell me how you two met, and what the sparring is all about. The third Raikage suddenly became curious. About that, Naruto frowned, not wanting to dwell on it. Right now, he just wanted to have a good fight. But thinking that if he didn't tell them, the other party might not fight him properly, he patiently explained it briefly. Well, that's it. So, old man, please give me a good fight. I haven't met a rival as good as you in ages. The third Raikage, after listening to Naruto's story, was lost in thought. Had the ninja world been so rapidly evolving in recent years? Traveling to various ninja villages to spar with the strongest was truly unheard of. And then there was Son Goku. When had this powerful figure emerged from Konoha? He could actually fight his own son. Even more outrageous was the little guy before him, claiming to be on par with Hibiki. If what he said was true, how outrageous must Konoha's power have grown in recent years? For a moment, he felt a surge of worry. But then he shook his head, a hint of amusement in his heart. What was the point of a long-dead old man worrying about this? No matter how the ninja world would change in the future, it had nothing to do with him. All he had to do was trust his son and the future generations of the village. Everything else was superfluous. With this thought, he looked Naruto in the face and said in a deep voice, little one, since you claim such strength, I will fight you to the bitter end. Don't let me down. He still had some faith in Naruto's words. After all, Naruto had previously managed to dodge his half-speed hell stab. This alone proved his strength. I've been waiting for you to say that, grandfather. I can't wait any longer. Naruto's eyes lit up, his fighting spirit aflame. The next second, a white aura suddenly erupted from his body, and he launched the first attack. Be careful, grandfather. With a sharp, Piercing sound, Naruto shot straight at the third Raikage like a bolt of white lightning. Your speed is no match for me, little one. A violent burst of lightning chakra erupted from the third Raikage, crackling and flashing with multiple bolts of lightning. The next instant, with a powerful kick, he charged towards Naruto like a bolt of blue lightning. Boom! In a flash, two bolts of lightning, each one a different color, collided, creating a roar that could be heard for miles around. Furthermore, a circular wave of air erupted from the center of the collision, sweeping outward in all directions. Wow, amazing! He can actually take the third Raikage's punch. Surrounding them, many Iwagakure ninjas who had previously battled the third Raikage exclaimed in amazement at the scene. They wouldn't dare confront him head-on, otherwise, they would have been like their fearless companions, broken bones and unable to fight again. Has Naruto's strength improved so rapidly? Han, who had been severely injured and now sat beneath a huge rock watching the clash, looked dazed. 6 months ago, Naruto had been outmatched by Han, yet 6 months later, Naruto's strength had surpassed his, leaving him dazed. Just how incredible was this kid's talent? He had once believed it would take years for him to reach his level, but he hadn't expected such a swift rebuttal. Good strength, little one. At the center of the collision, two fists, sharp as a needle, met tightly together, white and blue auras clashing fiercely, creating a series of sharp crackling sounds. The third Raikage felt the power emanating from Naruto's fist, his eyes brightening, his interest growing. Hey, old man, this is just the beginning, Naruto grinned. Immediately, he moved like a phantom, appearing behind the third Raikage and attacking. Swish! The third Raikage suddenly vanished, mysteriously appearing behind Naruto and attacking him as well. But Naruto dodged once more, shifting position once more, and fiercely attacked from behind. In an instant, the two exchanged attacks and defenses in a dazzling, breathtaking pace. Hell thrust, 4-point penetration. After several exchanges of attack and defense, the third Raikage finally seized the opportunity and unleashed his signature move. It was said to be the strongest spear capable of ripping through anything. With a whoosh, unleashing his full power, it sped even faster than before, reaching Naruto in a flash and piercing his chest. Facing this blow, Naruto didn't hesitate, the white aura in his hands surging even more fiercely. Then, his eyes focused, and he thrust his hands forward, attempting to block the blow with his bare hands. The third Raikage's pupils shrank, startled by his action. This was his strongest spear. Even in its most devastating single-finger form, he had never seen anyone take it head-on. They always managed to dodge and avoid it. He assumed Naruto would be similar, having done so before, but this time, he unexpectedly went the other way. He tried to deflect his fingers, but at such close range and speed, it was too late. 4 fingers, like sharp spears, pierced Naruto's chest with an unbreakable aura. The next moment, bang! Naruto's hands, like dragon claws, slashed towards the third Raikage's wrist, unexpectedly seizing it. Immediately afterwards, a crackling sound echoed. The immense force from the third Raikage's arm sent him sliding backward, leaving 2 long grooves in the ground. Only after sliding hundreds of meters did he finally stabilize his footing and halt his momentum. Meanwhile, the opponent's fingertips couldn't reach him. In other words, he had successfully blocked this move, this terrifying move known as the strongest spear. You, little fellow, truly exceeded my expectations. Looking at Naruto, whose face was brimming with bruises from taking his blow head-on, the third Raikage suddenly felt dazed. Truly a case of the old saying, the new generation pushes the old generation forward. Who could have imagined that one day, his renowned, untapped skills would be thwarted? A question suddenly occurred to him. Hey, little one, who taught you these skills? Naruto took a few breaths and grinned. Well, you already know, it's the Goku teacher I mentioned before, Son Goku. Elsewhere, dust release, origin separation technique, a white cylindrical barrier, imbued with terrifying power, emerged from Wu's palms and flew towards Sasuke. Whoosh! Sasuke, aware of its power, leaped into the air to avoid it. The next second, bang! A violent explosion echoed, and the ground beneath his feet was instantly broken down into its atomic state. This move is truly terrifying. It gives me a chill every time I see it, Sasuke thought to himself. Even with his explosive energy, he couldn't withstand it now, so he could only dodge. Kid, are you from the Uchiha clan? After unleashing a dust release, Wu didn't rush to attack again. Instead, he stared at Sasuke and asked, Sasuke nodded slightly. Yes, my name is Uchiha Sasuke, as expected. Wu narrowed his eyes. Just now, he had inadvertently glanced at the clan emblem on the back of the other's clothes, which was why he asked this question. Now, after hearing the other admit his Uchiha identity, he couldn't help but recall the unpleasant experience he had with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha? What an annoying clan. But you, kid, seem a little different from them. In his memory, the Uchiha people were all arrogant and aloof, loners who exuded an unfriendly aura. Although Sasuke in front of him had a cold expression, he did not sense any arrogance, indifference, or unfriendly aura. Oh? Have you met an Uchiha? Well, of course, and those are all bad memories. I don't know what grudge you have with the Uchiha, but they are them, and I am me. Although my name has Uchiha in it, I am just me, and I am not represented by anything. Sasuke was silent for a moment, and rarely spoke these words. As his spiritual practice became more advanced, he found that he could retrieve long-lost memories that were buried deep in the depths and never seen the light of day. So he tried to search through the memories of the Uchiha clan before they were exterminated, trying to find the reason why Uchiha Itachi slaughtered his clan. He didn't find much useful information, but he did find some scenes that he had never noticed as a child. The arrogance and disdain with which many Uchiha spoke of the rest of Konoha, the unfriendly attitudes displayed by Uchiha as they walked through the village, the overt and covert expressions of disgust from the surrounding villagers, all these images reminded him of the Uchiha's former lack of respect within Konoha, a fact largely attributable to the clan's constant disdain for outsiders. So, hearing Wu's negative impression of the Uchiha wasn't surprising. After all, if they treated their own comrades this way, they would be even more egregious towards outsiders, who might be enemies. I was right. You're completely different from other Uchiha. After hearing Sasuke's words, Wu felt even more peculiar about him. He then sighed. I'm sorry, my attitude might have been a little harsh. You came to help my village, so regardless of whether you're an Uchiha or not, I owe you my gratitude. Sasuke's lips curled slightly. Oh, it's nothing. I call it a favor, but it's more because I want to have a good fight with a master. If you want to thank me, then give me your all and have a good fight. Wu was a little surprised. Are you sure? Of course, but don't underestimate me. Then as you wish. See what I'm going to do. Wu smiled softly, then clasped his hands together. Ninjutsu, dustless mise. As soon as he finished speaking, his body became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 seconds later, he was no longer visible, as if he had vanished from the world. This was one of Wu's signature techniques, which allowed him to enter a state of invisibility. In this state, his chakra was completely invisible, making it impossible for anyone to detect him. In other words, after using this technique, no ninja would be able to detect his whereabouts. But unfortunately, he was now facing Sasuke. You're invisible, but it's useless to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke suddenly turned around and stretched out his right hand to grab the empty space. Snap! He was clearly grabbing air, but somehow it seemed as if he had grabbed something solid, making a sound. Immediately afterwards, an arm gradually took shape in his palm. How did you find out? Behind the arm, Wu also appeared, looking a little stunned. In order not to make any noise, he flew over after performing the super light and heavy rock technique. In this case, how could the other party detect him when he was completely invisible, and even grab his arm so accurately? Oh, of course it's using ki. Sasuke curled the corner of his mouth and spit out a name he had never heard of. Chi? What is chi? We'll explain that later. Our battle isn't over yet. Use whatever moves you have, but forget this one, because it won't work on me. Wu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. It seems I underestimated you. After Sasuke released his hand, he formed seals with his hands and slammed them to the ground. Earth escape technique, Guri style technique, boom. Like an earthquake, the ground began to shake violently. Immediately, a large mass of rock rose, rising higher and higher. 1 meter. 5 meters. 10 meters. Soon, between them stood a giant rock monster, 20 or 30 meters tall. Finally, something interesting. Sasuke looked up at the giant, his face lit with interest. The next second, with a kick of his toes, he shot towards the giant like an arrow. Roar. The giant opened its mouth, releasing a silent roar. It stared at Sasuke as he attacked, raised its massive palm, powerful enough to kill dozens with a single blow, and slammed it down. Whoosh whoosh. The giant palm whipped up gusts of wind in the air, sending countless clouds of sand and gravel flying. The mere sight was enough to instill fear in anyone. But Sasuke remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on the other creature. Just as the palm was about to strike, he leaped onto its back. Then, he raced along its arm, and just as it reached him, he leaped again, raising a mighty fist brimming with white energy and striking it fiercely in the face. Bang! In front of the rock monster, Sasuke was like a fragile little pet, his entire body barely the size of the monster's eye. But the power he unleashed in that instant was enough to shock anyone. Crack, crack. Visibly, cracks formed around his fist, spreading outward at an incredible speed. But Sasuke felt it wasn't enough. With his other hand, he grasped the bulge on the rock monster's face, bent his legs, and then launched a powerful kick. Bang! As he leaped away, the rock monster's head, struck twice, finally couldn't withstand the blows anymore and shattered completely. In less than 2 seconds, it was transformed from a rock monster into a horrific headless monster. Okay, this chapter won't end, so I'll have to go to the next one. And thank you all for your monthly votes and recommendations. Chapter 202 Wukong, Goldhorn and Silverhorn? Is this Orochimaru? When Goku returned with the little white snake, Kakashi's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. That's probably it. I don't know how he could become so small, but judging by his aura, he's the snake man, Goku said with a grin, holding the wilted little white snake in front of Kakashi. That's true, Kakashi didn't know what to say. This former hero of Konoha, this lunatic who had gone to extremes and betrayed the village, had ended up like this. Hey, can you still transform back into human, Orochimaru? He asked in a complex tone. The little white snake, also known as Orochimaru, was silent for a few seconds before a raspy voice rang out, not yet. His previous transformation into the Yamato no Orochi had nearly exhausted his strength, so he didn't have the energy to transform from snake form into human form. Temporarily? That meant he could still transform back. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to have to hold this little white snake and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that this was his disciple. After a pause of several seconds, he asked, "Can you release the impure world reincarnation jutsu now?" Yes, in that case, release Murasaki from her control now. Kakashi had learned from Inoki that among the impure world reincarnation jutsu present, Murasaki was the only one who had been resurrected by Orochimaru, which was why he only allowed her to release Murasaki from her control. Alright, Orochimaru was now completely obedient. After all, his life was in her hands, and he didn't want to die. Not far away, Murasaki, who was battling Kari, suddenly felt his body loosen, the previous restraints and controls vanishing. I am no longer controlled. He raised his hands of his own volition, feeling the control of his body he hadn't had in a long time, and a wave of sadness washed over him. What had he done before? He had actually attacked his own companion. Lord Murasaki, you can control your body. Kari, exhausted from the battle, breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Then, after catching a glimpse of Kuratsuchi supporting Inoki, who had regained some strength, walking over, he realized that Murasaki was no longer his enemy. Murakura, you? After being supported step by his granddaughter, Inoki looked at Murasaki with a complicated expression. More than 10 years had passed since she left the village, and he had not seen her again during this period. He had never expected that the separation would be between life and death. If Murasaki had not been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation this time, he would not even have seen her for the last time. The previous personal grudges had long since disappeared at this moment. If possible, he really hoped that she was still alive, but he knew that it was no longer possible. What a sad scene. Not far away, Kakashi looked at this scene with some emotion. He then turned to Goku and said, "Goku, didn't Kuratsuchi just say that Yellow Earth was sucked into Red Gourd? So, can you still sense Yellow Earth's aura?" Goku nodded. "Yes, he's in an alternate dimension now, and his aura isn't weakened. I guess it's a separate dimension that can only hold humans. That's good." Besides the two Naruto and Sasuke dealt with, the rest of the impure world reincarnations are in your care, because Kabuto was knocked unconscious and imprisoned, unable to unleash his impure world reincarnation technique. Goku had to take action, using the simplest and most brutal methods to eliminate the impure world reincarnations. Goku grinned, "No problem, I'll go find them and have some fun." "What's wrong? Are you all afraid to speak?" On the battlefield where Kinkaku and Jinkaku were standing, Jinkaku glanced around at the Iwagakure, who were bracing for a formidable enemy, a playful smile plastered across his face. By then, his red guard had sucked dozens of Iwagakure into it, causing their fear. But the Iwagakure ninjas also discovered something: if they never spoke in front of the two, they wouldn't be sucked into the red gourd. Conversely, if they spoke once, even if they remained silent, they could still be sucked in. Let me do it, Jinkaku. I'll make them speak. Kinkaku stood up, gazing maliciously at the Iwagakure ninjas around him. His hoary golden rope was designed to deal with those who refused to speak. Anyone touched by the hoary golden rope would be forced to utter their usual catchphrase. Then, his younger brother, Jinkaku, could mark the target's catchphrase on the 7-star sword. If the target accidentally uttered it or remained silent for a long time, they would be sucked into the red gourd without resistance. I'll leave it to you, big brother. Jinkaku smiled wickedly, then Kinkaku removed the hoary golden rope from around his arm. Then, he swung it towards the Iwagakure ninjas in front of him. Whoosh! The Iwagakure ninjas' faces changed. Though unsure of what it was, they immediately jumped away. But the speed of the golden rope was beyond their expectations, and two who couldn't dodge it were still grazed. Damn it, so annoying! Instantly, the two Iwagakure felt their throats itch, and their usual catchphrases uttered involuntarily. As the words fell, their faces paled, and they covered their mouths tightly. What was going on? Why were they saying such catchphrases? Buzz! At this moment, the 7-star sword in Jinkaku's hand suddenly shone brightly. Hey, I've got your words. Jinkaku glared at the two men with ill intent. Fight him! The two Iwagakure were no longer afraid to speak. One shouted, and the other joined him in attacking Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Seeing this, the other Iwagakure rushed forward, ready to help their companions defeat the enemy. But, just as they were halfway there, Kinkaku, having retracted the golden rope, suddenly reached into his mouth and pulled out a red and white fan. As soon as the fan left his mouth, it rapidly expanded, becoming the size of a normal fan in the blink of an eye. Its name was the Basho fan, and its wielder could disregard their own chakra attributes, unleashing ninjutsu that transformed the 5 elements: fire, water, thunder, wind, and earth. It was truly a formidable weapon. Kinkaku unleashed the Basho fan, a playful smile curling his lips. Take my fan. With that, he swung it fiercely at the attacking Iwagakure ninjas. Boom! In an instant, over a dozen fire dragons emerged from the fan, engulfed in blazing flames, charging towards the Iwagakure ninjas. In the blink of an eye, a sea of blazing flames engulfed them. And that wasn't the end. Kinkaku swung his fan again. Whoosh whoosh! This time, a howling wind roared forward, like a mighty army, roaring towards the sea of fire. The already raging fire intensified in the wind, the raging flames like a furious beast baring its fangs and claws, devouring everything within. Hold on! Within the sea of fire, numerous rock ninjas used their earth-style ninjutsu, Earth Flow Wall, to create a defensive line, repelling the encroaching flames. However, the power of this sea of fire, already far greater than ordinary fire-style ninjutsu, and aided by wind-style ninjutsu, momentarily caused the Earth Flow Wall to crackle and crumble, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the Earth Flow Wall and waved a mighty hand at the sea of fire. Whoosh! The fire, which should have burned even more fiercely under the wind, suddenly died down, leaving only a few scattered sparks flickering. You, who are you? The rock ninjas were stunned upon seeing this figure. Hey! Leave these two to me. I'll help you rescue your companions. It was Wukong. He leaned slightly and raised his hand to greet the Iwagakure ninja below. The Iwagakure shinobi, upon seeing his face, beamed with joy. Yes. Thank you so much. Hey, let's get going. Don't hold this lord back. They had all witnessed Wukong flinging the Yamata no Orochi before, and had been astonished. And now, only minutes had passed since, and the other party had already reached their side. What did this mean? It meant that in just a few moments, the other party had defeated the serpent that they had perceived as so formidable. Suddenly, their admiration and respect for Wukong soared several levels. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the Iwagakure ninja had departed, Wukong turned back to look at Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Hey! My name is Sun Wukong. Now it's my turn to fight you. Kinkaku and Jinkaku's expressions were grave. Brother, how did he do that just now? Jinkaku, I don't know. He seemed to just wave his hand. Both of them found this statement hard to believe, but they had to believe it. because Goku's actions had just happened right before their eyes, without a trace of concealment. Huh? Jinkoku. Did you just say his name was Jinkoku? At this moment, Goku suddenly blinked in a daze. He had seen the words gold and silver tattooed on their arms before, and he felt as if he had seen these two words somewhere before. But he couldn't remember where. It wasn't until he heard the words Jinkoku that a sudden flash of light flashed through his mind, and a childhood experience brought back memories. Yes. My name is Kinkoku, and my brother's is Jinkoku. You've heard of us, right? Seeing Goku nod in surprise, the two brothers exchanged a glance, secretly proud. Humph. These two brothers are indeed renowned. Even after years away from the ninja world, their names still linger in the world. Look. Even these relatively powerful newcomers were frightened at the mere mention of their names. Yinjio, no matter how powerful he is, as long as we use that, we will definitely be victorious, Jinjio suddenly whispered into Yinjio's ear. Yinjio immediately understood. As long as the opponent was sucked into the red gourd, no matter how powerful he was, he would suffer the consequences. Immediately, Jinjio unsheathed the golden rope and, taking advantage of Wukong's momentary daze, clutching his chin, swung it fiercely. The next second, whoosh, the golden rope pierced Wukong's body. Huh? Jinjio's pupils suddenly constricted. What happened? He rubbed his eyes, only to find that Wukong was still standing perfectly still. He couldn't help but wonder, was I just seeing things? Without further ado, he retracted the golden rope and swung it again. This time, he watched the trajectory of the rope intently, certain that it would hide him. But, the golden rope passed through Wukong once again, as if the Wukong standing there were just an illusion. Jinjio's eyes twitched, and he tried again several times, unconvinced. But each time, the same thing happened, as if the same scene were being repeated. Now, he lost his composure, and so did Yinjio, who was watching nearby. Brother. What's going on? I don't know, Yinjio. Just then, Wukong finally snapped out of his memories. He looked at the two men and grinned. Jinjio and Yinjio, I never thought there were two brothers with those names in this world, and both of them possessed treasures that could trap people. Jinjio and Yinjio exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes communicating. Brother, what is he talking about? I don't know, Yinjio. Wukong looked them both around, his hands clasped behind his head, and grinned. You're trying to lock me in the thing, aren't you? He pointed at the red gourd Yinjio was holding. So what? This is actually very simple. What do you mean? Veins popped on Kinkoku and Jinkoku's faces, thinking Goku was mocking them for not being able to suck each other in. What I mean is, I can get in without you, Goku said with a chuckle, and then his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Kinkoku and Jinkoku looked around, bewildered. Where had he gone? Inside the red gourd, Wang-Tu and dozens of Iwagakure ninja sat on the ground, their expressions gloomy. Lord Wang-Tu, can we still get out? Can that Sasuke and his men defeat the enemy? A desperate Iwagakure ninja gritted his teeth and asked unwillingly. Wang-Tu was silent for a few seconds, then raised his head and looked around, his eyes filled with determination. Yes. We can. That Sasuke will defeat the enemy, and we will be rescued. As the leader here, and as Inoki's son, he couldn't be the first to lose his will. He looked at his companions one by one, his determination in his eyes infecting them. Whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared right in their midst. Huh? Who won't have thought it was another one of his companions who had been sucked in, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was someone he hadn't expected. Son Wukong. Why are you here? His mind went blank. Wasn't there a battle going on outside between Iwagakure and the Akatsuki? Why would such a completely unrelated person be here? Hey. Wang-Tu, long time no see, haha, Wukong greeted with a grin. Then his face turned serious. I'm here to save you, Tisk. Save us? You got sucked in too, Iwagakure ninja, who didn't know Wukong, scoffed. In his opinion, Wukong was a man obsessed with appearances and incredibly thick-skinned. Since they had definitely been sucked in by the enemy to enter here, saving them couldn't be that way. Shut up, Wang-Tu scolded him. Although he didn't quite believe Wukong could come here to rescue them, he knew he was incredibly powerful, capable of withstanding even the old man's dust release. So he was willing to give him some credence. As for how the other party ended up here, they'd probably find out once they got out. Then I'll leave it to you, son Wukong. Leave it to me, Wukong nodded with a smile. He then took a quick look around. It seems pretty much the same as before. He recalled the time when he was a child, sucked into the gourd by the golden horn and silver horn on Earth. The space inside that gourd seemed similar to the space here. Well then, after taking a closer look, he took a slight step forward, his hands resting on his waist in the shape of a calyx. Teleportation would be the easiest way to leave, but he didn't want to. He recalled the time when he was trapped in the gourd as a child, using Kamehameha but failing to break it. Reliving that moment, he decided to use that method again. Ka-me-ha, me-ha, he shouted, and a ball of blue light shot out from his palm, blasting towards the distant gourd wall. Then, boom. Unlike his childhood, when the Kamehameha wave dissipated upon impact with the gourd wall, this time it was like a sharp sword, blasting a hole through the gourd wall without pause, then vanishing into the outside world. At that moment, both the mature and steady Wang Tu and the Iwagakure, ready to watch the joke, opened their mouths wide. In the outside world, the brothers Kinkoku and Jinkoku, unable to find any trace of Goku, finally gave up on each other and prepared to continue their fight with the Iwagakure. That guy, I thought he was so powerful, but he ran away, Jinkoku said angrily. How, that's understandable. After all, he'd heard of us and knew about our treasures. Only by running away could he save his life, Kinkoku scoffed. Both of them secretly believed Goku had escaped, and so they held him in deep contempt. At that moment, boom. A beam of blue light suddenly shot out from the red gourd, shooting into the sky and quickly disappearing. Stunned, Yinjiao immediately turned the red gourd over and saw a hole in its shell, a hole that had never been damaged. A hole. Just as his eyes bulged with shock, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Black dots flew out of the holes one after another, rapidly growing larger in the air. Ho ha ho ha. I'm out, this damn place, I never want to go back in again, the fallen Iwagakure ninjas roared to the sky, pouring out the frustration of being trapped for so long. Thank you, Mr. Wukong, thank you for saving us. Huangtu didn't follow their lead. Instead, he bowed respectfully to Wukong, switching his address from his first name to the honorific Mr. He had once been deeply dissatisfied with Wukong's decision to challenge the old man, but now all that resentment had dissipated. Haha, no, Wukong said, rubbing his head and grinning. Half an hour later, the battlefield, previously reverberating with explosions and roars, finally returned to silence. After Goku unleashed a single ki blast, brutally sending Kinkoku, Jinkoku, Yagura, and Hanzo back to the underworld, only the third Raikage and Mu remained. It was only just now that the battles between Naruto and the third Raikage, and Sasuke and Mu, had finally come to a close. Huff. Naruto lay on the ground, panting. That old man was so strong. Recalling the previous battle, he felt aches all over his body. His opponent's physical prowess was no less impressive, and so were his taijutsu skills, resulting in a close fight. Ultimately, he defeated him by unleashing the powerful punch he had learned from Goku, shattering his impure world reincarnation vessel. Sasuke, meanwhile, lay on the ground, covered in filth. Unlike Naruto, he ultimately defeated his opponent with a Kamehameha ki blast. This trip was worth it. Feeling the little energy left in his body, Sasuke's mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Nagato's Attack. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures sped forward in the forest, moving at breakneck speed. Nagato, are you really going now? A cold female voice emanated from one of the figures. The woman's face revealed a beautiful woman with short, purplish blue hair, a light blue paper flower tucked into the right side of her hair. She was Konan, one of the founders of Akatsuki and a staunch supporter of Nagato. Well, Konan, this is a good opportunity. I can't miss it. The other figure, Nagato, the manipulator behind Akatsuki's current leader, Pain, replied. Nagato was now emaciated, his eye sockets sunken. His shirtless upper body revealed rows of ribs and even his sternum. Numerous black rods protruded from his back, chakra receptors used to control the outer path demon statue and Pain's 6 paths. A glance at his lower body revealed that his legs were completely paralyzed, forcing him to rely on a massive machine to propel him forward. Now, to maximize his travel speed, he controlled Pain to carry him forward. But even if you could capture her now, There wouldn't be enough time to extract the tailed beast. If that person were to try to return, we'd have to face him head-on, Konan said with a hint of worry. Not long ago, White Zetsu had suddenly tipped them off. Goku and his men had appeared on the battlefield at Iwagakure, aiding them in their fight against Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Nagato immediately made a decision, seized this opportunity to capture the Seven Tails Jinchuriki at Takegakure. After all, ever since Kikuzu and Hiden's previous defeats, he had been contemplating how to evade Goku and capture him. It wasn't that he was afraid of Goku, but rather that he didn't want to face him head-on just yet. After all, besides his own formidable strength, he also had two equally powerful disciples under his wing. Back to the point. After hearing the news from White Zetsu, he felt this was a good opportunity. He was well aware of the current strength of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. They were capable of resurrecting numerous powerful beings through the impure world reincarnation. Even if Goku and his men went to help Iwagakure, they would undoubtedly be unable to defeat them in a short period of time. And after defeating Orochimaru and his men, Iwagakure would certainly not let Goku and his men leave immediately. They would undoubtedly express their gratitude. Given this, even if Goku possessed his free-flowing space-time ninjutsu, he would not activate it without a desire to return to Takegakure. Even if he did activate it, he had already made up his mind. Let Pain Six Paths test their abilities, perhaps even seeing if they could be annihilated in one fell swoop. Otherwise, the current situation would be too passive for him. He couldn't possibly avoid this man forever. Furthermore, after helping Iwagakure, he would undoubtedly know that the Akatsuki organization was planning to capture the tailed beasts. In that case, he would undoubtedly attempt to stop them, and he would undoubtedly confront him. Since this confrontation was inevitable, why not take advantage of the weakened state he had left after helping Iwagakure? This was his thought. No matter which way things went, he was prepared. Don't worry, Konan, I've got a plan. Nagato lay on top of Pain, staring intently ahead, the purple Rinnegan in his eyes radiating an ominous aura. I understand, Konan said nothing more. After all, ever since Yahiko's death, she had unwaveringly followed Nagato's orders, supporting him unconditionally no matter what he decided. Shinra Tensei, bang! Karin felt as if she had been punched by the air, flying backward uncontrollably, slamming heavily against a rock. Karin, watching from the side, saw this scene, her face darkening. She gritted her teeth as she stared at Tendo Pain before her. She then lunged forward, stabbing him with a kunai. How dare you hurt my friend? However, before she could reach Tendo Pain, he extended his right hand. Shinra Tensei, buzz! The air seemed to vibrate, emitting a humming sound. Fu's face paled, and she was sent flying as if struck hard. 10,000 elements, whoosh! Fu, having flown about 10 meters, found herself uncontrollably flung back at a breakneck speed. Then, with a thud, a sharp sound of flesh being pierced echoed as a black rod from Tendo Pain pierced Fu's abdomen. What did you do to me? Fu's pupils shrank, her face paled, and she collapsed. This black rod can suppress your chakra, and I can use it to control your body. Tendo Pain looked at her coldly and mercilessly. Ahem, I don't believe it. Fu spat out a mouthful of blood and gritted her teeth, trying to get up. But no matter how hard she tried, her body felt like it was bound by a 1,000-pound shackle, unable to move. Where's the chakra? I don't believe he can suppress it. A flash of inspiration struck her, and she attempted to condense a ki bullet in her hand. Buzz! A stream of white ki emerged from her palm, slowly forming in the direction of the ki bullet at her will. It couldn't be helped, she'd only just learned ki bullets, being able to use them successfully was already a feat. Tendo Pain, naturally noticing this, stamped on Fu's palm. Snap! Like a bubble bursting, the ki bullet, still half-formed, dissipated in Fu's palm. I didn't expect you to have such a skill, Tendo Pain said, a hint of surprise. But that's all. Shinra Tensei, bang! The overwhelming repulsive force sent Fu flying, sending her slamming into the rock wall. Under the immense double impact, Fu's eyes rolled back, and she passed out. Snap! Snap! Tendo Pain slowly approached, ready to carry the unconscious Fu away. But just then, as if he sensed something, he paused, turning to look the other way. Karin, who had been sent flying by his Shinra Tensei earlier, had crawled out from under the rubble. Her eyes were no longer as gentle as usual, but now filled with fierceness. Even if Goku-sensei wasn't here, I wouldn't let you capture Fu, She had stayed in Takigakure because, on the one hand, she felt her strength was too low, and going to Iwagakure wouldn't be of any help and would likely distract Goku and the others. On the other hand, she wanted to protect Fu. Although Kakashi didn't think the Akatsuki would be coming anytime soon, she still felt the need to be cautious. Unexpectedly, her caution proved true. There's something strange about this guy. If you get close, you'll be flung back. So don't get close to him, Karin thought gravely. She hadn't known about his ability, and her attempt at a close-range attack had been immediately disastrous. If she hadn't used her ki to protect herself at the last moment of impact, she would have passed out like Fu. That's the only way, she thought for herself, leaped, and soared into the sky using the air dance technique. Immediately, she quickly gathered energy bullets in her palms. Stay away from Fu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of energy bullets shot out from her hands, bombarding Tendo Pain below. Since close combat was impossible, she would attack from a distance, skeptical that he would be able to deflect her energy bullets. However, she miscalculated again. Tendo Pain stared blankly at the incoming energy bullets, then thrust his hands forward. Shinra Tensei, boom. An invisible force instantly erupted from him, rapidly sweeping towards the energy bullets before him. The next moment, the incoming energy bullets paused in midair, then turned their course, targeting Karin in the air. What? Karin's face paled, in disbelief that he could even deflect energy bullets. Boom, boom, boom. The returning air bullets collided with the incoming ones, exploding in a shower of fireworks in the sky. Ten Xiong Xianayan. Before Karin could recover from her shock, she found herself flying uncontrollably downwards. What had happened? She was horrified. Lacking combat experience, she hadn't even used her aerial dance technique to counter the attack in her panic. Then, with a bang, she found herself on Fu's path, pierced by the black rod extended by Tendo Pain. Immediately afterwards, with a Shinra Tensei, with a whoosh, bang, she was sent flying backwards, her head slamming against the rock wall. Like Fu, her eyes rolled back and she passed out. Tendo Pain observed the scene impassively, then lifted Fu and Karin, one on each side, and quickly left. A few minutes later, Shibuki, who had come to call them to dinner, saw the traces of battle and his face changed drastically. Fu. Karin, he searched frantically, but found nothing. Damn it. What the hell happened? Finding no trace of the two, he quickly returned to the village, his heart aching. He found only traces of a fight between two people, a fact that baffled him. There was no way Fu and Karin could have fought each other and then vanished simultaneously. There had to be an enemy, a third person. So, how could a fight between three people leave only traces of two? Could it be that the enemy was so powerful that they defeated Fu and Karin without leaving even a trace of battle? At the moment when Tendo Pain abducted Fu and Karin, in the distant Iwagakure village, I see. So, the Akatsuki also attacked the tailed beast Jinchuriki of Takigakure. So, they really do want to capture the tailed beasts for some ulterior motive? Inoki nodded thoughtfully, stroking his white beard. Well, according to Orochimaru, Akatsuki's leader, Pain, wants to create a peaceful world, so he wants to capture all the tailed beasts. Kakashi responded. Peace? What a joke. He's going around killing Jinchuriki, and he's hurting so many of our companions to do it. How can he possibly call for that? Inoki was furious at the thought of the previous casualties. Despite Goku and his companions' timely rescue, they still lost the lives of dozens of outstanding ninjas. In addition, hundreds more ninjas suffered varying degrees of serious injuries. It could be said that since the Third Shinobi World War, Iwagakure hadn't suffered such a heavy loss. After taking a few deep breaths, Inoki suppressed his anger, looked at Kakashi seriously and said, Kakashi, what do you think of the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi did not hesitate. Of course we should find them as soon as possible and wipe out all the people in this organization. Well, you also heard what Orochimaru said just now. Their base was originally in the Rain Village. I didn't expect that old guy Hanzo was so useless. He was killed without any sound. If it weren't for this incident, I thought the Rain Village was still under his control, and now that I know their lair, I can no longer remain indifferent. This time, I must eliminate them all to comfort the souls of our companions in heaven. How about it, Kakashi? Are you ready to go with us? If you join, I will be more confident. Kakashi pondered for a while, shook his head and said slowly, I can't represent them on this matter. And while your intentions are good, such a high-profile attack on a small ninja village could very well trigger the Fourth Shinobi World War. I think you should be cautious, Tsuchikage-sama. He then added, if you trust us, Tsuchikage-sama, we will find the Akatsuki leader and eliminate him. Inoki frowned at this. He knew Goku and his team had the power to take down Akatsuki and even the Omega Cure. He had proposed that Iwagakure attack Omega Cure, with Goku's help, because he wanted to avenge this vengeance himself. If Goku and his team went alone, what could Iwagakure do? Kakashi's description of the consequences made sense. If Iwagakure attacked Omega Cure so suddenly, it would undoubtedly create insecurity in the surrounding nations. Old man, just let me go with them. Wang Tu, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, suddenly interrupted. You should have seen Mr. Goku's strength more clearly this time. His disciples, Naruto and Sasuke, are also far more powerful than we imagined. With them here, what difference do you think it makes whether we go or not? And while the Rain Village is controlled by the Akatsuki, the ninjas there aren't official Akatsuki members. We're only targeting those official Akatsuki members. We can completely ignore the Rain ninjas, so I'll just go with them. My strength should be of some use. After witnessing Goku's terrifying power and piercing the Red Gourd, he had come to regard him as a ninja god. After all, he and dozens of his companions had tried to attack that broken gourd, and even with the combined attacks of dozens of people, they couldn't even scratch the surface. This stark contrast instantly made him realize the vast gap between him and Goku. Let me think about it. Inoki held his head, feeling a little uneasy. We'll talk about this later. Now, please go and fill your stomachs with food, or I won't be able to entertain you well. Naruto and Sasuke were dirty from the battle, so they went to take a shower, and Goku followed them. As for Sakura, she was still helping to treat the wounded, so Kakashi was the only one here. After hearing what Inoki said, Kakashi nodded. After knowing the opponent's base, there was no rush for this matter. After all, Inoki had blocked the news of the battle here, and if the opponent wanted to know the news of Orochimaru's defeat, it would take at least a day. In other words, before that, the opponent would not have the idea of escaping from the Rain Village. Chapter 204 Wukong meets Wukong, tears welling up in his eyes. Whoosh whoosh, a gentle breeze rustled the branches, swaying them gently. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. This was a vast forest, countless trees standing tall, as if guarding something. From mid-air, all one could see was an endless expanse of green. But within this wave, a vast tree, made of paper, loomed. From the outside, it looked like any other tree, but once inside, a hidden world unfolded. Why are you here? Nagato, hidden within the paper tree, stared expressionlessly at Uchiha Madara before him, a flicker of alarm in his eyes. Of course, I'm here to lend a hand. Obito folded his arms, leaning against a tree trunk with a soft smile, seemingly oblivious to Nagato's alarm. Our previous operations failed several times, largely because of that man. If he shows up this time, we can eliminate him right here, thus removing a major obstacle to our plan. Nagato remained non-committal. I can handle him alone, I don't need your help. Help. Obito shook his head and turned away. Don't be so careless, Nagato. If he gets away, we'll be in big trouble later. Nagato watched his figure disappear into the tree, silent. He knew that with a man's help, his chances of victory in this potential battle would be much greater. But for some reason, he simply resented the help. Nagato, I know you're wary of him, and so am I, but I think we're on the same side in this matter. He won't cause us any harm. On the contrary, with him joining us, we'll be more confident. Konan, who had been observing the conversation from behind, said softly. I understand, Konan. Nearly 20 kilometers from the tree where they were hiding, in a cave, Karin and Fu lay motionless in the center. The difference was that Karin's face was covered in a talisman with intricate patterns. Snap! Snap! Footsteps echoed from outside the cave, and Obito, who had appeared at Nagato's place earlier, entered. He chuckled at Tendo Pain, who leaned against the wall, and said, You may begin. He knew he was waiting for him. Tendo Pain gave him a blank look, then formed hand seals and slammed the ground with his hands. Summoning jutsu, bang! A huge puff of white smoke rose, and a humanoid monster with a body and coloring of dead wood suddenly appeared at the bottom of the cave. It was the outer shell of the Ten Tails, commonly known as the Outer Path Demon statue. The aura emanating from the Outer Path Demon statue was much stronger than before, having already devoured the four-tailed beasts. 1. 3, 4, and 6. At this point, any attempt to devour the remaining tailed beasts would be significantly faster. After taking a look at the outer path demon statue, a strange glint flashed in the Rinnegan's eyes. Illusionary body jutsu, his chakra rapidly diffused through the ring on his hand, and he prepared to call the other Akatsuki members to transfer their consciousness. Once this was complete, they could begin the 9 dragon seals, devouring the 7 tails into the outer path demon statue. Underground, Zetsu silently observed Nagato and Obito's actions. Hey, Black Zetsu, do you think that man will come? If so, can Obito and Nagato successfully kill him? White Zetsu, the left half of his body, said briskly. I don't know, said Black Zetsu, Kaguya Otsutsuki's dutiful son, who had been lurking in the ninja world for millennia, with a cold expression. He truly didn't know. Ever since Goku had suddenly emerged from nowhere in the ninja world and displayed his immense power, he had been completely bewildered. Lurking in the ninja world, able to come and go without a trace and spy on everything, it's safe to say that the ninja world holds few secrets in his eyes. A master as powerful as Goku couldn't possibly have never displayed extraordinary feats since childhood, but he simply hadn't heard of them. Furthermore, his fighting style was distinctly different from that of ninja. If such a new style had emerged, he wouldn't have been unaware of it. So now, when White Zetsu asked him if Nagato and Obito could kill Goku, he genuinely didn't know the answer. He didn't know if Nagato and Obito had hidden abilities, or if their so-called space-time technique could truly move anywhere. When necessary, it's time to bring out that Uchiha Madara guy, Black Zetsu thought to himself. This was the closest he'd ever gotten to succeeding in his plan. With nearly half of the tailed beasts gathered, he only needed to gather the rest and execute the Moon Eye project, and he could rescue his mother. He didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. In his opinion, Uchiha Madara, in his youth and possessing the Rinnegan, was the most powerful, Nagato and Obito far surpassing him. If anyone could successfully pull off the Moon Eye project, it was undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. I hope I can kill that man this time, so that the plan won't be hindered so much. He silently gazed at the cave, desperately hoping Goku would arrive, and that Nagato and Obito could successfully defeat each other. Inside the Iwagakure village, in the bathhouse. Hurululu, 3 naked figures, 1 large and 2 small, leaned against the edge of the bathtub, submerged from the chest down, towels draped over their heads, soundly asleep. Kakashi pulled aside the curtain and entered, his lips twitching in frustration at the sight. He wondered why these 3 hadn't emerged from the bathhouse for so long. Perhaps they'd fallen asleep inside. Remembering that the banquet Inoki had arranged was about to begin, he hurried forward, coughing a few times into his fist. Ahem. Goku, Naruto, Sasuke, wake up, snoo snoo snoo. The 3 snoring sounds continued rhythmically, unaffected by Kakashi. Sleeping so soundly, Kakashi felt increasingly speechless. This was especially true for Goku. It's understandable that Naruto and Sasuke fell asleep from exhaustion after their battle, but your battle was just playtime. There's no way you could fall asleep from sheer exhaustion. With no other options, he walked closer, coming up behind the 3, squatting down and nudging them. Hey! Wake up! It's time for dinner, snap! 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 The sleep bubbles that had been swelling and shrinking on the 3's faces suddenly burst. They rubbed their eyes in unison, then glanced around blearily. What? Where's the food? Of course not here. Hurry and get dressed, the 3 of you. Tsuchikage-sama has prepared a feast for us, Kakashi said grumpily, standing up. Feast? Goku's eyes lit up at the word, and he leaped out of the tub like a dragon emerging from the sea. His hair and other belongings swayed, causing Kakashi to look away. Goku, get dressed. Naruto and Sasuke reacted a beat later, their stomachs growling in unison. Slurp. There's food. Naruto swallowed, his eyes sparkling. God knows how exhausting it must have been to fight that burly old third Raikage. He was already starving after the fight. If he hadn't fallen asleep from exhaustion and the sheer comfort of the bath, he would have been out looking for food by now. With a splash, he and Sasuke leaped out of the tub simultaneously, their bodies erupting with energy, steaming away any remaining water. Then they put on their clothes and shoes, the whole process seamlessly. Let's go, Goku-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Yoshi. Let's go, Goku said with a grin, tying his belt. Arriving at the banquet, Goku marveled at the 10-meter-long spread of delicious food. Haha, Goku-sensei, please enjoy, Wang Tu said, smiling. This is volcanic lava barbecue, spicy and sour butter braised chicken, and red koto smoked ribs. Each one is a premium delicacy unique to our area, sicko. I didn't get to try any of these last time I was here. Goku rubbed his hands, feeling his mouth water. Haha, really? Maybe the chef who knew how to make these dishes wasn't around last time. Wang Tu's smile froze upon hearing this. He had been in charge of arranging the reception for Goku and his group the previous time, but because he was dissatisfied with Goku, he had only instructed the chefs to prepare dishes suitable for ordinary VIPs, not showcasing their true specialties. This time, he was filled with gratitude and awe for Wukong, and naturally ordered the chefs to demonstrate all their unique skills. Unexpectedly, Wukong's casual remark embarrassed him, and in a moment of deception, he could only come up with this easily debunked lie. After all, so many dishes must have been prepared by multiple chefs. How could it be such a coincidence that all of them were not on the village at the same time? Damn it! What should I do now? His smile grew increasingly forced, his mind racing with anxiety. But, to his surprise, Wukong nodded in sudden realization. So that's how it is? This is truly a stroke of luck, haha. No, it's the chef's good fortune to be able to cook for someone like you. Wang Tu breathed a sigh of relief, watching Wukong, who looked unchanged, still smiling and enjoying the food, and thought to himself, I was so wrong to be hostile to Mr. Wukong before. Look at Mr. Wukong, you're so ruthless. He could have easily debunked my lie, but he pretended to believe it, just to save me from embarrassment. He suddenly felt ashamed. Not only was there a huge gap in strength between them, but there was also a huge gap in vision. Hey, Kakashi, why don't we invite Karin, Fu, and Shibuki over as well? After all, this is a delicacy you only get to taste once in a lifetime. Goku, already seated on the ground, ready to enjoy his meal, suddenly thought, retracted his hand from the food, and turned to Kakashi. Well, Wang Tu, is that okay? They're three of our friends. Kakashi looked at Wang Tu. They were just guests, after all. It was unacceptable to bring more guests without the host's permission. Of course, Wang Tu agreed without a second thought. He was already feeling guilty, and something that could atone for his guilt wouldn't hesitate. Besides, to the Iwagakure, Goku's friends were their friends. What was wrong with having a few more friends at the banquet? Yoshi. Then I'll bring them over. Goku smiled broadly, raising a sword finger to his forehead. The next moment, his smile faded. Karin and the others seemed to be in trouble. He looked at Kakashi with a serious expression. Huh? Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke all looked over at him instantly. Without waiting for them to say anything, Goku flashed to Kakashi's side, placed his hand on his shoulder, and activated teleportation. Kakashi and I will go over. You wait here. As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures disappeared. In the cave, Tendo Pain was performing the illusion body technique. Oh? Am I here first? A phantom emitting colorful light suddenly appeared in the cave. Although it was an illusion, his unique shark face could be recognized as his identity, Hashigaki Kisame. Where's Uchiha? Tendo Pain glanced at him. Well, his illness has worsened. I'm afraid he can't come this time. Hashigaki Kisame spread his hands helplessly. Since his fight with Sasuke, his teammate's serious illness had somehow suddenly worsened. He coughed daily and grew weaker. He had developed a certain affection for him and had considered seeking treatment, but he had been rebuffed. Hence the resignation in his tone. I understand, Tendo Pain replied expressionlessly, seemingly unconcerned with Uchiha condition, continuing his illusion body technique. But at that moment, his eyes flickered, glancing towards a specific spot within the cave. Not only him, but also Obito, leaning against the wall, and the phantom Kisame, who had just transferred his consciousness, also looked over. Suddenly, at the center of the cave floor, beside Fu, who lay before the outer path demon statue, two figures appeared. What is this? Kakashi's pupils narrowed. He didn't bother checking on Fu, staring intently at the outer path demon statue before him. He perceived this bizarre, enormous creature as possessing an aura of profound terror. Even though the other party was dormant, he still felt a tremor of fear. Hey! What did you do to Fu and Karin? Goku only glanced at the outer path demon statue before returning his attention to Fu in front of him and Karin, who was not far away. Seeing the black rods stuck in their abdomens, he frowned and looked at Tendo Pain. You've finally come, Son Goku. Tendo Pain also looked at him, his tone expressionless. Nothing, Just immobilizing them. Immobilizing. Goku glanced at the black rod again. From his perception, Fu and Karin's auras had indeed remained unchanged. This meant that the black rod was indeed not harming them. It was likely, as the person before him had said, merely inhibiting their movements. But even so, he would not leave the two rods stuck like that. He leaned down, grasped the black rod from Fu, and gently pulled it out. Clang. After casually throwing the black rod, he was about to release his ki to calm the opponent's condition when he noticed red energy surging from her body, repairing Fu's wounds at a visible speed. Ah, looks like I don't need to do anything. Goku blinked, then turned and walked towards Karin as if no one was around. He paid no attention to the three obvious enemies in the cave. Once he was close to Karin, he leaned over, trying to remove the black rod from her body. But his attention was drawn to something on her face. What is this? He stared at the yellow paper covering Karin's face with some confusion, then removed it without thinking. The next second, boom. 3 meters away, the ground suddenly heaved. Then, the heap of earth transformed into a figure he knew all too well. Huh? Wukong had a silly look on his face. He looked at the Wukong in front of him, who looked and dressed exactly like him, and said in surprise, "Why is there an extra me? I'm stuck, so I posted it a little late." Chapter 205, Wukong. How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? In an unassuming paper tree amidst a vast forest, Nagato, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them, a look of surprise on his face. I didn't expect it to be so easy. He had considered placing a barrier around Karin, then placing a forbidden talisman on it to trick her into tearing it off. But thinking of her strange space-time ninjutsu, he felt his barrier might be completely useless against her, so he abandoned the idea. After much deliberation, he reluctantly chose to place the forbidden talisman on Karin's forehead. There was no other way. Apart from placing the forbidden talisman there, he couldn't think of any other place where she would have a reasonable chance of tearing it off. After all, it looked like a formidable object, and no one would touch it easily. Only if she was desperate to save someone would she have a reasonable chance of tearing it off. Even if she did, he didn't think she would do it immediately. She would likely hesitate. Then, he could suddenly attack her, forcing her to tear the talisman off without thinking. And then, his goal would be achieved. Once the forbidden talisman was torn off, the hidden ninjutsu would automatically activate. It's called the Mirror Raider technique. This technique instantly creates a duplicate with the same appearance and strength as the talisman terror, then attacks the terror, forcing them to face an opponent with identical abilities in a difficult battle. What's wrong, Nagato? That person's here, Konan, beside him, asked as he opened his eyes. Yes, and he's already torn off the forbidden talisman. Nagato nodded, having never expected Goku to tear it off so easily. Tore off that talisman? Konan's face lit up with joy. She knew the power of that talisman. An opponent with identical all-around strength, capable of unleashing any moves they knew, would be a real headache for anyone. Furthermore, this opponent wasn't afraid of attrition. A protracted battle would only lead to defeat. So now that Goku had torn off the talisman, their chances of victory had skyrocketed. As long as they made no mistakes, they were bound to be the victors of this duel. Turning their gaze back to the cave. When Goku saw the man who looked just like him, he couldn't help but scratch his head in amazement. Huh? This guy looks just like me. Kakashi, having recovered from the shock of the Outer Path demon statue, was once again stunned by the sight. How could there be two Gokus? As the two reacted differently to the fake Goku's appearance, the fake Goku suddenly moved. In an instant, he was right next to Goku and kicked him. Bang! Goku raised his hand to block the kick, then raised an eyebrow in surprise at the force. Not bad, he said, before striking with his other hand. Bang! Another muffled thud, and the fake Goku, too, raised his hand to steady the blow. This time, the two's movements, attacking and defending, were identical, making it hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Bang boom boom. Bang boom boom boom. Goku took interest, and the other man engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, sending a series of rapid, muffled sounds echoing through the cave. Kakashi watched the dazzling exchange with a sense of solemnity. This fake Goku, who had appeared out of nowhere, was surprisingly as skilled in physical techniques as the real Goku, though he wondered if he could use any key techniques. If he could do the same moves as Goku, that would be quite terrifying. What he could think of, Goku could certainly think of as well. After another exchange, Goku's lip curled, and he looked at the fake Goku with interest. "Hey, do you know how to do this?" He then condensed a ki bullet in his hand. The next moment, the fake Goku also condensed a ki bullet, and threw it simultaneously with Goku. Boom! The two ki bullets collided like needles clashing with wheat spikes, exploding instantly and sending up a gust of wind. "Hey, you know that move too?" "It's just a passing resemblance." Goku raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. To his senses, the ki bullets the other person had condensed looked identical to his own, but a closer look revealed they were essentially chakra, not ki. While not ki, they were just as powerful as his own ki bullets. That was quite interesting, Goku thought. After removing the black rod from Karin's body, he picked her up and launched her out of the cave. "Hey, let's fight outside. It's too cramped in here, Kakashi. Bring Fu out too." Kakashi reacted quickly and launched Fu out of the cave. The fake Goku silently followed Goku out of the cave. "Haha, interesting." Obito, who had been watching silently from the cave wall, chuckled and followed. Immediately afterwards, Hashigaki Kisame looked at Tendo Pain and said, "Pain, it seems we won't need to extract the tailed beasts for now, but please don't cancel this technique. I want to see more." He was incapable of combat in this state, so even if he wanted to help, he could only spectate. Tendo Pain glanced at him and headed out of the cave. As for the consciousness of the Akatsuki members who arrived late, he kicked them all back, not even giving them a chance to reappear. Outside the cave, Goku, after leaving Karin to Kakashi's protection, blocked a flying kick from the fake Goku behind him. "You're so anxious." As the fake retreated, Goku clenched his fists and twisted his neck. "We can fight with all our might here. Let me see how strong you are." The fake Goku remained silent, tapping his toes before attacking him again. "Can't you speak?" Goku muttered, raising his hand to block the punch. Then, he took off and flew into the air. The next second, the fake Goku kicked off, also flying towards him. "You even know the air dance technique." Goku abruptly stopped flying, spun around, and delivered a whip kick. The next moment, the fake Goku, flying towards him, was sent flying with a bang. "So, do you know this move?" Goku, like a curious child discovering a new toy, was constantly exploring his opponent's abilities. He placed his hands at his waist in a calyx shape, and in the blink of an eye, he gathered a Kamehameha wave, ready to be released. Seeing this, the fake Goku, who had been kicked to the ground, also placed his hands at his waist. Then, a Kamehameha wave composed of chakra energy condensed in his hands. Interesting, Goku, increasingly amused, aimed his Kamehameha wave at the fake Goku. The fake Goku, like his own reflection in the mirror, simultaneously launched his own Kamehameha wave back. Boom! Two spheres of energy, packed with immense force, collided fiercely in midair. A fierce wind whipped up, sending sand and rocks flying, and surrounding trees were blown backwards by the gusts. "They even know this move?" Kakashi, watching from the ground, grew increasingly solemn. He couldn't imagine how such a ninjutsu could be developed that could create an opponent with the same abilities as himself. Furthermore, the fact that it could also utilize chakra to release energy was equally baffling. After all, he himself had tried this before, but never succeeded. In mid-air, the two Kamehameha waves locked in a stalemate, seemingly unable to determine the winner. Watching this, Tendo Pain, watching from below, thought to himself, "It's useless. This replica can do whatever you throw at it, and it possesses infinite energy. Once your own energy is exhausted, you'll be defeated." He had expected a tremendous effort against this opponent, but unexpectedly, things went much more smoothly than he had imagined. This also eased his previously anxious anxiety a bit. The only way to defeat your own copy is to surpass your own strength on the spot, but few can do that. He stared intently at Goku, whose expression in midair was somewhat grim. The Mirror Raider technique replicates the copied individual's strength at the time of creation, and nothing changes thereafter. In other words, unless one surpasses their original strength within a short period of time, reaching a level sufficient to defeat their original self, they could defeat their copy and break the jutsu. However, achieving this would undoubtedly be extremely difficult, especially for someone as powerful as Goku. Therefore, he didn't believe Goku could surpass his own strength just yet. Taste the pain, experience the pain, accept the pain, and then face your death. Son Goku, watching Goku's increasingly grim expression, he mentally counted down his death. Meanwhile, Goku, in mid-air, watched the fake Goku, who had been locked in a stalemate for a long time, his curiosity and excitement gradually turning to confusion and bewilderment. What was going on? Was this guy's strength static? Seeing the fake Goku's Kamehameha waves maintain their original power, he was baffled. He had assumed that, seeing his attacks were at a stalemate, they would increase their energy release, boosting the power, allowing him to follow suit and gauge his true strength. However, after such a prolonged stalemate, the opponent's attacks remained unchanged, showing no improvement at all. This puzzled him. Could it be that the opponent shared his thinking, waiting for him to increase his power so he could then improve himself? This thought made him serious, a sense of trepidation welling up in his heart. If the opponent could even replicate his thinking, then he was truly an exact replica of him, from head to toe, inside and out. More importantly, did this mean that, like him, he had hidden a great deal of his strength and wasn't using it? The thought of this filled him with excitement. Could this be the moment he faced a worthy opponent? After much deliberation, he made a decision. This time, he would proactively increase the power of his attack, testing the true strength of this identical opponent. Boom! With that decision, he instantly boosted his chi, and the energy output in his hands increased. The surging energy caused the Kamehameha wave to more than double in size, instantly overpowering the fake Goku's Kamehameha wave and surging towards him with overwhelming force. Goku looked at him expectantly, hoping to see him increase his energy output as well. But the fake Goku remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to the incoming attack, about to be consumed by the surging energy. And so, in the blink of an eye, the surging Kamehameha wave, carrying the fake Goku's own, slammed into the fake Goku with unstoppable force, the violent energy rapidly washing over him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and thick dust billowed from the spot where the fake Goku had stood. When the smoke cleared, the fake Goku's figure was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a startling, 10-meter-wide crater. Huh? Goku, mid-air, gaped slightly and scratched his head with a somewhat naive air. After a moment, his raised hair and eyebrows drooped, and he sighed silently. Alice, it seemed he had overestimated the other party. It turned out the other party's strength was truly static, unable to improve at all. Swish! In the distance, Nagato, hidden in the paper trees, suddenly opened his eyes. A rare look of astonishment crossed his usually calm Rinnegan eyes. How could it be possible that his mirror attacker technique had been broken? And it had been broken so completely, leaving him with no chance of resistance. How did he do that? He frowned, puzzled. Even if he'd achieved a breakthrough on the spot, he shouldn't have behaved like this. Normally, one would slowly defeat the replicant by relying on slight advantages, not crush him with a single breakthrough. This simply didn't make sense. He realized he'd underestimated his opponent. Normal reasoning couldn't explain the changes in him. Looks like I'll have to fight him in person. Unable to comprehend the other party's transformation, he stopped thinking about it. Since unconventional methods couldn't defeat him, he'd rely on his vaunted strength to defeat him head-on. With a thud, Goku landed at the edge of the pit. He glanced around at the three Akatsuki enemies not far away, rubbing his head and grinning. Sorry, I didn't realize that guy was so weak. I accidentally hit him too hard and killed him. Of course, though he apologized, he felt no guilt. He'd long since realized that the guy who looked just like him had no consciousness of his own, a mere puppet. So, even if he'd accidentally killed him, he wouldn't feel any remorse. Tendo Pain stared at him expressionlessly, seemingly unresponsive to his words. But the truth was, Pine, constructed from a corpse, had always been limited to a blank expression, unable to show any emotion. I underestimated you, Son Goku. Although Pine was expressionless, Nagato, the manipulator behind him, felt a wave of emotion. Goku's words sounded like a blatant provocation to him. If the guy you sent hadn't been so weak, I wouldn't have accidentally killed him. Next, let me show you what the power of a god is. Tendo Pine said this coldly, then slammed his right hand to the ground, summoning technique, bang bang bang. Several streams of white smoke rose up. When the smoke dissipated, 5 more figures dressed very similarly to Tendo Pine appeared in the same place. At this point, all of Nagato's 6 paths of Pine had participated. Chapter 206 Nagato, the situation should be under my control. On the flat ground outside the cave, a gentle breeze rustled, and gravel rolled. Paine's 6 paths and Goku stood on either side, staring at each other. Your eyes look so strange, Goku blurted out after examining them for a moment. They're the eyes of a god, Paine said expressionlessly. A god? Goku blinked and tilted his head. You say you're gods? but I don't sense them. On the contrary, he rubbed his chin and pondered, on the contrary, I don't sense any life in you. It's like you're dead. Nagato, standing in the distance, was startled. He could actually discern Pain's secret? Though the 6 paths were crafted from corpses, they looked just like living people. Normally, their secrets would be difficult to detect. Just like Jiraiya in the original story, it was because he knew the original owner of Pain's corpse that he was able to deduce, after a fierce battle, that the 6 paths were puppets. Otherwise, he would have never guessed it. And now, after only a moment's observation, Goku had already realized that the 6 paths of Pain weren't living beings. How could Nagato not be alarmed? Well, whatever, you want to fight me, right? Let's have a proper fight. Oh, by the way, I don't even know your names yet. Goku lowered his hands, not bothering to think about the other party's condition, and looked at him inquiringly. My name is Pain, Tendo Pain replied. Pain? Sounds familiar. Goku scratched his head, then clapped his hands. Oh, right. The Snake Man mentioned that name. You must be the leader of that organization, Tendo Pain said expressionlessly. As you've heard, I am the leader of Akatsuki. I will bring true and lasting peace to this war-torn world, and this is God's mission. Goku's eyes narrowed. I also heard from the Snake Man that you are working for world peace, but your actions don't seem to be motivated by that at all. You're just causing senseless slaughter. Thinking of the innocent people he had heard or witnessed die at the hands of Akatsuki these past few days, his tone couldn't help but become more serious. For a moment, the wind died, and the air seemed to freeze. A moment later, Tendo Pain's still cold voice rang out, every success has its price, and this is the necessary sacrifice before peace can be achieved. When the world finds true peace, the world will remember them, and history will remember them too. Goku listened quietly to his words. After the other party finished speaking, he shook his head. I don't agree with you. Nothing needs to be sacrificed, and you have no right to make decisions for them. If you truly want peace, you shouldn't cause unnecessary slaughter, so I advise you to stop now. However, Tendo Pain responded, the world is ignorant, and only I, as a god, can give them the most correct guidance. Son Goku, if you want to stop me, then defeat me. Otherwise, I will not stop. Hearing this, Wukong nodded slightly. That's just what I want. I also want to know what kind of power you, who call yourself a god, possess. Whoosh, at some point, a gentle breeze began to blow again, stirring up fallen leaves. After a few leaves swirled and fell back to the ground, the Tendao, Shuradao, and Human Dao of Pain's 6 paths suddenly moved. Human Dao attacked Wukong directly, while Tendao and Shuradao circled around and attacked Wukong from behind and to the left. Whoosh! Human Path, skilled in close combat, was the first to reach Wukong, aiming a fierce fist at his face. Seeing the blow, Wukong jerked his head to the left, perfectly avoiding it. He ducked, then delivered an uppercut to the opponent's jaw. With a thud, Human Path was sent flying. At that moment, the immensely powerful Surpass, standing behind him to his left, suddenly stopped. His right wrist and arm separated, revealing a series of missiles gleaming with a cold silver light. He aimed his missiles at Wukong and unhesitatingly launched them. Huh? Wukong noticed this out of the corner of his eye and tried to leap away. But just as he was about to move, Heaven Path, behind Surpass, suddenly raised its palm and pointed it at him. Universal attraction, a powerful suction force instantly sucked Wukong in, causing him to freeze. Immediately afterwards, multiple missiles launched by Shirado, with a shrill cry, crossed the 20-meter distance in the blink of an eye and struck Goku. Boom, 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 boom. The missile explosions brought with them a deafening roar. Flames shot up into the sky like a miniature sun, emitting a scorching heat powerful enough to vaporize a human. Countless missile fragments scatter from the flames, like supersonic bullets, scattering trees, rocks, and other objects around them into sieves. Simultaneously, the powerful shockwave from the explosion spread rapidly in all directions, shaking the forest floor and even the air. What a terrifying attack! In the distance, Kakashi half-crouched on the ground, enveloping himself, Fu, and Karin with his ki to protect them from the aftermath. Feeling the jolt of impact from his back, he turned his head slightly, his peripheral vision focused on the center of the explosion, his expression filled with solemnity. Had he been hit head-on by such an attack, he would likely have been utterly destroyed by now. Son Goku, even you would have suffered considerable damage after taking this blow. After launching his missiles, Shirado and Tendo quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the blast. Behind them, Nagato silently observed the events unfolding. He had planned this battle long ago, aiming to deliver a devastating surprise blow to Goku before he could grasp his capabilities. This way, he could secure victory. And just now, with the 6 pairs of renegades surrounding Goku, Goku would undoubtedly have been struck by this powerful attack, with no chance of escape through space-time ninjutsu. In other words, his plan had succeeded, and victory was firmly in his grasp. As the crowd watched, the flames rising from the center of the explosion gradually receded, replaced by billowing black smoke that enveloped an area hundreds of meters in radius. Black smoke swirled and twisted above the much dimmer flames, like hideous demons crawling from a magma hell, revealing their ferocity to the world. Just then, a sound, incongruous with the blazing flames, suddenly rose from the black smoke. Crackling. Crackling. Nagato, passing the 6 paths of pain, fixed his gaze on the source of the sound. The sound grew closer and clearer, drawing everyone's attention to it. After a moment, the demon-like black smoke suddenly parted, as if bowing its head to greet the supreme power it feared. Immediately afterwards, a sturdy figure emerged from it with steady, powerful steps, emanating an invisible, powerful aura. Wow! That's a truly powerful attack. It gave me a fright. Goku's powerful demeanor suddenly collapsed. He rubbed his head, wiped the sweat from the intense heat, and returned to his usual playful demeanor. Haha, that was really dangerous just now. I almost thought I was going to get roasted. Watching all this, Nagato's eyelids twitched, eyes filled with disbelief. How is it possible? How could he be completely unharmed? Indeed, upon closer inspection, he saw only a bit of dust on Goku's body and a few small burn holes in his clothes. Other than that, there was no other sign of the missile explosion. This fact puzzled him, even absurd. His carefully planned, powerful attack had been so inexplicably neutralized? As expected of Goku, although Kakashi had long known Goku's condition through his ki, he couldn't help but smile at this scene. He was probably the only one in the ninja world who could survive such an explosion unscathed. Crack! Using his hands as a fan to cool himself down, Goku twisted his neck, clenched his fists, and looked at 6 paths pain. Hey, if you have any more moves, come on, Nagato snapped out of his shock and, controlling the expressionless pain, said calmly, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously motionless Zushido suddenly clasped his hands together, summoning technique. Bang! A puff of white smoke vanished, and a 3-headed hellhound suddenly appeared on the field. Roar! 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 The 3 ferocious-looking canines roared, then lashed their tails and lunged at Goku with their massive, 2-story tall bodies. Whoosh! Goku flexed his legs and instantly leaped up. He then hugged his legs and rolled forward several times in midair, landing just above the hellhounds' heads. As he fell, he extended his right foot and slammed down on the middle head. Bang! The kick, seemingly light, was actually as heavy as a mountain. With a dull thud, the middle head of the hellhound instantly crashed to the ground, its eyes gleaming with stars. Immediately, its limbs, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, sprawled to the left and right, its entire body slamming heavily to the ground. With a thud, Wukong used the momentum from his kick to leap forward, then twisted several times in the air, clutching his legs, before landing steadily behind the hellhound with an indescribable grace. Hey, done. Landing on the ground, he placed one hand on his waist and raised the other in a yeah gesture. But, just seconds into his pose, the hellhound behind him suddenly stirred. Roar, roar, roar! The hellhound, previously prostrated by his crush, rose to its feet again. Furthermore, 3 new heads sprouted from its body, a truly bizarre sight. Huh? Wukong turned, scratching his head at the sight. That thing has so many heads. What a strange creature, he muttered to himself as the 6-headed hellhound spun around and charged at him once more. Roar! The hellhound's saliva dripped onto the ground with a sizzling sound, sending wisps of white smoke billowing out. Its saliva was clearly highly corrosive. This time, Wukong didn't resort to his usual tactics. Instead, he instantly landed beneath one of the hound's heads and delivered a powerful upward kick to the jaw. Bang! The immense force sent the hellhound's head flying up, and its body suddenly lifted uncontrollably off the ground. Immediately afterwards, it suddenly tumbled backward and flew away. Rumble! Its massive body slammed into the forest, instantly knocking down countless trees ahead, leaving a vast, empty path stretching hundreds of meters. That should be it. Wukong raised his eyebrows, blinking at the billowing dust at the end of the path. But soon, his gaze fixed, for he could sense the hound's energy, which had been weakening, rising again. Is this guy so formidable? He clutched his chin, continuing to watch. A few seconds later, the hellhound burst from the billowing dust at the far end, charging towards him with all four legs. Huh? Wukuang's expression grew increasingly confused as the creature drew closer. Finally, when its figure was not far away, Wukong could see its full features clearly. His eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, "Eh, why do you have 3 more heads?" He watched as the 6 hellhounds had become 9. These 9 heads, crammed onto the front of their bodies, resembled giant tumors, a truly terrifying sight. Roar, 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 the hellhound roared as it charged towards him, but as it reached a short distance, its body suddenly transformed. The 3 new heads suddenly emerged from its original body, carrying new bodies. Then, the 3 heads that had appeared earlier did the same. And so, in just 2 seconds, the original 9-headed hellhound became 3 3-headed hellhounds. Huh? They've split up. Wukong stared at the scene in amazement, his eyes wide open. Bang! One of the hellhounds swung its massive paw down at him. As he dodged in the air, another one darted out from the left, its jaws wide open, biting him. Crack! The hellhound, stunned by the bite, felt no bite, only a grinding of teeth biting the air. "Hey, I'm here," a voice suddenly rang out from its head. Wukong had somehow reached atop it, leaning down, looking it in the eye and greeting it. Roar! Before it could react, the 3rd hellhound lunged forward and slapped Wukong. Bang! After the blow, Wukong leaped away unscathed, while the hellhound Wukong had stood on was met with a fierce attack from his teammates. In mid-air, Wukong scrutinized the hellhound, chin in hand, as he examined it. Did it grow ahead after that attack? Although they had only fought twice, he had hypothesized, based on the fact that the hound had grown ahead after his 2 attacks, that it would grow ahead and split into new bodies whenever it was attacked. However, the scene before him seemed to confirm his inference. Is it only my attacks that work? He didn't immediately dismiss his hypothesis, but instead formed a new one. Yosh! Let's give it a try then. Landing on the ground, Wukong's eyes lit up with interest as he watched the hellhound charging towards him. Then, with a few swishes and flashes, he was right in front of the hound's head and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! As the opponent was knocked to the ground by the punch, a cloud of dust rose. He landed on the ground, staring intently at the smoke, trying to discern the hellhound within. 2 seconds later, the smoke dissipated, and he raised an eyebrow, a smile of astonishment on his face. Roar! The 3-headed hellhound in the dust suddenly morphed into 6 heads, which then split apart into 2 3-headed hellhounds. An extra one appears every time I'm attacked. That's quite a troublesome ability. Wukong held his chin in his hand, dodging the attacks of the 4 hellhounds. As he dodged, he seemed to have a sudden thought, and a wave of ki pierced through the body of one hellhound. 10 seconds later, the hellhound, which had recovered for a longer period, also sprouted a new head, and in the blink of an eye, another split into another. The same thing with ki attacks. Seeing this, Wukong scratched his head. He had rarely encountered such an unreasonable opponent. If the opponent was even stronger, he would have a headache now. Not far away, Nagato, controlling pain and watching the scene, finally felt as though things were returning to their normal course. It's useless, Son Goku. As long as you attack it, your enemies will continue to multiply. Even if you're powerful, you'll only be consumed by the endless attacks of these ever-increasing foes, ultimately meeting your own demise. Somehow, seeing Goku's somewhat helpless expression, he, usually aloof and unmoved by external things, felt a surge of inexplicable joy. However, just a few seconds after this moment of inward joy, his pupils suddenly narrowed, his eyes filled with disbelief once again. How could it be possible? On the field, Goku, after dodging once more, suddenly stood still, a stream of energy emanating from his palm. This energy rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant hand that floated in midair. It immediately seized a charging hellhound and slammed it into another nearby one. Bang! Under Wukong's control, the 6 heads of both sides collided with each other, making a loud muffled sound. The hellhound that was hit immediately saw stars, and after staggering a few times, it fell to the ground with a thud. Then, Wukong used his old trick again, controlling his giant hand and using the hellhound in his giant hand to hit the heads of the other 3 hellhounds one after another, causing them to fall to the ground. He, Now you won't have to separate new bodies anymore. Wukong threw the hellhound in his giant hand, whose eyes had already rolled back and foamed at the mouth, and smiled at his masterpiece. Since their attacks on themselves are ineffective, they can use their bodies as weapons, and this way they can easily win. Chapter 207 Nagato, what method can I use to hurt him? Inside the Iwagakure village. Goku-sensei and the others have been gone for ages. Could they be facing some formidable enemy? At the banquet hall, the feast had paused since Goku and Kakashi's departure. Though Naruto and Sasuke's stomachs rumbled with hunger, they ignored it and sat silently on the ground, waiting for Goku and the others to return. After waiting for a long time, Naruto checked the time, feeling rather puzzled. Normally, even if Goku was excited about prey and wanted to slowly engage an interested foe, a fight wouldn't last that long. Why was it taking so long this time? Despite his confusion, he didn't think anything had happened to Goku and the others. After all, in his mind, Goku was already the world's greatest expert. With Goku around, nothing could possibly happen. At the arena where Goku and Surpass Pain were fighting, the 6 hellhounds were knocked unconscious one by Goku exploiting a loophole in their abilities. Within 2 seconds, they vanished into white smoke with a thud. Well, it has to be Goku. Watching the fight from afar, Kakashi folded his arms and nodded calmly. Even the sight of such a rare and unparalleled method of defeating his opponent barely stirred his heart. Why? The question was, if it was Goku doing it, anything was possible. So stay calm, don't act like a country bumpkin. While he remained calm, the others on the field couldn't match his composure. How could someone possess such power? Hashigaki Kisame, a bystander, was so shocked that his vision flickered, as if it were about to burst like a bubble. This was due to his own inner turmoil, causing his consciousness to lose focus. Obito, who had been waiting to watch, lowered his folded arms, a look of astonishment flashing through his mask's Sharingan. Such terrifying power. He had underestimated this man. As for Goku's opponent, Nagato, he clenched his fists. The confidence that had just surged seemed to transform into a barrage of slaps, slapping him across the face like crazy. Son Goku took a few deep breaths, finally calming his inner turmoil. He once again controlled pain and looked at Goku. Seeing his previous attack had worked, Goku put his hands on his hips and chuckled. It really works, he chuckled to himself, completely unaware of the psychological damage his actions were causing his opponents. Hey, you guys, what else are you capable of? Show me what you've got. He glanced at Surpass Pain, his face filled with interest. Son Goku, don't get too cocky. The power of a god is beyond your imagination. Nagato, regaining his arrogance, controlled pain and spoke coldly to Goku. Yeah, I get it. Let me see the power of a god. Seeing Goku's nonchalant look, Nagato's eyes twitched, feeling offended. Summoning technique, bang bang bang. The animal path clasped its hands together and summoned several more giant beasts. Among them were hell crabs with hard red shells, ugly chameleons with dark green skin, and Yatagarasa with sharp beaks. Oh? What abilities do these creatures possess? Goku observed them curiously. Just then, Human Path and Surpass, whom he had previously sent flying, attacked him simultaneously. Bang! Goku spun abruptly, raising his hand to catch Human Path's punch. He ducked, dodging a flying kick from Surpass. Immediately, exerting force from his waist, he grabbed Human Path's fist and flung it towards Surpass. Bang! With a dull thud, Human Path and Surpass were sent flying like missiles. Just then, the hell crab was behind him, swinging its iron claws and slamming down on him. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a large, cracked crater suddenly appeared where Goku stood. But strangely, Goku was nowhere to be seen in the crater. Goo goo bubbles blew from the hell crab's mouth, its long eyes darting back and forth, searching for Wukong. Hey! I'm here, a voice rang from its back. And before it could react, it felt a sudden, sharp pain in its back. Bang! Crack! Wukong retracted his fist, watching the crab shell crack beneath his feet. He raised his hand, touched his head, and chuckled, haha, sorry, I guess I accidentally used a little too much force. The crab shell seemed incredibly strong, so he used a little more force, only to accidentally crack it. Bang! After suffering such a devastating blow, the hell crab could no longer hold out. It lasted less than half a minute before dissolving into white smoke and departing dejectedly. Wukong landed on the ground with a thud. Just as he was about to survey his surroundings, his eyes fixed. Whoosh! A sharp, Piercing sound echoed through the air, echoing across the field. Suddenly, a Yatagarasu, having soared into the air at some point, swooped down like a fighter jet, its long, sharp beak aimed at Goku's body, as if to pierce him. Sensing the incoming attack, Goku dodged without a second thought or glance. Seeing its target evade, the Yatagarasu adjusted its stance and swooped over the ground. Then, swiftly soaring higher, it swung mid-air and launched itself toward Goku again. This time, Goku wasn't going to let it get away. His gaze locked on the bird, and when it flew just a short distance in front of him, he leaped. Whoosh! The Yatagarasu had clearly not anticipated the sudden leap, leaving it no time to adjust its attack, so it planned to skim the ground as before. But it also hadn't anticipated that Goku's leap wasn't to dodge, but to attack. Bang! A sudden, crushing blow from Goku landed on its head. The immense force caused its head to drop, its sharp beak aimed at the ground, and with a swift swoop, it plunged into the earth. Thus began a comical scene. Its massive wings flapped furiously, its claws lashed with despair, but the Yatadori couldn't free its beak from the ground, remaining stuck upside down. Goku ignored it and instead looked at the chameleon, who remained motionless nearby, and shouted, "Hey, aren't you coming over here?" Unlike the dog before, these crabs and birds didn't possess any special abilities, leaving him rather bored. So, he could only hope that this final giant beast would deliver a surprising performance. However, after hearing his words, the chameleon merely glanced at him, its body completely motionless. Huh? Doesn't it want to fight? Goku scratched his head in confusion, his gaze shifting to surpass pain. If he didn't want to fight, then forget it. There were plenty of other opponents around. And then, whoosh, a sudden sound of air braking came from behind him. Wukong's eyes narrowed, and he dodged to the side. Then he turned and looked. Huh? He blinked, stunned at the emptiness behind him. How could there be nothing? Before he could think, another sound of braking air echoed before him. This time, he didn't dodge, but suddenly raised his hand and grabbed at the empty space in front of him. Snap! It seemed as if he had grabbed something. Where he should have been grabbing air. I don't know how you became invisible, but your attack can't hit me. His lips curled slightly, his eyes seeming to see through the void, catching sight of the invisible enemy in front of him. He gently released his hand, and the invisible enemy immediately retreated. Then, it circled around and attacked him again from behind. Snap! Another sound echoed. Wukong spun abruptly, raising his hand to intercept the opponent's attack again. Didn't I tell you, your attack like that is useless to me? He ducked low and delivered a powerful side kick to the opponent. Bang! With a muffled thud, Renji and Ao suddenly appeared where he had landed. Then, like a cannonball, he shot out, plunging into the forest and disappearing. Well, another opponent's defeated, but how did he become invisible? Sensing his opponent's energy plummeting to its lowest point, Wukong clapped his hands, a smile breaking across his face, then muttered, pinching his chin. Renji and Ao had never been invisible before, so how could he suddenly become so? What he didn't know was that Renji and Ao's invisibility was thanks to the chameleon, which had remained motionless after being summoned. This chameleon had the ability to turn anyone it swallowed transparent, thus achieving invisibility. Renji and Ao had sneaked into the chameleon's mouth while Wukong wasn't paying attention and performed a technique to become invisible. The reason he needed to approach Wukong invisibly was because he possessed a terrifying ability, the soul-sucking technique. Once his palm made contact with a person, he could activate this ability, ripping the enemy's soul from their body, instantly killing them. However, he hadn't expected that Goku had caught him twice in his previous attempts to contact him, preventing him from using it. How could they even detect it like this? Seeing that Goku had broken another of his trump cards, Nagato suddenly felt a pang of frustration. What on earth was this guy going to do to hurt him? Shortly after Goku had sent Human Path flying, the previously sentient Surpass attacked alongside Heaven Path. Whoosh! Surpass's sandbag-sized fist, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, struck Goku in the chest. Meeting the blow, Goku raised his hand to meet it. Bang! Instantly, the immense impact of the collision unleashed a torrent of energies, sending clothes and hair flying in the wind and sending sand and gravel tumbling into the distance. Universal Heaven Attraction. At that moment, Heaven Path waved its hand, drawing a massive rock from the distance and bringing it crashing down towards Goku. Sensing the attack overhead, Wukong attempted to leap away. Unexpectedly, Shirade lunged forward and, just as he was about to leap, grabbed him, seemingly determined to die with him. "Hey, are you trying to kill yourself?" Wukong turned his head, frowning at him. "Gods cannot die, Sun Wukong," Shirateo said with his characteristic wide grin, his face etched with cruelty. Boom. As the two men finished their conversation, a massive rock, controlled by Shirateo, crashed down with immense force. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed across the field. The rock shattered into pieces, shattering into fragments of varying sizes. Smoke and dust rose, filling the air. From this single moment, the force of this attack was palpable. Anyone caught in it would suffer a disastrous fate. However, while the attack appeared to have succeeded, Shirateo turned his gaze away. Failed, Wukong's figure appeared out of nowhere, just as he gazed. Phew, close call. I almost couldn't escape. Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the ground sinking under the crushing boulder. Looks like that guy can't continue fighting. Under the shattered boulder, Shirateo's body was crushed and buried, with only one motionless arm protruding. So, that leaves us now. Wukong glanced around, taking stock of the remaining opponents. Heavenly Path, Animal Path, Hungry Ghost Path, Human Path. Wait, Human Path. His eyes suddenly widened, staring in astonishment at the unscathed Human Path approaching from a distance. Wasn't this guy previously incapacitated? How could he appear so unharmed now? Just as he was puzzled, whoosh, a figure suddenly shot out from behind Human Path, landing beside Shirateo, buried beneath the rubble. Judging from his face, it was Goku, who hadn't attacked Wukong until now. Boom. Shirateo activated his myriad heavenly attraction ability to move the rubble away, revealing the battered Shirateo beneath. Goku clapped his hands and declared, "Spiritual summoning technique." Bang! A massive, eerie head suddenly emerged from the ground. The word King was engraved on its forehead, symbolizing its identity, Yan Wang. Goku placed Shirateo before Yan Wang. Yan Wang opened his mouth, extended a purple tongue with arms, and snatched Shirateo into his mouth. He then closed his mouth and began to chew frantically. "Hey, you ate your companions." Wukong stared at the scene with his mouth slightly open. It was no wonder he was startled. In all his countless battles, this scene was unprecedented, and anyone would be stunned. But soon, his confusion faded, and his eyes suddenly focused. After chewing for a long moment, Yama opened his mouth, and a brand new, unharmed Shirateo emerged. Clearly, he had been repaired. Wukong gazed at the scene in amazement. He finally understood how the human realm had recovered. It must have been restored in the same way. Just like senzu beans, wouldn't these guys be able to resurrect endlessly? He thought with interest, his chin resting on his hand, not frightened by the endless resurrection ability of a normal person. After emerging from Yama's mouth, Shirateo clapped his hands. Bang! 2 pairs of hands suddenly appeared on his body. Furthermore, his cheeks also became 2 identical faces, a truly eerie sight. Whoosh, and with all this done, he suddenly charged towards Wukong, moving at such speed that a sound of piercing air echoed. Simultaneously, the human realm, the hungry ghost realm, and the animal realm all joined in attack, attacking Wukong from all directions. For a moment, Wukong was surrounded, like a lamb to the slaughter with nowhere to escape. Just in time, Wukong stood still, crouching slightly, watching the enemy's attack from all directions with a smile. Immediately, as the human path attacked from behind, he suddenly grabbed and swung it, throwing it back with an over-the-shoulder throw. Then, he suddenly jumped back, avoiding a punch from the hungry ghost path from the side. Then, he ducked, dodging several shurikens fired from the animal path. After this, he suddenly flashed, appearing in front of the animal path and sending it flying with a simple straight punch. Then, he appeared beside the hungry ghost path and kicked it away with a flying kick. Just then, the shurikens path finally reached him. 6 arms lashing out like machine guns, attempting to hammer him into pulp. Swish, swish, swish. Under this torrent of attacks, Wukong stood still, dodging swiftly, barely allowing the opponent to touch his clothes. Just as he was about to strike Shirateo back, Shirateo suddenly ducked, seemingly giving up the attack. Tendeo, who had unknowingly arrived behind Shirateo, suddenly raised his palm and aimed it at Wukong. At the same moment, whoosh! A long sawtooth suddenly sprouted from Shirateo's back. Its sharp edge gleamed with a chilling cold light, and it was clear at a glance that anyone struck by it would inevitably be pierced. From Shirateo's back, It pierced Wukong, who was within reach and held captive by gravity, with lightning speed. This was Nagato's plan, to pierce Wukong's body in this way. At this critical moment, Wukong lowered his weight, planted his foot firmly on the ground, and avoided being thrown towards the sawtooth by gravity. At the same time, his hands clasped together like lightning, and with a snap, he caught the lightning-fast blow. That really scared me. Looking at the sawtooth that was only 2 centimeters away from the tip of his nose, Goku breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. But before one wave of trouble subsided, another wave of trouble arose. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Son Goku, Obito, holding a kunai, stared at Goku in front of him with cold and ruthless eyes. He silently chanted in his heart, sentencing Goku to death, and suddenly stabbed the kunai in his hand towards Goku's back. Let him end this battle. This blow, he stabbed it. Chapter 208 Nagato on the road to defeat. As a conspirator who has long lurked behind the Akatsuki organization, navigating the shadows of the ninja world, Obito never fought a battle without confidence. Although he and Nagato had agreed to work together to kill Goku, after the battle between Nagato and Goku began, Obito remained hidden in the corners, even slipping unnoticed into the Kamui dimension at one point, silently observing the two's fight without taking a single action. This wasn't a betrayal of their agreement, but rather a desire to use Nagato's hand to gauge Goku's specific strength, understanding his fighting style, habits, and so on. This would allow him to be more confident. From his observations, Goku possessed exceptional strength, speed, and physical defense, making him even more formidable. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent since acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, he remained calm, not rushing to attack, but quietly biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike a decisive blow. Finally, he had arrived. He saw Goku being sucked in by the gravity of the heavenly path, while simultaneously facing a fierce attack from the surpass at close range. He was practically in a perilous situation. Under these circumstances, he believed his opponent's full attention was focused on the immediate danger. This, then, was the perfect opportunity to strike him from behind, killing him with a single blow. With a sudden burst of Kamui, he appeared behind Goku and thrust his sharp, chakra-infused kunai into his back, aiming to pierce him. Swish, hit. Watching the kunai pierce Goku, Obito's face lit up with triumphant elation. However, the next moment, this excitement gave way to astonishment. He saw Goku before him vanish like a foamy phantom. Immediately afterwards, a sawtooth, gleaming with a cold light, shot out from behind the phantom like lightning, piercing his face. In the nick of time, he quickly activated his Kamui Hollow, averting a tragic death at the hands of his teammate, a blow piercing his eyebrow. Damn it! How could he dodge it? He watched Shirato pull the sawtooth from his brain, fuming with anger at his own failure. He'd perfectly timed it. Even if the opponent had the ability to sense him and detect him, there was no way they could avoid this long-planned, fatal strike. And yet, how could he have failed? And where'd he gone? He glanced around, but couldn't see Wukong, and a wave of unease filled him. Whoosh! Just then, the sawtooth finally emerged from his brain, and he ended his Kamui Hollow, returning to his physical form. The entire process, from the moment he launched the attack to the moment he had lasted less than a breath, took place. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder, and his entire body froze. A fraction of a second later, he panicked and activated his Kamui Hollow form again. Like a rabbit, he leaped 10 meters away, then turned and looked behind him. His Sharingan, beneath his mask, contracted and contracted violently, revealing the depths of his inner turmoil. Son Wukong, he stared intently at Wukong, who had appeared behind him out of nowhere, a wave of fear welling up in his heart. He hadn't felt him appear behind him just now. If he had stabbed him in the back with a kunai like he had, instead of tapping his shoulder, he would have been the one pierced through the heart. The thought of how close he had come to such a terrifying end sent a cold sweat through him. His heart pounding uncontrollably. After all, he was so close to creating Yulin's world. How could he throw his life away so easily at this critical moment? Hey, your abilities seem quite interesting. It was you who trapped Naruto in that dimension last time, wasn't it? Goku retracted the hand that had nearly frightened Obito to the point of a heart attack and gazed at him. Just now, after the other party used Kamui to hollow out, he sensed his aura vanishing from this place and reappearing in another hidden dimension. But with the naked eye, He could see his figure remaining exactly where he was. This peculiar ability intrigued him. He also recalled Naruto's previous capture in a mysterious dimension, and immediately connected the two, concluding that Naruto's capture was the work of the masked figure before him. Haha, you all already know, yet you're still playing dumb. Obito paused for a moment before sneering. After Naruto's last rescue, he assumed Kakashi had mastered Kamui and sneaked in to save Naruto, so he didn't assume Goku didn't know. He also left Uchiha Madara's name, which must have surprised Kakashi. After all, seeing the eyes of a friend who'd been dead for over a decade appear on an old man who'd been dead for decades would be shocking, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, he glanced at Kakashi, who was watching from a distance, ready to admire the expression on his face. He imagined Kakashi would be furious, for a stranger, after his death, was using his friend's eyes so wantonly, a blasphemy against the dead. However, to his surprise, Kakashi's face held only a hint of solemnity, nothing else. Oh, Kakashi, I was wrong. You're a hypocrite. You could kill Rin yourself, so how could you be so unfair to me, a childhood friend who's been dead for so many years? He let out a self-deprecating smile beneath his mask, his eyes growing colder as he looked at Kakashi. Uchiha Madara can't possibly be alive. Who are you? Kakashi muttered to Obito. The other party's elusive special abilities were nothing like the Uchiha Madara of the past. Judging by his age and fighting style, he couldn't possibly be the legendary figure. If possible, he'd join the fight now, to expose the masked man's true identity, but, he glanced at Fu and Karin, still sleeping peacefully at his feet, and abandoned the idea. He had to stay and protect them. Goku, I'll leave it all to you this time. On the field, Obito had refocused his attention on Goku. This is tricky. How on earth did he do that just now? He kept thinking about how Goku had suddenly appeared behind him. Possessing the ability to move through space and time, he was far more sensitive to spatial fluctuations than an average person. And at that moment, he hadn't noticed Goku using his space-time abilities. How had he done that? Could it be pure physical speed reaching its limit? The thought deepened his anxiety. Goku was still being drawn into the myriad heaven attraction. Even under these circumstances, he could burst forth at speeds he couldn't even see. Under normal circumstances, he would be even more terrifying. With that kind of speed, even with Kamui, he wouldn't be able to injure him. Or rather, he was the one who needed to worry. If the opponent, like before, touched him before he could react and use his divine power to hollow out, it was obvious what would happen to him. His temporary comrade, Nagato, had clearly thought of this as well. He's actually been able to break free from the power of the Tensei. Nagato felt not only solemn but also astonished. Since the ability was first used, no one had ever been able to break free from it. Goku's ability to resist it was astonishing enough, but his ability to break free was even more mind-boggling. After gaining the power of the Rinnegan, he realized for the first time that his own strength wasn't yet unmatched. It seems that only that move can subdue him. Before I deplete too much chakra, he quickly came to a decision. After all, if he continued to deplete his chakra like this, his chances of victory would only diminish. On the field, after a brief silence, Tendo suddenly took flight. Son Goku, you can fly too, right? Come with me, I'll show you the true power of a god. Goku blinked. Who would listen to such obvious traps? Whoosh! Goku took off and followed. Obito's mouth twitched as he watched the scene below. Speechless. Could this formidable opponent, who had been giving him such a headache, be a fool? He's following me. Tendo soared high into the sky, looking down at Goku as he followed. After battling for so long, he'd learned some things about Goku's personality, like his intense interest in battle and his fascination with the power of the gods he'd spoken of. He figured that words like these, which sounded like a trap, might suggest that the opponent was different from ordinary people and, instead of being wary, might be intrigued. And it turned out just as he'd expected. What could the true power of a god be? Looking at Tendo above, Goku rubbed his chin, a look of interest on his face. He was no fool, he knew he was being lured into a trap. But, with absolute confidence in his own strength, who would care? Soon, Tendo came to a stop at about 300 meters. Goku, below, also flew to a short distance in front of him, hovering opposite him, their gaze locked. Come, let me see the true power of a god. Goku smiled faintly. As you wish. Tendo suddenly clasped his hands together, leaving only a tiny gap. Immediately, his aura surged. Super Chibaku Tensei, a black sphere, emanating an ominous aura, suddenly materialized in his palms. Formed from a vast amount of concentrated chakra, its imposing presence instantly shone a powerful force that darkened the sky. Within Tendo's grasp, the sphere grew larger and larger, its aura growing increasingly chilling. Finally, when it expanded to the size of a human head, Tendo thrust it violently toward Goku. Boom! A suction force, hundreds of times more powerful than the all-seeing heavenly attraction, erupted from the black sphere. In an instant, Goku's body was involuntarily launched toward it. At the same time, clouds in the sky, various stones on the ground, and even massive rocks several meters high, all flew toward it at a tremendous speed. What is that? As Tendo and Goku soared into the sky, Kakashi, sensing something was amiss, had already picked up Fu and Karin and quickly retreated away from them. Now, over 1,000 meters away from the black sphere, he found himself uncontrollably flying toward it. Shocked, he quickly erupted in anger and used the sky dance technique, barely managing to resist the force. What a terrifying force! He held Fu in one hand and Karin in the other, struggling to return to the ground. He then took shelter behind a massive tree over 10 meters thick, leaning his back against it. Only then did he feel a significant relief from the pressure. I hope Goku is okay. He felt a surge of worry for the first time. If he, so far away from the black sphere, had nearly been affected, one could only imagine the immense force Goku must have felt, only a few meters away. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Truly an enviable power, Obito sighed as he stood below Goku, Tendo, and the others, watching every movable object being sucked into the air. If he hadn't activated his Kamui Hollow formation in time, he would have been sucked up as well. It looks like this move is taking a heavy toll, Nagato. He glanced at the nearby pains, unaffected by the move, his eyes narrowed. He saw them limp on the ground, half dead. This clearly indicated that Nagato, their mastermind, was completely exhausted from controlling them. Huff. Huff. In the distance, Nagato, hiding in a paper tree, felt his chest heave violently, beads of sweat beading on his forehead, and his face paler than before. Nagato, if this continues, your body won't be able to withstand it, Konan said, her face filled with worry as she wiped the sweat off his face. Huff. Huff. No, it's okay. This is the way to defeat that man. He gritted his teeth, channeling vast amounts of chakra into the distant Tendo. A normal Chibaku Tensei wouldn't have put such a heavy strain on him. But this enhanced Super Chibaku Tensei would. Not only would it consume a vast amount of his chakra, it would even cost him a significant amount of his lifespan. He fought so desperately because Goku's strength compelled him to do so. With just a normal Chibaku Tensei, he believed he would never be able to defeat Goku. Only this Super Chibaku Tensei, with all his concentrated power, offered a chance. This time, I win after all, Son Goku. His gaze returned to Tendo. In his eyes, Son Goku's figure was engulfed by a torrent of rocks flying down from the ground. More rocks continued to fly, expanding the rock sphere even larger. Even if you possess special abilities, you can't escape this time. Tendo coldly gazed at the rock sphere before him, which had grown to a diameter of 100 meters. This was an extremely powerful sealing technique, capable of sealing off even space and time. Anyone trapped within was doomed to escape through space-time abilities. Furthermore, as the rock enveloped them, the immense pressure, like a mountain, would crush the enemy within, crushing them to smithereens. In short, once struck by this technique, escape was impossible. Time ticked by. The rock sphere grew larger and higher, eventually moving away from the planet, floating in space like the moon. Finally, when the rock sphere reached hundreds of meters in size, its gravitational pull could no longer attract the rocks on the ground. It continued to rise, maintaining its size, and soared into space. It's over, Nagato, controlling Tendo, raised his head, watching the rock sphere recede, a sense of relief welling in his heart. He had expended far too much energy on this single attack. If he couldn't defeat his opponent, it would mean defeat. Fortunately, he succeeded. Whoosh! Tendo quickly landed on the ground, glanced in the direction Kakashi had fled, then turned to Obito. Uchiha Madara, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki will be in your hands. Boom. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion echoed from the sky. What? Tendao looked up quickly, his eyes etched with a scene that made his pupils shrink. The rock sphere, already thousands of meters high, had, for some unknown reason, exploded. Countless fragments of rubble flew through the air, then plummeted to the ground in a torrential downpour, resembling an apocalyptic catastrophe. How is this possible? Nagato, watching from afar, clenched his bloodless fingers, turning even paler, in disbelief. This was his most powerful move against a single foe. How could it possibly be countered? Puff, his body, already weakened by the loss of his lifespan, couldn't bear the strain, and he unintentionally spurted out a mouthful of blood. Nagato, turning his gaze back to the scene of the battle, Kakashi, having breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering the loss of gravity, went to an open area to survey the situation in the sky. Seeing this apocalyptic scene, he couldn't help but curse. What the hell just happened? How could so many rocks fall? Seeing so many rocks falling towards him, he hurried back to the tree, picked up Fu and Karin, and prepared to escape the danger. But then, whoosh, 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 a large number of light waves suddenly erupted from somewhere high in the sky. These waves streaked through the air like shooting stars, landing precisely on the larger pieces of rubble. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the rubble struck by the light waves was reduced to dust in midair, then scattered to the ground. As for the smaller rocks, they fell to the ground with almost no impact. Phew, we're saved. Seeing this, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Without these light waves, he really wouldn't have been able to dodge all the boulders that just fell. Thank you, Wukong. He looked at the orange figure in the sky and chuckled softly. Although he didn't know the specific attack from Shenlong before, it seemed that Wukong was still fine, so he was relieved. I'm stuck, so I posted it a little late. Chapter 209, The Mask is Revealed, Obito is down. High in the sky, a fierce wind whipped Goku's martial arts uniform. Not bad, Goku muttered, shattering the boulder that threatened to bring disaster to the creatures below. After shattering the boulder, Goku gazed down at Tendo on the ground and muttered a gentle praise. In his opinion, the power of this attack surpassed all other moves he had seen in the ninja world, and by a significant margin. No one in the ninja world could withstand it safely. But it looks like he's too weak to fight anymore. He could sense that Pain's sixth path Zoro had rapidly weakened since unleashing the Chibaku Tensei attack. Now, it was at a low point, and a further fight with him seemed unlikely. Well, then, let's fight that masked man. I remember Kakashi seemed quite concerned about his identity, he muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. Then, his body quickly descended towards Tendo and Obito. On the ground, after witnessing Goku shatter the giant rock ball and then shatter countless falling boulders, Obito swallowed involuntarily, his scalp tingling. Is this guy even human? He could withstand an attack of this magnitude. And what about those light waves? Could a single person really unleash such a large-scale, multitudinous attack? If it were a ninja world war, wouldn't he be able to wipe out an entire army by himself? He suddenly realized that even after repeatedly increasing his estimate of Goku's strength, it was still far from enough. It was as if Goku had no limit, always offering him a new surprise. I'll probably have to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki to have the strength to fight him, he thought solemnly, looking at the weakened Pain six paths around him. If Nagato, with his Rinnegan, couldn't defeat Goku, then he certainly couldn't either. At best, he'd be able to escape with his Kamui. Since even the Rinnegan couldn't match it, only by becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and possessing the legendary sage-like power could he possibly rival it. But now, with both the Seven-Tails and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki protected by their respective opponents, how could he seize the power of the tailed beasts? It was a truly unsolvable problem. Without the power of the tailed beasts, he couldn't match them. But to obtain their power, he would have to fight them. It was a complete dead end. At this point, the only option is to escape first, and then make further plans. Seeing Goku edging closer to the ground, he no longer hesitated and activated his Kamui, intending to teleport himself into the Kamui dimension and escape. Unlike the instantaneous effect of the Kamui Hollow, teleporting into the Kamui dimension took time. So, while he waited for the spatial vortex to suck him in, he kept a close eye on Goku above, fearing he would suddenly accelerate and capture him before he could teleport in. After all, he was now in physical form. Fortunately, Goku didn't seem to notice him teleporting and didn't react at all. So, 2 seconds later, when only his head remained, he gave Goku one last look. Son Goku, I'll be back. Then, his head vanished, and he completely entered the Kamui space. A few seconds later, Goku landed on the ground with a thud, scratching his head in surprise. Did that guy get away? That's not going to work. Kakashi already asked me to reveal your true identity. Normally, if the other party had no intention of fighting him and fled, he wouldn't have considered chasing them. But since he had already accepted Kakashi's request, he couldn't just ignore it. In the Kamui space, Obito breathed a sigh of relief. As Goku's strength grew, facing him became like facing a mountain, a tremendous pressure. Now that he was out of sight, he finally felt a sense of relief. Next, we must find a place far away from here and leave immediately. Though he breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't relax completely. Kakashi could also enter this Kamui dimension. Once Goku found Kakashi, he was sure he'd teleport him in, trying to find him. So, this Kamui dimension wasn't a place to stay for long. Just as he'd made up his mind to find a place far away from Goku and teleport out immediately, a figure suddenly and silently appeared behind him. He was completely oblivious until, snap! A familiar touch, like a nightmare, struck. In an instant, a surge of electricity seemed to course through his body, stimulating from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, stirring his soul as if it were about to burst out of his body. He froze, his head turned woodenly, and saw a familiar figure come into view. Son Goku. His pupils shrank to the size of pinholes, his face filled with disbelief. How could it be possible? How did he get in here? Could it be that he found Kakashi so quickly, and that Kakashi teleported him in? But that was impossible. He didn't sense any teleportation vibrations in the Kamui space at all. Hey, what are you doing here? Goku smiled faintly and raised his hand in greeting. Then he said, can you leave later? Kakashi wants to see you. Without waiting for Obito to react, he grabbed Obito's hand and teleported. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the two of them vanished from this space. The outside world. After Goku fell to the ground, completely out of sight, Kakashi, holding Fu and Karin, found the cave and prepared to wait for Goku's return. I wonder how long they'll have to fight. I'll hide here to avoid being caught up in their fight. After witnessing the power of the Tendauchibaku Tensei, he immediately realized the considerable gap in strength between himself and the other party. He decided to stay away and not just watch. After all, if they were caught in the aftermath of an irresistible attack, Goku would have to be distracted to rescue them. Just as he had settled Fu and Karin and sat down against the wall, two figures suddenly appeared before his eyes. Huh? His pupils widened as he stared at the sudden appearance with a hint of surprise. Then, his surprise escalated into astonishment, and then into a deep sense of disbelief. Hey, Kakashi, now you can see his true face, right? It's that Uchiha? That Uchiha? Anyway, is it this guy? In front of Kakashi, Goku, unable to recall the name, patted his head and chuckled. In his other hand, he held an orange swirling mask. It was the mask worn by Obito. At this moment, Obito, suddenly seeing the long-lost, bright light beside him, froze in confusion. What had just happened? Had he been taken out of the Kamui space? Had his mask been removed? Event after event beyond his expectations struck him, leaving his brain completely paralyzed and unable to think. Kakashi, on the other hand, was much quicker to absorb the thought. After all, spending so much time with Goku, witnessing so many incredible things, could develop a strong mental fortitude. You're Obito. He stared in disbelief at the face before him, a face that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar because he could see traces of his former companion. Strange because the man before him was far more mature than his former companion, and his face bore horrific scars he had never seen before. He studied him closely, his conviction growing stronger that he was his comrade who had died in the Third World War. But how could he still be alive? How could he impersonate Uchiha Madara and even join the Akatsuki? After his distraught voice, Obito's mind finally began to recover. Glancing at Goku from the corner of his eye, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It turns out Goku's spatial and temporal abilities are so powerful that he can even enter and exit his Kamui dimension at will. It's ridiculous that he had previously wrongly blamed Kakashi, believing him to have rescued Naruto. Now it seems Goku had been responsible from the beginning. He'd been playing him like a monkey, fooling him around, and he was completely oblivious. Oh, how ridiculous and pathetic. He had been the mastermind behind the ninja world for so many years, fooling countless people, only to imagine that one day he would be fooled in return. Is this what they call tit for tat? He chuckled to himself. Kakashi, I'm surprised you still recognize me. Knowing he couldn't escape now, he gave up on the idea of running away and looked at his enemy, Kakashi. It's really you, Obito. Upon hearing the other's confirmation, Kakashi clenched his fists. Why? He didn't specify the question, But Obito knew what he was asking. Why hadn't he returned to Konoha all these years? Why had he impersonated Uchiha Madara and kidnapped Naruto? Why did he join the Akatsuki? And so on and so forth. Haha, if you want to know so badly, then I'll tell you everything, Obito sneered, then found a place to sit down. He wanted to tell Kakashi everything he had done over the years, to let Kakashi know his hatred, to know the lengths he would go for Rin. He wanted to tell Kakashi that he was the one who loved Rin the most, and that you, Kakashi, were unworthy of her love. Cough, 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 cough. Nagato coughed violently within the paper tree. When the coughing stopped, he lowered his hand from covering his mouth, revealing a smattering of blood. Nagato, why are you coughing up so much blood? Konan was distraught upon seeing this, but she had no other choice but to take out a piece of paper and wipe the blood away for Nagato. It's okay, Konan, I just need to rest for a while, Nagato said, forcing a reassuring smile. His health was indeed in a bad state, but he could still hold on for now, but it was unclear how much longer he could hold on. I'll get some water. Just as Konan was about to get some water to moisten his throat, she discovered the water in the canteen had been used up. With that, she left to find some water. Failed. After she left, Nagato sighed, feeling regret and resentment at his defeat. How could someone with the Rinnegan's immense power have failed? He couldn't understand, but the reality was so vivid before his eyes that he had to accept it. What should I do next? He felt a rare sense of uncertainty. Ever since he gained the power of the Rinnegan and inherited Yohiko's Akatsuki organization, everything had been smooth sailing. Even the occasional minor setbacks were overcome by his immense strength. But now, his plan had encountered its greatest obstacle yet, a barrier like a mountain with no end in sight, leaving him with no hope of overcoming it. In the forest, an unseen figure darted rapidly underground. I didn't expect Nagato to lose, and even Obito was captured. This is truly incredible, echoed White Zetsu's carefree, cheerful voice. Black Zetsu remained silent, his already dark complexion seeming even darker. He was filled with shock and fury. How could things have turned out this way? Where on earth had that Son Goku appeared? He could even withstand Nagato's overdrawn Chibaku Tensei. Furthermore, how could Obito, the master of escape, be captured? Could it be that his special and temporal abilities were far greater than Obito's? Each of these events was beyond his expectations, leaving him deeply irritated. After all, this was his best chance to rescue his mother. Seeing it sabotaged right at the brink of success would have crushed anyone. At this point, the only option left is to resurrect Uchiha Madara. If even Uchiha Madara can't defeat that man, then we'll have to shelve our plans and seek another opportunity in the future. He quickly made a decision. With Nagato and Obito both defeated, only Uchiha Madara could possibly salvage the situation. If even Uchiha Madara couldn't be saved, he could only grit his teeth and swallow the bitter fruit, remaining dormant, waiting for the next chance to rescue his mother. Using the Mayfly Jutsu, Zetsu quickly reached Nagato's location. He's alone? What a great opportunity. Blocked from all auras by the Mayfly Jutsu, he lurked underground, observing Nagato's surroundings. After failing to spot Konan, Black Zetsu suddenly felt certain. If that woman were around, things would be more complicated, and now, recently finished with the battle, his chakra depleted, and his body incredibly weak, he saw Nagato was a lamb to the slaughter. Determining this was the perfect moment, Zetsu silently and stealthily reached Nagato's feet. Then, Black Zetsu suddenly separated, transforming into a pool of black mud that wrapped around Nagato's feet. The mud then rapidly spread, preparing to completely envelop Nagato. What? Nagato was so absorbed in his next move that he didn't even notice the incoming attack. By the time he came to his senses, Black Zetsu, transformed into black mud, had already spread to his waist and was about to completely envelop him. He tried to struggle, but his weakness meant he couldn't muster any strength. He could only watch helplessly as Black Zetsu continued to spread, eventually enveloping his entire body. Haha, don't try to resist anymore. Your fate is sealed, Nagato, Black Zetsu said coldly, taking control of Nagato's body. Why do you think you have these Rinnegan eyes? Everything you have was given to you by Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, you would have died like your companion over a decade ago. Nagato within him froze, ceasing his struggle. Black Zetsu continued his attack. Akatsuki is nothing more than a pawn, and that includes you, of course. I thought you could be more useful, but I didn't expect you to have only this much ability. So you can leave now. We will help you achieve peace in the ninja world. After saying this, sensing that Nagato had completely lost the will to struggle, he curled his lips slightly and immediately controlled the other's body to form hand seals, reincarnation technique, resurrection, Uchiha Madara. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 The Return of Uchiha Madara. In a cave, the slanting sunlight dispelled the darkness, illuminating several figures. You're saying you were responsible for the Nine Tails Rebellion back then? Upon hearing Obito's words, Kakashi's pupils shrank to pinpoints, his face filled with disbelief. It was that incident that had led to the death of Minato Namikaze, the recently appointed fourth Hokage, along with his wife Kushina, and the deaths of many Konoha ninjas and villagers. And now, he was being told that the instigator of all this was Minato's disciple, the innocent boy who had once clamored to become Hokage, Uchiha Obito. How could this not strike him as absurd, filled with deep disbelief? HMPH, are you surprised, Kakashi? This is my revenge on Konoha, Obito sneered. The Nine Tails Rebellion was not only about capturing the Nine Tails and weakening Konoha to facilitate the Moon Eye project, but also largely motivated by a desire for revenge against Konoha. While Rin's death was largely the fault of Kirigakure, he, paranoid by her death, held Konoha responsible as well. Obito, this isn't you. Why would you do such a thing? Kakashi felt a reassurance in his eyes, and was overcome with grief. He couldn't believe the once innocent boy had actually murdered his companions. Kakashi, it seems you've become a little hard of hearing, Obito said, gazing at him coldly. I want revenge on Konoha for letting such a lovely Rin die. Of course, I was going to capture the Nine Tails, but I didn't expect the fourth Hokage to stop me. Kakashi fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed. You're no longer the Obito I knew, Jito, Samsara, the art of reincarnation. As Black Zetsu controlled Nagato to unleash this jutsu, a vast expanse of green light erupted from thin air, gathering in the air. Uchiha Madara, revive. It's time for you to step forward, Black Zetsu muttered as he watched the scene unfold, commanding Nagato to maintain the jutsu. Now, all his hopes rested on Uchiha Madara. If he couldn't help him realize his plan to save his mother, he would be forced to return to dormancy. This was something he didn't want to see. After all, who wanted to wait for countless years? By this time, Nagato's chakra had been depleted, and he began to consume his life force to maintain the jutsu. Am I just a pawn in the end? His consciousness began to fade, and his mind flashed back to past memories, a figure he knew all too well. Yohiko, I'm sorry, I seem to have disappointed you. He imagined seeing Yohiko smiling at him before his death, entrusting him with everything for the Akatsuki. It was a shame that, in the end, he still hadn't fulfilled Akatsuki's plan, and would follow in his old friend's footsteps. I'm sorry, Yohiko, I'm sorry, Konan. With those two apologies, his consciousness faded completely. At this moment, the reincarnation jutsu had reached its final stage. The gathering green dots of light gradually took the shape of a human. Then, at a certain moment, a dazzling light suddenly blazed forth. 2 seconds later, as the light dimmed, a stern man with spiky hair and clad in red armor, exuding a profoundly awe-inspiring presence, appeared. With a swish, the man opened his eyes, a sharp, cold glint flashing across them. HMPH, the reincarnation jutsu has finally resurrected me. He raised his hands, feeling the vibrant energy emanating from this young body, and a slight smile curled his lips. He, Uchiha Madara, would this time realize the Moon Eye project and create a truly peaceful world. Madara-sama, you've finally returned. At this moment, Black Zetsu, already in Oscar-like performance mode, posing as Uchiha Madara's most loyal subordinate, detached from Nagato's body and leaped onto Madara's arm, weeping with joy. Uchiha Madara glanced at Nagato, who collapsed, his body dry and lifeless, before shifting his gaze to Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, why is it you? Where's Obito? In his plan, it was Obito, his follower under whose spell to carry out the Moon Eye project, who should have resurrected him, not Black Zetsu manipulating Nagato to bring him back to life. Madara-sama, this is a long story. Black Zetsu's tone suddenly darkened, his voice dejected. What happened? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing something was amiss. Madara-sama, let me tell you, Black Zetsu sighed and recounted every detail of what had happened to Akatsuki over the years. Uchiha Madara listened silently, his expression unchanged. Until, when he heard a certain sentence, his eyes flickered, a flicker of emotion. You said Nagato's ultimate Chibaku Tensei was broken. Yes, Madara-sama. That man's power seems unfathomable, repeatedly exceeding our imaginations. Uchiha Madara didn't comment, simply saying, go on. Black Zetsu then recounted how Obito had been suspected of being captured, and how he had been forced to take advantage of Nagato's weakness to resurrect Madara-sama and save the situation. After he finished, Uchiha Madara remained silent, pondering something. About half a minute later. So, only 4 tailed beasts have been collected in the Outer Path Demon statue, and the rest are still missing, right? Yes, Madara-sama. With this confirmation, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt that Obito and Nagato were useless. After all these years lurking in the ninja world, they had only collected less than half of the tailed beasts. After all, his plan was that after this resurrection, the Outer Path Demon statue should have absorbed all 9 tailed beasts, allowing him to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, gaining the power of the 6-path sage, and then unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, creating a truly peaceful world. However, he hadn't expected things to progress beyond the initial stage, a stark departure from his vision. Son Goku, has another outstanding junior emerged in the ninja world. He shifted his focus from Obito and Nagato's failures to the person Black Zetsu had just described as the greatest obstacle to the Moon's Eye project. He felt that this junior's strength, capable of resisting Nagato's Chibaku Tensei, should rival that of himself and Hashirama. Consequently, he couldn't help but be intrigued by him. After all these years, had the ninja world finally seen a powerful figure capable of rivaling him and Hashirama? With such strength, he was eager to confront this junior. Black Zetsu, where's this person now? Take me there. With swift action, he made a decision. Since this person was the greatest obstacle to the Moon Eye project, it was only natural that he would fight him. Since a battle was inevitable, why not wait any longer? With victory in this battle, he would declare to the world, today, Uchiha Madara had returned to the ninja world. Madara-sama, won't you go collect the tailed beasts of the hidden cloud village first? Black Zetsu cursed the overly arrogant old man. In his opinion, even if Uchiha Madara was confident in his own strength, he should have gathered as many tailed beasts as possible first, so that he could be more confident in his battle with Son Goku. No need. Once we defeat this person, the rest will be within easy reach. There's no need to rush. Uchiha Madara's tone was calm, but his words betrayed absolute confidence in his own abilities. It was as if defeating Son Goku and obtaining the remaining tailed beasts was a foregone conclusion. Obito, what is the true purpose of your Akatsuki organization collecting the tailed beasts? In the cave, Kakashi stared intently at Obito and asked. Now, he felt only disappointment in Obito, not the joy of reunion. Even so, he braced himself and pressed the other party about the Akatsuki's true purpose. He absolutely didn't believe the Akatsuki was just pursuing peace, it had to have some other agenda. Haha, Obito sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Kakashi, whether you believe it or not, our goal is to create a truly peaceful world, a peaceful and beautiful world within. In that world, everyone can live happily and healthily, there will never be war, there will never be hatred, it's a perfect, beautiful world, the opposite of this ugly world. Kakashi fell silent for a moment before speaking in a deep voice, the world you're talking about can't exist. Rin is dead, she can't come back to life, HMPH, don't worry about that. I say yes, and it's okay. Obito closed his eyes, no longer wanting to see him again. If it weren't for you, Kakashi, how could Rin have died? Although he shared many secrets, he didn't intend to reveal the Moon Eye project, as it was crucial to the success of creating a peaceful world. Leaking it would have an immeasurable impact on the project. Some might ask, since he couldn't escape Goku's grasp now, what was the point of keeping the secret? The answer was that he knew Zetsu was Uchiha Madara's backup plan. After seeing both him and Nagato fail, he believed Zetsu wouldn't sit idly by and wait for his own demise. He would find a way to revive Uchiha Madara, and only then would the Moon Eye project be possible. Kakashi stared at Obito for a long moment, then gazed out into the sunlight, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. After an indeterminate moment, he regained consciousness, the confusion in his eyes turning into firm determination. Obito, let's settle this between you and me, he said earnestly, exhaling a breath. Having come to this point, unable to persuade his former comrade to repent, He had no choice but to settle the matter himself, thus giving his due to his teacher, Minato Namikaze. Obito looked up at him, his eyes cold. That suits me perfectly. It's time you avenge Rin, Kakashi. Soon, the two men left the cave. Goku, this time, whether I die or not, please don't interfere, Kakashi said solemnly, turning to Goku, who stood at the cave entrance. He faced this battle with unwavering fear, determined to single-handedly end Obito's fate. Therefore, he refused to be interfered with, no matter what. Goku stared at him gravely for a long moment, sensing his resolve. He nodded slowly. Okay, I understand. I won't interfere. He recognized Kakashi's resolve, having experienced it himself. Therefore, he would keep his word and rescue Kakashi only after he was completely incapacitated. HMPH, Kakashi, you're sending yourself to your own doom. Obito observed the scene with amusement, a playful smile playing on his face. It might be one thing to lose Goku, but he didn't think he couldn't defeat Kakashi. Obito, I don't know your current strength, but if you underestimate me, you'll suffer. With Goku's promise, Kakashi returned his attention to Obito. Although he'd been slacking off on his key training lately, he'd been practicing diligently for quite some time before that. In terms of key mastery, he was barely behind Sakura. A gentle breeze blew, stirring up fallen leaves. Their gazes locked, and they moved in unison, each attacking the other. At that moment, Goku, who had been watching the battle with his arms folded, suddenly glanced in the other direction. He sensed a key force far more powerful than even Pain's 6 paths, rapidly approaching them. Ah, who is this? He muttered to himself, somewhat bewildered. On the field, Kakashi's attack pierced through Obito's body, and he then tangled with him. What kind of power is this? Turning back, Kakashi looked at Obito with a serious expression. It wasn't an illusion, like Goku's extreme speed, but rather a physical transformation. This power left him perplexed. Kakashi, you can't hurt me, Obito said scornfully. That's hard to say, Kakashi replied, gathering a key bullet in his hand and blasting it towards him. It's impossible for any attack to be invulnerable. Otherwise, Goku wouldn't have been able to bring him here. So, there must be some flaw in his opponent's ability, and he just needed to find it. Boom boom. However, the key bullet he launched still passed through the opponent's body, exploding behind him. Just as he was about to test him further, his expression suddenly changed, and he stared intently at the forest to the side. Such a powerful aura. Who is this? Obito soon became aware of an undisguised, powerful presence emanating from the forest. Sensing it, he felt a faint sense of familiarity. Who is this? He and Kakashi wondered the same question. Soon, as startled birds took flight and leaves rustled in the forest, a figure suddenly shot out from the forest, landing in the center of the field. After looking around, the visitor set his sights on Wukong standing in front of the cave. Junior, do you dare to fight me? My name is Uchiha Madara. Chapter 211 Goku vs Uchiha Madara. In the vast expanse of the universe, galaxies intertwined in the darkness like a brilliant tapestry. Stars dotted the landscape like sparkling diamonds, a dreamlike and beautiful scene. Suddenly, an irregular mass of black fog appeared beside a planet bearing life. Its appearance distorted the surrounding space, causing light to fluctuate violently. Immediately, it expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, it completely engulfed the planet, tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter. An unknown amount of time passed. The black fog rippled violently like boiling water. Then, as if torn apart by an invisible force, cracks appeared in the surrounding space, resembling shattering glass. Then, with a whoosh, the black fog seemed to leap forward and abruptly vanish. The planet that had been engulfed was gone, as if it had never existed in the universe. Uchiha Madara. When the visitor announced his name, Kakashi's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He then scrutinized the other's image from head to toe. Unmistakable. He was an exact replica of the statue in the Valley of the End. He truly was Uchiha Madara. So how did he end up here? Meanwhile, Obito recognized him before he even spoke his name. Though the Madara before him looked youthful, unlike the elderly figures he'd seen before, he recognized him instantly. He's actually resurrected, Black Zetsu, you're really quick. Obito narrowed his eyes, observing Uchiha Madara and the Black Zetsu wrapped around his arm. While he'd anticipated this, he hadn't expected him to resurrect Madara so quickly. Now, with the true mastermind behind the Moon Eye project revealed, he could finally feel some relief. Uchiha Madara? That name, when Goku heard the man before him speak his name, he couldn't help but blink and pinch his chin. Suddenly, his vision lit up. Oh, right. Isn't that the name I forgot earlier? He pointed at Obito, then looked at Uchiha Madara. Before, this guy said he was Uchiha Madara, but that's not his real name. Now you're saying you're Uchiha Madara too. Aren't you pretending to? Seeing Goku's silly expression asking this question, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but twitch his eyes. It was the first time he'd been accused of pretending to be someone else. He didn't want to answer that question at all. Fortunately, someone else answered it for him. Goku, it's indeed Uchiha Madara. This time, it's the real thing, Kakashi said solemnly. Is that so? Haha, sorry, Goku rubbed his head and smiled. Did you just say you wanted to fight me? Sure, he felt a warm-up wasn't enough. HMPH, Junior, you're quite good. Hearing Goku's quick response, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but admire him even more. He saw no trace of hesitation or retreat on the other man's face, only a deep confidence in his own strength, just like his own. He always admired people like that. Goku, send Fu, Karin, and the others back first. Besides, Naruto's been waiting for so long, it's time to go back and tell them, so they don't worry. Hearing the two preparing to fight, Kakashi quickly stepped forward and spoke to Goku. Goku's previous battle with Pain's sixth path had already affected a large area. Now, a clash with the even more powerful Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly cause even greater damage, even altering the terrain. Leaving the unconscious Fu and Karin here would be far too dangerous, and he couldn't guarantee he could still protect them. Furthermore, it had been quite some time since they left Iwagakure. If they didn't return, Naruto and the others would likely be worried sick. Yeah, okay, Goku nodded, then looked at Uchiha Madara. Well, please wait a moment, we'll be right back. When Kakashi arrived beside him, carrying Fu and Karin, he instantly teleported, vanishing with the three of them. Huh? Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank slightly. A space-time ability similar to the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Really interesting. Inside the Iwagakure village, Naruto was pacing back and forth, chewing on his finger. Why haven't they come back yet? Did something serious happen to Fu and Karin? He was deeply worried. Goku and Kakashi hadn't returned for so long, so it couldn't be that something had happened to them, because he firmly believed that no one could defeat Goku. Then there was only one reason: Fu and Karin had been in serious trouble, something like Rock Lee's near-death experience. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been back for so long. Sasuke, rarely disapproving of his noise, sat in the corner, frowning silently. He had come to the same conclusion as Naruto, and was filled with worry. Meanwhile, Sakura, who had arrived after Goku and Kakashi had left, was equally troubled upon learning what had happened. The people of Iwagakure, like Inoki and Koto, didn't know what to say to comfort them, so they could only wait quietly. Suddenly, with a whoosh, two figures appeared in the center, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Goku-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was the first to react, swooping in front of them. Anxiously, he looked at Fu and Karin in Kakashi's arms and asked, "What's wrong with Fu and Karin? What happened to them?" Kakashi gently set them down. "They're fine, just asleep." Asleep? Naruto calmed down and carefully sensed their aura. He found that, while their auras were a little weaker than usual, they were generally stable and didn't appear to be in any danger, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Then what took you so long, Kakashi-sensei?" "That's a long story. We'll talk about it later." "Goku and I have to go back now." "Huh? Why?" "Because Uchiha Madara has appeared, and he wants to fight Goku." "Obito, you've really disappointed me all these years." After a moment of surprise at Goku's spatial and temporal abilities, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze to Obito. "Haha, Madara-sama, I tried my best, but that man was too strong. He could even enter and exit my Kamui dimension at will. I don't need an explanation. In my opinion, defeat is defeat. There's no need to explain. You lost simply because you weren't strong enough." Uchiha Madara scoffed at Obito's explanation. If one's strength is strong enough, defeat is impossible. The reason he lost to Hashirama before was because he wasn't strong enough. If he were to lose to Hashirama now, with a Rinnegan, how could he lose to Hashirama? How could he fail? "Haha, Madara-sama, you're right." Obito smiled with a forced smile. In truth, he'd long harbored rebellious tendencies, but there was nothing he could do. He was now weaker than the others, so he could only continue to cling to Uchiha Madara. What he hoped most was for Uchiha Madara and Son Goku to clash, both sides suffering defeat. Then, he could reap the benefits. Swish. Shortly after the two men fell silent, several figures suddenly appeared on the field. Is this Uchiha Madara? Such a powerful aura, Naruto's excited. Solemn voice echoed throughout the room. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke stared intently at the stern man, radiating a towering aura like a mountain. Was this the former strongest of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Madara truly lived up to his reputation. Yo. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Now, let's begin our fight, Goku said, raising his hand to greet Uchiha Madara, a smile spreading across his face. Upon learning that he was planning a fight with the legendary Uchiha Madara, Naruto and Sasuke pleaded to be brought along, eager to witness the legendary figure's true strength. Goku naturally agreed. After all, Uchiha Madara's strength clearly surpassed that of Naruto and Sasuke, and having them witness the battle would undoubtedly be beneficial. Naruto, Sasuke, let's retreat. Don't disturb their fight, Kakashi hurriedly called out to Naruto and Sasuke. When gods fight, you absolutely can't stand watching too closely, lest you get caught in the crossfire. After the other intruders retreated, Goku and Uchiha Madara were soon the only ones left on the battlefield. Son Goku, I've heard of your exploits before. You're quite impressive for defeating Nagato, Uchiha Madara said calmly, his arms folded. Nagato? Who's that? Goku blinked in confusion. It's the guy you defeated earlier, let's not talk about him. If you can defeat him, you're worthy enough to be my opponent, so, Son Goku, don't let me down in this fight. Uchiha Madara's lips curled slightly. His intuition told him that this guy before him would surely give him the same thrill he'd experienced fighting Hashirama. Haha, is that so? I'm looking forward to fighting you, too. Goku rubbed his head and smiled innocently. This guy, somehow, Uchiha Madara saw a hint of Hashirama in him. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind blew, sending gravel flying and their hair flying wildly. Whoosh! Uchiha Madara suddenly crouched, hands behind his back, his gaze locked on Goku, charging at him like a sharp arrow. Goku, on the other hand, bent his knees slightly, executed his signature starting stance, and stood still, awaiting his opponent. Half a breath later, Uchiha Madara reached Goku, his left leg planted on the ground, and his right leg, like a dragon crossing a river, whipped towards him with the force of a whirlwind. Bang! Goku raised his hand to catch the blow, motionless as a mountain. Immediately, he pressed forward, launching a swift and powerful uppercut at his opponent's chin. However, as if anticipating the blow, Uchiha Madara quickly tilted his head to avoid it. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, he somersaulted backward twice, then kicked off with a toe kick, launching another strike at Goku. Bang! 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 Instantly, a thunderous explosion echoed incessantly. The two figures intersected and flashed across the field, engaging in a fierce, close-quarters combat. This guy is so strong. From atop a nearby boulder, Naruto watched the two men fight without blinking, his eyes following them up and down, left and right. Beside him, Sasuke did the same, while Kakashi sighed silently, clutching his forehead. He'd wanted the three of them to move further away from the battlefield, but Naruto and Sasuke both refused, saying they couldn't see the fight clearly from too far away. Ugh, these two little guys, why are they taking this so lightly? It could be dangerous if they get caught in the crossfire. On the field, after another clash of fists, Goku and Uchiha Madara both leaped back, temporarily halting the fight. Very good, I was right, Son Goku. You're a formidable opponent. Uchiha Madara's lips curled slightly. Aside from Hashirama, he'd never encountered a rival who could match his taijutsu skills, and this only intensified his excitement. You're not bad either, Goku replied with a grin. When it came to aligning his ki with his opponents, Uchiha Madara was one of the few whose combat awareness and skills closely matched his own, and he genuinely recognized him. HMPH, warm-ups are over. Let's get back to dancing, Son Goku. That's what I meant. After the two of them said this, Uchiha Madara suddenly formed a hand seal, fire style, great fire extinguishing. As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of fire erupted from his mouth. Then, it quickly expanded, scorching like a sea of water, suddenly slamming down on Goku. At that moment, white energy ignited around Goku, and he charged straight into the sea of fire. What? As Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank slightly, Goku passed directly through the sea of fire, then gathered a ball of energy in his hand and hurled it towards him. Boom! As Uchiha Madara dodged, the energy ball blasted a massive crater in the ground. Strange move. Uchiha Madara glanced at Goku, then narrowed his eyes, recalling the white energy flames he had just seen. Energy protection? Interesting. It seems ordinary moves have no effect on him. At this thought, the three Magatama Sharingan in his eyes suddenly spun wildly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, with its even more complex and bizarre patterns. And then, boom! A massive blue skeleton, only the upper half, enveloped him. The skeleton had 4 arms, each holding a long sword. It looked majestic and imposing, as if facing an ancient demon warrior. Sakakechi. What is this? Goku's eyes widened slightly, examining the Susanoo in front of him with curiosity. This is Susanoo, Kakashi answered Naruto's question, his expression slightly solemn. It's said that when the Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolves from 3 Magatama to Mangekyo, they can unleash this power known as divine strength. An Uchiha clan member who possesses this ability can defeat 100 on the battlefield, unstoppable. Naruto nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Sasuke. Susanoo? Then, Sasuke, can't you use it too? Sasuke shook his head. My Sharingan hasn't evolved to the Mangekyo yet, although he learned of the Mangekyo beyond the 3 Magatama Sharingan during his battle with Uchiha Itachi, and he'd been diligently cultivating its evolution through spiritual practice. His Sharingan hadn't yet successfully evolved. However, he had a feeling that success was not far off. Son Goku, it seems you haven't seen the power of Susanoo yet. Today, I'll show you. After Uchiha Madara answered Goku's question, the nearly 10-meter-tall skeleton raised its sword and, accompanied by a whistling sound, slashed down at Goku. Bang! As the longsword struck the ground, the immense force of the blow instantly split the ground in two. A gully several meters deep and 2 meters wide, emanating from the sword's tip, rapidly spread outward, soon stretching for hundreds of meters. Not bad. Wukong, leaping midair, raised an eyebrow at the force of the blow. His eyes flickered, and as he raised his head, his hands swiftly reached forward. Bang! The blue skull's other arm swung the longsword down at him again. But this time, the sword didn't reach the ground, instead being firmly blocked by Wukong's 2 hands. This isn't enough. After blocking the blow, Wukong chuckled, then flashed in a flash, appearing in front of the blue skull in the blink of an eye, and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Crackling. Crackling. After a deafening muffled sound, numerous cracks appeared on the blue skeleton's body, visible to the naked eye. These cracks spread rapidly like venomous snakes, and in a short while, they spread to the entire body of the blue skeleton. Then, the blue skeleton shattered with a loud bang. HMPH, not bad. Uchiha Madara, who was inside the skeleton, did not show any surprise when he saw his Susanoo being shattered. Instead, he became more and more excited. It was this kind of power that made him worthy of fighting it personally. Next, I will let you see the full power of Susanoo. Chapter 212, Madara is forced to reveal his trump cards step by step. Possessing such terrifying power with a single strike? It's truly unimaginable. Seeing Susanoo split the earth with a single blow, Kakashi couldn't help but sweat. The legendary figure was truly terrifying. Even now that he had mastered the key technique, his strength still couldn't match it. Of course, the main issue is that he had been too lazy recently and hadn't practiced properly. On the field, after Uchiha Madara finished speaking, his Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly unleashed a surge of power. Immediately, a surge of blue chakra erupted from his body, surging violently as it rapidly condensed into something. Ah, what is this? Goku slowly raised his head, marveling at the massive figure rising before him. Standing where Uchiha Madara had stood was a towering giant. Standing 100 meters tall, the trees at his feet looked like fragile blades of grass. Clad in Karaso Tengu armor, wings sprouted from his back, and his forearms wielded swords tens of meters long, he exuded an air of invincibility. On its majestic face, 2 red rays flashed from its eyes, as if surveying its territory. It looked like an unparalleled, ancient demon god. Gulp. Wow, such a terrifying aura. Naruto, standing not far away, gazed up at the demon god and swallowed involuntarily. Though the demon god hadn't made any moves yet, its very presence emanated a chilling, powerful aura. Under the intimidating presence, his body stiffened, his limbs running cold. Quick! Let's retreat. Kakashi was also stunned by the demon god for a few seconds. After recovering, he hurriedly called for Naruto and Sasuke to retreat. This time, Naruto and Sasuke obeyed his orders and quickly retreated. After all, if they didn't retreat now, they would be like ants crushed by the demon god. Uchiha Madara hung suspended in the demon god's head, his expressionless face gazing down at Goku, who looked on in amazement below. This is the true power of Susanoo. Let me see what you're capable of, Sun Wukong, he muttered to himself, then with a thought, he controlled Susanoo and began to move. The demon god suddenly raised his massive foot and stomped down hard on Wukong on the ground. Bang! In an instant, the earth trembled, and dust flew up. Rocks were instantly crushed beneath the demon god's foot, like an elephant crushing ants. Furthermore, the blast of air from the kick spread outward, its powerful impact sending surrounding trees crashing backwards. Wow! Truly terrifying power, Wukong, who had somehow soared into the air, marveled at the force of the kick. Then, feeling a sense of purpose, he suddenly shifted several steps to the right. Swoosh! A long sword, radiating awe-inspiring power, suddenly slashed down from his suspended position, as if cleaving the heavens and earth, and then slammed heavily into the ground. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar echoed. The force of this slash far surpassed the previous one. In the blink of an eye, the earth crumbled, and a gully over 10 meters wide spread rapidly. Within seconds, it stretched for over 1,000 meters, toppling trees along the path as if the forest had been shaved. Furthermore, the force of this slash even cracked a small hill at the end in two. Hey, isn't this a bit too much? Kakashi gazed down at the 1,000-meter gully not far from him, a look of lingering fear on his face. Beside him, Naruto and Sasuke also looked terrified. As luck would have it, the slash was aimed squarely in the direction the three of them were running from. Fortunately, they were far enough away from the battlefield to avoid the immediate impact of the slash. They had time to quickly use the aerial dance technique to fly into the air and luckily avoid the impact. Boom! 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 As the three soared into the sky, the demon god's other three long swords swept and slashed at Goku. The overwhelming pressure and impact of the aura caused trees within a kilometer radius to bow their proud heads, as if in submission. Dust billowed in the air, and countless insects, birds, and beasts fled, further accentuating the terrifying power of the demon god's attacks. Son Goku, all you can do is run away, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly as Goku dodged his blows repeatedly but never attacked. Well, of course not, Goku replied with a smile. He had only wanted to see what kind of attacks the demon god was capable of, so he hadn't attacked. Now that he had learned his lesson, it was naturally his turn to attack. HMPH, you better not, Uchiha Madara said coldly. The demon god sheathed his two long swords into the scabbards at his waist, then raised his two free giant hands in front of him. Buzz! 14 Magatama-shaped energy attacks suddenly appeared between the demon's hands. The moment they appeared, the overwhelming aura they emanated changed the atmosphere in the sky. Yasuka Magatama, whoosh! With a flick of the demon's hand, the 14 Magatama shot towards Wukong like 14 bolts of lightning. He, just in time, Wukong grinned, then with a lightning-fast clap of his right palm, violently swatted a Magatama that had struck him, sending it scattering. Following suit, several more slaps scattered the following Magatama. He ignored the other Magatama that had passed by him and, in a flash, arrived at the demon's chest. He swung his fist, the size of a bean sprout, at the demon's majestic form. Bang! The punch seemed ordinary, yet within it lay a terrifying force capable of splitting mountains and shattering the earth. In the blink of an eye, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly formed from the point of impact, spreading rapidly at a speed of 10 meters per second. Crackling. The demon's sturdy Karasu Tengu armor shattered visibly, and soon after, its inner body shattered as well. What? Uchiha Madara's expression was astonished for the first time. What kind of immense power could this be? A single punch could shatter the fully formed Susanoo. His pupils unleashed their power frantically, desperately repairing the demon's shattered form, halting its collapse just as it threatened to collapse. With a fleeting thought, the demon's wings suddenly flapped, unleashing a tornado-like surge of air. Whoosh! In an instant, the demon's massive form soared into the air, quickly soaring high into the sky. Amazing. Even a body this size can fly. Goku looked up at the soaring demon, his eyes filled with surprise. Then, his brows furrowed. Suddenly, a massive meteorite, hundreds of meters in diameter, had descended from the sky, even higher than the demon itself, the meteorite plummeted with unstoppable force, blasting a massive gap through the clouds along its path. It's easy to imagine the devastating impact it would wreak upon the Earth. Such a catastrophic attack would send shivers down the spines of ordinary people at the mere sight of it. But Wukong, intrigued, was eager to try. Did he summon this massive rock? This is the first time I've ever seen such an attack. After glancing at the Susanoo surrounding the meteorite, he returned his attention to the meteorite itself. With his currently suppressed strength, a stone this large would be difficult to shatter with a single punch. Then, let's use that move. With an idea in mind, he raised his hand overhead, Kiyuan slash, a sharp, blade-like disc, radiating a yellow glow, appeared in his hand. Immediately, he swung it towards the meteorite, about to fall overhead. Swoosh! Like a flash of lightning, the Kiyuan sank into the meteorite in the blink of an eye, then shot out from its back. And that wasn't the end. As Goku's palms danced back and forth, the Kiyuan drifted in the air before continuing towards the meteorite. Then, with a bang, 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 it continued to slam into the meteorite, drift, slam into the meteorite again, and drift again. After a few seconds, the Kiyuan dissipated. A dense grid of cracks suddenly appeared on the meteorite, then the cracks continued to expand, and the meteorite emitted a loud rumbling sound. The next second, the meteorite suddenly disintegrated, instantly transforming into countless square pieces with smooth, neatly cut surfaces, which then clattered to the ground. What kind of technique is that? It can even cut the Chinese Yangxing into this way. High in the sky, Uchiha Madara, in the body of the demon god, watched the scene below, his eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, a voice suddenly boomed overhead, causing his pupils to shrink, and he instantly looked up. Ouch! Take this kick. Goku had appeared above the demon, dove down a short distance, and then, like a rocket, launched a powerful kick into the demon's head. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous force coursed through the demon, forcing it to lose its flight. Heading down, it plummeted to the ground, upside down. A second later, the demon slammed to the ground with a resounding, earth-shattering crash. The powerful impact shook the earth like an earthquake. A torrential wave of air swept in all directions, uprooting previously struggling trees. Looking down from the sky, the land below was a scene of devastation, a horrifying sight. What a massive and fierce battle! In the distance, Obito appeared atop a mountain, observing the battle with a look of shock. He had never imagined a battle between the two would be so massive, earth-shaking. It looked like two armies of ninja clashing. With such strength, do I still stand a chance? For the first time, he wavered, questioning his own meager strength. Even if both were defeated, could he possibly gain the upper hand? From where the demon god Susanoo had fallen, smoke and dust billowed, enveloping the ground for hundreds of meters. After a long moment, the smoke dissipated, revealing the scene within. The demon god had vanished, leaving only a stern-faced man in red armor standing within. It seems I underestimated your power, son Goku, Uchiha Madara said gravely, looking up at Goku slowly descending from the sky. Goku said with a grin as he landed on the ground. I was really surprised when you summoned that giant rock earlier. Then, as if he had seen something, he blinked in surprise. Hey, your eyes? Why are they the same as those before? He remembered that Uchiha Madara's eyes used to be blood red, but now they've become the same purple eyes with multiple circles, just like pains. These are the Rinnegan. The most powerful eyes, surpassing the main Gekyo Sharingan. I gave Nagato, the eyes you fought before, those eyes. Now they're simply being returned to their rightful owner, Rinnegan? Goku scratched his face, looking confused. Uchiha Madara didn't bother explaining further. He looked at him calmly and asked, what was the name of that move you just used? Kijin / Oh? That's a fitting name. Having satisfied his curiosity, Uchiha Madara said, Son Goku, now I'll show you the power of the Rinnegan. This is my true power. Since acquiring the Rinnegan, he had never fought with his full strength. He never expected to meet an opponent who had challenged him with all his might today. Hashirama, your time has completely passed. Now, neither I nor this guy has the power to defeat you, he muttered to himself. At this moment, he had already determined that Goku had surpassed the former Senju Hashirama. Now, his battle with Goku would determine who truly reigned supreme in the ninja world. As for Hashirama, a mere third place, forget it. Hearing his words, Goku grinned. I couldn't ask for more. Whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding forest had been razed to the ground, and the wind swept freely across the unobstructed landscape. Uchiha Madara stood silently, his arms folded across his chest, motionless. Just as Goku felt a flicker of confusion, his brows suddenly furrowed, and he spun around, raising his hands to block the attack. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly echoed. Seeing nothing before him, Goku raised an eyebrow. Another invisibility move. He sensed a being with the same aura as Madara attacking him. Behind him, the previously calm and composed Uchiha Madara dropped his hands, a look of uncertainty on his face. How could his shadow be obscured? Indeed, while he appeared to be standing still, he had actually activated a technique unique to his Rinnegan, Side Hell. This technique allowed him to create shadows of equal strength to his original form, invisible and untraceable to ordinary humans, allowing them to attack without notice and inflict heavy damage. The question then arose, how could Goku withstand these shadows' elusive attacks? Unconvinced, he created 3 more shadows, the maximum he could generate. These 3 shadows, plus the one that had retreated after its previous attack failed, attack Goku from all 4 directions, poised to inflict heavy damage. However, Goku lowered his shoulders slightly. Following this, a punch to the left, an elbow to the right, a kick from the front, and a throw from behind sent all 4 attacking shadows flying. Madara Uchiha lost his composure. He stared at Goku, incredulous, and asked, "You can see them?" Goku turned around, tilting his head in surprise. "I can't see them. Aren't they invisible? Then how can you block them? They don't even emit a trace of aura. Hey, I capture them with my ki." "They all have the same ki you do." Goku smiled faintly. "Ki?" Uchiha Madara was stunned. What was this? He suddenly realized that the man before him was even more formidable than he had imagined. He had never expected the Wheelgrave prison, his ultimate weapon, to be ineffective against him. Now, how could he defeat this guy? After all, his chakra had been depleted significantly after the previous battle. If he continued this fierce battle, he had no guarantee of victory. "Hey, do you have any other moves?" "Invisibility won't work on me." Seeing his silence, Goku put his hands on his hips and smiled. "How much of your strength are you hiding, son Goku?" Uchiha Madara looked at him intently. He thought back to how his 4 shadows had been instantly sent flying by the opponent. Those were shadows of equal strength to his original form. Previously, his opponent's physical skills had been back and forth, but the physical prowess he'd displayed just now was clearly far superior to his one-on-one fight. "Well, it's not so bad, ha ha ha." Goku rubbed his head and gave a vague reply. Upon hearing his response, Uchiha Madara's face darkened. His intuition told him that this man before him must have hidden strength. He hadn't expected such a figure to emerge in the ninja world in his decade-long absence. At this point, there's only one way to go. While I'm still far from perfect, it will definitely increase my current strength considerably. His mind raced, and he made a decision. He immediately formed a hand seal and slapped the ground, summoning jutsu. Bang! The outer path demon statue, previously residing in the cave, was instantly summoned. Immediately, he formed another hand seal, 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal. Boom! As soon as this seal was used, the outer path demon statue standing quietly behind him suddenly moved. It turned into a torrent of energy, and then suddenly plunged into Uchiha Madara's body. What is he doing? From a distance, Obito's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. This seal was originally used after the outer path demon statue absorbed the 9-tailed beasts and turned into the complete 10 tails, absorbing the 10 tails into its body and becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. But Uchiha Madara was forced to use it now? He found it a little difficult to understand. How much pressure did Sun Wukong have to put on Uchiha Madara to force him to take such action? Chapter 213, The Ninja World is in Turmoil, Super Saiyan appears. Boom! When the outer path demon statue, also known as the 10 tails, was absorbed into Uchiha Madara's body, a surge of immense power erupted from him. Instantly, a fierce wind blew, and dust billowed in the air. What is that? In the distance, Naruto felt the overwhelming, terrifying aura, and a chill ran through his body. Faced with this aura, he felt like a bug facing a giant beast, unable to muster the slightest thought of resistance. Uchiha Madara, what does he want? Kakashi observed the scene with a solemn expression. Only now, after watching Uchiha Madara summon the outer path demon statue, did he finally understand everything. Uchiha Madara was clearly deeply connected to the Akatsuki organization, or perhaps, in other words, the real mastermind behind it. As he transformed, on the field, Goku rested his chin on his hand, observing the 10 tails absorbing Uchiha Madara with interest. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's entire body underwent a dramatic transformation. The most noticeable change was his long, shiny black hair, which had turned to snow white. Furthermore, his original red armor and ninja attire vanished, replaced by a white robe and black trousers. He held a staff in his hand, and behind him, 4 dark spheres hovered. Such a powerful body, such surging power, Uchiha Madara clenched his fist, feeling the immense power emanating from this new body, his heart awestruck. This was the sage power he had longed for. With this power, was he truly afraid he couldn't defeat his opponent, complete the Moon Eye project, and achieve his grand goal of creating a peaceful world? However, while feeling the power within him, alongside the sense of strength, he also felt another, contradictory feeling, weakness. These two feelings were clearly contradictory, yet at this moment, they miraculously coexisted simultaneously. This feeling of both strength and weakness made him feel uneasy. It must be because the tailed beast hasn't been fully absorbed yet, he immediately thought. Normally, he should have waited until the 10 tails had absorbed all 9 tailed beasts before absorbing them into himself. However, the 10 tails had only absorbed 4, and he had already absorbed them, significantly reducing their energy by half. This was likely the reason for his weakness. After all, the 10 tails, in its full form, possessed the chakra of 9 tailed beasts. After defeating this guy, I can absorb the other tailed beasts. By then, I should have the power to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Thinking it through, he suppressed his chaotic thoughts and focused his attention on his opponent. Son Goku, sorry to have kept you waiting. This is all the strength I have now, Goku smiled, hands on his hips. Is that so? It's indeed much stronger than before. Seeing his still relaxed expression, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. Was he feigning composure, or was he feeling confident? Thinking of his previous performance, he was more inclined to the second option. HMPH, that's great. If you can't even stand up to me, it would be rather boring. He muttered this to himself, then looked at Goku, his lips curled slightly. Then, let's continue our fight, Son Goku. Yosh, no problem. Goku twisted his neck and clenched his fists. The next moment, whoosh! Uchiha Madara suddenly lifted off the ground, soaring into the air. Then, with a wave of his staff, 2 of the 4 black spheres behind him suddenly shot out. These black spheres were none other than the truth-seeking jade, imbued with the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, possessing an extremely terrifying power. As they flew, the truth-seeking jade suddenly transformed into 2 spears, piercing towards Goku on the ground. Their speed was so swift, like 2 flashes of black lightning flashing through the air. Boom! Goku leaped up, avoiding the 2 attacks, but the ground he stood on was not so lucky. The 2 spears appeared to have a small impact area, but when they landed, the ground suddenly shattered. With a deafening roar, a massive crater, hundreds of meters across, suddenly appeared on the ground, a formidable sight. Nice attack, Goku observed the force of the blow with fascination. Immediately, he spun around, raising his hand to block the sudden, silent blow. Bang! A thunderous crack echoed from the point of impact. Those invisible things again? They've become even more powerful. Though nothing was visible before him, Goku could see a figure clashing fists with him. It was none other than the shadows created by Uchiha Madara's activation of the Wheelgrave Prison. After he entered 6 Paths mode, these shadows also did so, their power several levels higher than before. Senjutsu, Yintenlipa. At that moment, Uchiha Madara flew toward him, raising both palms to aim at him, unleashing a terrifying burst of purple lightning. Boom! In a flash, Goku raised his right hand, a white aura emanating from it, and unexpectedly, he directly blocked the terrifying blow. He then swung his leg, fiercely kicking a shadow attacking from his left. He then raised his hand to block another attack from above. After all this, he dodged in front of Uchiha Madara and launched a fierce punch. Bang! His punch missed Uchiha Madara, but was blocked by 2 treasury-like shields formed from the treasury-like shields behind him. Can you still defend yourself? Goku raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking at the treasury-like shields before him. This is the power of an immortal, Son Goku. The more Madara became familiar with the 6 Paths power, the more he felt its might. Looking at Goku's astonished expression, he felt that he had finally regained the initiative. The power of an immortal? Let me see it, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his mouth, and a laser beam, the thickness of a finger, shot out at Goku with lightning speed. Senjutsu, Storm Release Light Fang, swish. Goku moved to the side, and the laser beam suddenly struck the ground, streaking across the earth as Uchiha Madara turned his head. Crackling. Following the laser's passage, the earth suddenly cracked. If someone stood on this crack and looked down, they would see it was unfathomable, with no end in sight. Strong cutting power. Goku glanced at the scar on the ground and mentally assessed the attack. Even if he increased his ki tenfold, he would probably have difficulty withstanding it. He clenched his palm, and a ki bullet suddenly appeared in his palm, which he then hurled towards Uchiha Madara. Sealing technique. Seeing the incoming energy projectile, Uchiha Madara raised his right hand, and a circular shield radiating white light appeared before him. Then, the energy projectile plunged into the shield, vanishing like a drop in the ocean. Energy attacks have no effect on me, Son Goku, Uchiha Madara said with a slight curl of his lips. Is that so? Wukong suddenly stopped moving, brought his palms to his waist like cannons, and then thrust them forward frantically, with such speed that it seemed as if he had grown dozens of arms, leaving behind a dazzling array of afterimages in the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless energy projectiles shot out from his palms, hurtling towards Uchiha Madara. The sheer scale of the scene, like countless comets streaking across the sky, was awe-inspiring. Even someone as calm and composed as Uchiha Madara was no exception. Watching the overwhelming onslaught, his pupils shrank, and a question arose in his mind: could his seal-sealing technique absorb so much energy? Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The energy bullets pelted down his shield with unerring precision. For the first few seconds, the shield remained stable, swallowing every incoming attack. After 10 seconds, it began to tremble and crack. 20 seconds later, it faltered, a dense web of cracks covering its surface, as if it were about to burst. 2 more seconds later, the shield finally gave way and shattered with a loud bang. Boom boom boom. Uchiha Madara had been prepared, using the Seeking Truth Orb to create a shield in front of him. Even after the shield shattered, the incoming energy bullets remained invisible, intercepting them all. But at that moment, Goku suddenly appeared behind him, unprotected, and delivered a powerful kick. You're being careless, bang. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Madara plummeted to the ground like a meteorite, followed by another earth-shattering thud. Cough, cough, cough. Dust billowed from the spot where he had landed, and a cough echoed through it. When the dust cleared, Madara was seen propping himself up on his staff, his body hunched over, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. What a powerful blow! He looked up at Goku as he slowly descended to the ground. I recognize you, Son Goku. In terms of taijutsu, I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. Goku's kick had left him severely injured, suffering multiple fractures and extensive internal damage. Sorry, I accidentally used too much force. Seeing Uchiha Madara's expression, Goku rubbed his head and smiled sheepishly. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes twitched, a hint of dissatisfaction rising within him. Son Goku, while I admit you're the best in this area, you don't really think you can defeat me like this, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, his hunched body suddenly straightened, and all his injuries vanished. This was the immense vitality and recovery he possessed after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Huh? Seeing this, Goku scratched his face in surprise. Your body is truly formidable. He had thought the battle was over, but he hadn't expected his opponent to be able to recover. Doesn't this mean he can let loose a bit? With this body, I can't be defeated, Son Goku. Uchiha Madara's face was filled with confidence, an air of certainty. So what if his opponent could injure him? He could even recover from injuries, practically an indestructible cockroach. In this situation, he was completely invincible. Crack! Goku clenched his fists, a smile of eagerness on his face. Then, let's continue our battle. This is truly a terrifying battle, rarely seen in a century. Kakashi sighed from afar, watching the two men clash. It was the first time in his life he had witnessed such intense combat. Yes, that Uchiha Madara is truly formidable, but one day, I'll surpass him. Naruto clenched his fists, his face determined. If he couldn't even surpass this man, how could he possibly catch up to Goku's master? Indeed, in his view, even though Uchiha Madara and Goku seemed locked in a fierce battle, He remained steadfast in his belief that Goku would ultimately be victorious. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. In mid-air, two luminous figures intersected, emitting earth-shattering roars. From time to time, an attack or a figure would crash to the ground, adding fresh wounds to the earth. An unknown amount of time passed before another figure slammed into the earth, deepening the already 100-meter-deep crater. Cough, cough, cough. A cough emanated from a human-shaped hole within the pit. Within the hole, Uchiha stared blankly at the sky, his mind hazy. How many times had he been struck and knocked down by his opponent? In this process, he never once inflicted damage. Each time, he was injured, then recovered, then injured again, then recovered again, repeating the cycle countless times. Even his immortal body, with its immense vitality and resilience, was now struggling, and his recovery rate was growing increasingly slow. If he continued to suffer like this, he would eventually be unable to recover. And the most terrifying thing was, he stared at the speck-sized figure in the sky, his eyes blank. The most terrifying thing was that his opponent, Son Goku, showed no sign of fatigue after such a long battle. It was as if he possessed infinite energy, ready to fight him till eternity. Facing such an opponent, he despaired that even if he tried to engage in a war of attrition, he would never be able to outlast him. After an indeterminate amount of time, he crawled out of the deep cave, his wound still unhealed. Looking at Goku, who had fallen to the ground without a scratch, he finally realized the truth. He was no match for him. Hey! You're not going to fight anymore. Goku clapped his hands behind his head, grinning. Son Goku, huh? What's wrong? Uchiha stared at Goku, word for word, asking the question he most wanted to know the answer to. How much strength have you hidden? Just how strong are you? Even if you lost, he wanted to know the answer clearly. He didn't want to be defeated so confusedly and inexplicably, without even realizing the strength of his opponent. Seeing the other person's extremely serious expression, Goku blinked, somewhat unsure of how to respond. While his opponent was far inferior to him, he had gained a certain respect for him after this battle. He was considering showing off a bit of his skills and giving the other person a satisfactory answer. But, at that moment, his brows suddenly furrowed, and he looked up at the sky. Such a strong aura. At that moment, an irregularly shaped black mist suddenly appeared outside the planet, as if it had appeared out of thin air, a truly eerie sight. Not far from where it appeared, a star orbited the planet. This star was called the Moon. What is that? On the Moon, observing the movements of the ninja world, Otsutsuki Tonari was instantly startled by the undisguised terrifying aura emanating from the black mist. Before he could even think, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. No, the black mist suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire moon. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it swiftly charged towards the ninja world planet. On the field, seeing Goku ignore his questions, not even looking him in the eye, Uchiha couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Yes, I lost. But are you humiliating me by doing this? Even if you don't want to answer, there's no need to be so arrogant and look me in the face. For the first time, he, a lifelong proud and unyielding warrior, had experienced this kind of humiliation. Just as he was seething with anger, gritting his teeth and rising, ready to fight Goku for another 800 rounds, vowing to tear a piece of flesh from him, he suddenly sensed something and instantly looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a massive black mass appeared in the distant sky. It approached the ground, expanding at a visible speed. What is that? Uchiha face was filled with shock. The black mass exuded an extremely powerful aura. Faced with this aura, he felt like a mortal facing a god, his heart clenched in worship. But how could this be possible? He now possessed the unrivaled power of the surpass sage. How could such a formidable force possibly inspire such a desire? In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was diligently toiling in his office. Ever since establishing a partnership with Kurigakure, his workload had intensified, and with no successor in sight, he had been forced to grit his teeth and shoulder it all single-handedly. He had already been working for 3 hours straight, without a single break. Suddenly, his ears twitched, as if he had heard something. Puzzled, he put down his pen, stood up, walked to the window, and opened it. Suddenly, the faint voice from before reached his ears, clearly audible. What's that? A dark cloud? How could it be a dark cloud? How could a dark cloud move so fast? Besides, don't you feel a chill down your spine? Down below, several villagers stood in an open space, pointing upwards and talking. Shinobi stood on rooftops on both sides of the street, gazing solemnly at the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled for a second, then his body suddenly stiffened, as if some great terror were about to befall him. He mechanically raised his head, his pupils shrinking. A vast black fog crept in from the sky, quickly covering the area above Konoha village before spreading further out. What on earth is this? The Hidden Mist Village. Madarumi was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea in her office. After clearing their bad reputation and establishing a partnership with Konoha, their Hidden Mist Village had recently flourished, bringing a smile to her face every day. And all of this was thanks to the help of one man. Sun Wukong. He is really a man who brings good luck to others. Are they still into Kigakure, or have they left to continue their journey? She supported her chin with her charming mouth slightly raised. At this moment, the warm sunlight coming from the window on the desk in front of her quickly faded as if it was swallowed by something. Within 2 seconds, she felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and the whole office darkened instantly. Almost at the same time, the door was slammed open, and Chijiro rushed in a hurry, shouting to her anxiously, "Oh no! Lord Mizukage, please look outside, it's," he pointed out the window, too anxious to speak. "Chijiro, calm down." Madarumi had also noticed something was wrong, but she still calmly comforted Chijiro. Then she stood up and looked out the window. But this sight made her pale. What is this, in the mysterious place outside the ninja world, in Mount Myaboku? Fukasaku and Shima hurried into the hall, looking at the Great Toad Sage who was sleeping as usual. They shouted anxiously, "Great Toad Sage! Great Toad Sage! Wake up, Great Toad Sage, something bad has happened. Wake up!" After the two frogs shouted and pushed the Great Toad Sage's hand, the Great Toad Sage finally opened his eyes a little. Fukasaku, Shima, is there something wrong? Great Toad Sage, something bad has happened. From the sky, there's an evil demon attacking from the sky, said the immortal Fukasaku, tugging at his white beard, nearly pulling it off in anxiety. Standing beside him, immortal Shima's face was filled with solemnity and anxiety. They sensed a powerful and extremely evil aura coming from the sky. As soon as they sensed it, they were filled with fear, unable to muster any thought of resistance. The Great Toad Immortal didn't answer for a long time. The two frogs looked and saw that the other had fallen asleep again. "Wake up, Great Toad Immortal, how can you sleep at this critical moment?" After the two frogs shouted and pushed again, the Great Toad Immortal finally woke up again. "Well, Fukasaku, Shima, what's wrong with you, Great Toad Immortal?" From the sky. "You must be able to sense this evil and powerful aura." This time, the Great Toad Immortal finally didn't fall asleep again, but opened his eyes a little wider. "Well, I noticed it. Then, Great Toad Sage, what should we do? If this evil demon falls on our planet, I'm afraid that all living things will be destroyed." The Great Toad Sage looked leisurely, as if he saw the scene in the sky through the hall. "I don't know either, but everything is determined by fate." In the Hidden Rock Village, Sakura, Fu and Karin who had awakened came out of the house, looking palely at the sky covered by black fog, with only a little bit of faint light shining through. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. What the hell are these things? Under the terrifying breath emitted by the black fog, they only had fear in their hearts, and couldn't help but worry. "Teacher Goku, brother Goku, how are they?" At this moment, whether it is within the ninja world, Tsunade who is spending money lavishly in the casino, Jiraiya who is looking for materials by the hot spring, Killer Bee who is making a fuss in Yoichek, Rock Lee who is practicing asceticism, ninjas, civilians, samurai and others who are busy with their own things. Or outside the ninja world, toads who are leisurely enjoying their time in Myaboku Mountain, White Snake Sage and Slug Sage who are napping in Raichi Cave and Wetbone Forest, ninja beasts who are practicing in their respective habitats. They all came to the open area, looked up at the sky shrouded in black fog, with fear in their eyes. What exactly is this unknown thing that exudes an evil, creepy and powerful aura? When the black fog completely enveloped the entire planet, suddenly, it surged violently, and at the same time, a breathtaking breath of world-destroying destruction burst out from it. Faintly, energy flashing with purple-black light can be seen jumping and flowing inside. The ninja world is over. After feeling this breath of destruction, Uchiha Madara felt a chill all over his body. He knew that no one could resist this force. Even if all the people in the ninja world were added together, they would be far from being able to withstand the force of this power. And his body with strong vitality and recovery ability, even in its prime, could not withstand this power and would be turned into nothing by this power. Not to mention his current half-crippled state. Therefore, he thought that the ninja world was over, and everyone, no, all living things, would die in this blow, and no one would survive. Even the planet might be destroyed. Haha, God really played a joke on me. He had always been strong inside, but at this moment he couldn't help but collapse. He thought that he had successfully resurrected and could achieve his goal immediately. Unexpectedly, he was first stunned by a blow from Sun Wukong, and then, before he could calm down, he found that the end of the world had come, and everyone, including him, would die. Under this devastating blow, he was completely distraught for the first time in a long time. If it weren't for the instinctive will in his body supporting him, he would probably collapse to the ground at this moment. At this moment, an orange figure suddenly appeared in his pupils, which made his eyes focus a little. He saw that Wukong, who had been standing not far from him before, actually raised his head and slowly flew upwards. "Hey, what are you doing?" he asked subconsciously. Wukong lowered his head, looked at him and smiled slightly. "Don't you want to know how much strength I have hidden?" Immediately, without saying anything more, he continued to fly upwards, towards the place where the black fog was. "You." After hearing his answer, Uchiha was shocked and confused. What did he mean? Could he? Before he could think about it, the attack in the black fog that exuded the aura of destruction seemed to have completed its gestation. After the black fog suddenly shrank, boom. Thousands of purple-black energy beams suddenly shot down from it, covering the entire planet, and wanted to destroy the planet with one blow. At this moment, Goku, who was flying in the air, suddenly shouted, and his hair, except for his bangs, instantly stood up, and turned golden together with his eyebrows. In addition, his pupils changed from black to green. Boom! Golden light burst out from his body in an instant, like a little sun. As he raised his hands, these golden lights instantly spread to the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire planet, like a golden sky curtain, blocking all the purple-black energy beams shot down from the sky. What is this? Uchiha eyes were filled with golden light, and the whole person was shocked and speechless. Teacher Goku, he transformed? Exclamation mark. In the distance, Naruto opened his mouth wide when he saw Goku's drastic change, and rubbed his eyes, fearing that there was something wrong with his eyes. Beside him, Kakashi and Sasuke were also shocked and their eyes were blank. What a powerful energy. In front of this energy, they were like a drop of water encountering a turbulent ocean. There was an unbridgeable chasm between the two. In the hidden rock village, looking at the energy beam falling above her head, Sakura murmured in despair, "Are we going to die?" On the side, Fu and Karin hugged each other tightly, closed their eyes and waited for death to come. At this moment, wow! A golden light curtain swept over from the horizon, blocking the falling energy beam. "Go, Teacher Goku." Feeling the extremely familiar energy coming from the golden light curtain, Sakura widened her eyes and stood there in a daze. After a while, she burst into tears of joy. We are saved, thank you, Teacher Goku." Konoha. Looking at the golden light curtain covering the entire sky above his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind suddenly relaxed. "Are you alive?" In a certain town, Jiraiya was sitting cross-legged on the roof, gazing up, with shock on his face. What a great power! At this moment, all the creatures on the planet who thought they were going to die saw the golden light curtain blocking the air, emitting warm and beautiful light like a savior. Whether they were human or beast, they couldn't help but cry for joy, express their gratitude to it, and even prostrate themselves to show their respect. "God is in the world, please accept my worship." Wow, thank you, Lord God. What kind of existence protected us? We will always burn incense and pay tribute to it, just as the creatures were thanking Wukong for saving the world. "Damn human, it's you again. You actually have such power." A voice, filled with divine might, raged from the black fog, resounding across the entire planet. "Well, I didn't realize you possessed such power. By the way, what's your name?" Goku, suspended in midair, responded to the black fog's words. His voice, carried across the entire planet by the golden sky, "Goku, Mr. Goku." At that moment, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Madarumi, Killer Bee, and others, all familiar with Goku's voice, were met with astonishment. They had never imagined that the godlike being who had saved them would be Goku. "HMPH, I am the evil god. The supreme being, oh. Evil god, I remember now." Goku nodded in sudden realization, then asked seriously, "So, you wish to destroy this planet?" The evil god's voice, haughty and indifferent, echoed, "Indeed, this planet no longer has any need to exist. I will destroy it." Ever since his clone was destroyed by Wukong last time, he has put this planet on the destruction list. It is for this reason that his original body revived and came all the way from the far end of the universe, just to destroy this planet. Are you really unwilling to let this planet go? Wukong's tone became heavier. "Human, don't think that you dare to talk to me like this just because you blocked one of my attacks. I just didn't know you had this power before. Next, you will be buried with this planet." After the voice fell, the black fog surged violently again. And this time, the attack brewed in it exuded an aura of destruction that was even greater than before. What? All the creatures on the entire planet heard the words of the evil god, and they couldn't help but despair again. Are they really going to die today? After seeing the evil god's actions, Wukong's face became extremely serious. "It seems that I can only destroy you." While talking to the evil god, he was also using his ki to sense the evil god's caller. If the other party was willing to let go of the planet, that would be fine. If the other party was unwilling, then he could only choose to destroy it. And now, the other party had undoubtedly chosen the second way. Thinking of this, he maintained the golden sky to prevent the planet from being harmed by the evil god, while placing his hands on his waist in the shape of a calyx. May buzz. A blue light ball emitting a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Is that Goku's? In the distance, Naruto, who was trembling with excitement at the power released by Goku, was so excited by the scene that he couldn't speak. Whoosh! As Goku pushed his hand forward. The blue light ball was like a meteor, dragging a stream of light tail and shooting towards the black fog in the sky. And this attack was aimed at the core of the black fog. In just a blink of an eye, the Kamehameha wave shot straight into the black fog. How could you possibly? The evil god's voice sounded in shock and anger, as if he couldn't believe that his core was found by Goku. You know, as long as his core is not attacked, no matter what attack falls on him, he will not be hurt. This is also the important reason why he dared to incubate attacks in the sky without restraint and did not take Goku seriously. But he did not expect that Goku could point directly to the core, hit his soul, and find his fatal point. And now, he has no chance to dodge. At the same time as his voice stopped, Goku's Kamehameha wave accurately hit his core and destroyed it completely. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking sound. The Kamehameha wave flew into space again, shot into the depths of the universe and disappeared. I don't know how long it took. When the black fog gradually dissipated and the warm sunlight fell on the earth again, the creatures of the entire planet raised their hands and cheered. We are saved, woo woo woo. Thank you, God. Is this your true strength? Looking up at Wukong, who was emitting golden light and looked like a god on earth, Uchiha only had admiration for him in his heart. Son Wukong, I surrender. You are the strongest one. Chapter 214, Black Zetsu's Collapse. Goku-sensei, when it was all over, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke flew over from afar, looking at Goku with excitement. Goku had already landed on the ground, transformed from his Super Saiyan form back to his normal self, his blonde hair returning to black. Hey, are you all okay? Haha, he raised his hand and greeted the three. Goku-sensei, just now, what happened to you? Why did your hair turn golden? And, Goku-sensei, you're truly strong. Is this your true strength? That energy just now is so overwhelming I don't even know how to describe it. Naruto stared at Goku with starry eyes, his words incoherent with excitement. Sasuke, usually calm and composed, was no exception, staring at Goku with a burning gaze, eyes filled with admiration. As for Kakashi, as an adult, he appeared calmer than the other two. But in reality, his heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. Hey, that was called a Super Saiyan, Goku said, hands on his hips, grinning. Super Saiyan, the three of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. I remember, Goku, you said before that you were a Saiyan, that's the Saiyan race, right? Kakashi immediately recalled the previous incident. Yeah, that's right, so what does this Super Saiyan mean? Does it mean you can all transform like before? Kakashi reasoned based on the information he already knew. His mind buzzed, and his mouth dropped open. Oh my god. Transformation. Could everyone in Goku's Saiyan race be able to transform? How terrifying would that race be? In an instant, his brain was so shocked by his own conclusion that it shut down. Naruto and Sasuke, upon hearing his reasoning, also gaped in disarray, their mouths completely agape, completely losing their ability to think. Could such a terrifying race really exist in this world? Even if Goku's clan members weren't as powerful as Goku, once they could transform, their strength would instantly multiply tenfold. No matter how weak they were definitely stronger than them. I can't possibly be unable to defeat a Saiyan child, can I? Naruto's eyes glazed over, feeling this might be the biggest setback he'd ever faced. Uchiha? Compared to Goku-sensei's clan, they're nothing. Sasuke clenched his fists, realizing for the first time that the once powerful Uchiha clan was nothing. Just as the three were deeply doubting their lives, Goku scratched his face and rescued them. No, not every Saiyan can transform. Only a very few can successfully do so through continuous practice. The three were stunned for a moment, then their eyes cleared. Then they all breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I knew it. How could such a terrifying clan exist? Even if only a few could transform, it was enough to demonstrate their terrifying power. Goku, your tribe is truly terrifying, Kakashi sighed. It was a good thing this tribe didn't live on their planet. Otherwise, the 5 great ninja villages wouldn't exist, and the ninja world would be ruled by them in a matter of minutes. Goku rubbed his head, a grin on his face. It was a good thing he hadn't mentioned the demise of the Saiyan race, or else Kakashi would have been stunned. As they exchanged words, Uchiha Madara stood quietly nearby, listening to every word. Saiyan Super Saiyan, after witnessing Goku's far superior strength, he had already concluded that he wasn't from their planet. Now, hearing those 2 words, he was even more certain of his conclusion. He was certain that this tribe didn't exist on their planet. Is there another tribe in the universe so terrifying? He felt that he had been too narrow-minded before, only thinking about competing with Hashirama for first place, but he didn't realize that his strength was nothing in the universe. In Goku's recent battle with the evil god, his vaunted sage strength had been completely useless, and he was reduced to a background like everyone else on this planet. In other words, in front of Goku and the evil god, he was just an ant. Compared to everyone else, he was just a larger ant. Creating a world of eternal peace, he chuckled inwardly, his interest waning. Even if he did succeed in unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing everyone to live in eternal peace, if he encountered an enemy like the evil god again, wouldn't their entire planet be destroyed? In the face of absolute power, no one could resist, and even if they did, it would be insignificant. So, could such an outcome be considered eternal peace? For the first time, he felt uncertain about his goal. At that moment, Kakashi ended his conversation with Goku, stepped in front of him, and stared at him intently. Uchiha Madara, I don't know how you've managed to survive until now, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, you're the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization, right? Youngster, you're quite right, Uchiha Madara replied calmly. Before, he might have proudly recounted the plans he'd meticulously crafted over the years. But now, he felt only apathy. He then turned his gaze to Goku, who was also approaching from behind Kakashi. Son Goku, I've seen your true strength. It's not unfair for me to lose to a powerhouse like you. Goku smiled without saying anything. The evil god's strength didn't require him to transform into a Super Saiyan. But firstly, he wanted to give Uchiha Madara, a rival he deeply recognized, a satisfactory answer. Secondly, the evil god's previous attack was too fast and wide-ranging. It would be difficult for his normal ki to instantly cover the entire planet. Only by transforming into a Super Saiyan and unleashing a massive burst of violent ki could he accomplish this feat. So, he made no secret of it and debuted the Super Saiyan on this planet. Son Goku, no. Impossible. How could this be possible? Just as Uchiha Madara was about to ask Goku something, a wail filled with despair and indignation suddenly rang out. Uchiha Madara looked at his hand in shock. Black Zetsu, who had been clinging to his arm, fell to the ground, screaming hysterically and somewhat unhinged. How could Mother be dead? Mother can't be dead. This is fake. All of this is fake. Ha. Everyone was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Uchiha Madara especially. This was a product of his will. How could he suddenly utter such incomprehensible words? Mother? What mother? Whose mother was dead? A series of questions popped up in his mind, and he asked in confusion, Black Zetsu, what's wrong with you? But Black Zetsu continued his rambling, completely ignoring his questions. Ha ha ha. It's fake. It's all fake. How could mother die? No one can kill mother. No one. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara's eyelids twitched. What the hell was going on? Could someone explain why this product of his will had behaved like this? Could it be that it had suffered a mental breakdown because it couldn't accept Goku's power? He didn't believe that was the case, as he hadn't believed his will could be so fragile. Black Zetsu, wake up. Explain what's going on. He grabbed the puddle like Black Zetsu with one hand and held it up to his eyes. His gaze fell on the man like a sharp sword, radiating a commanding aura without anger. Don't be fooled by his ant-like appearance before Goku, but he was still a powerful being who had absorbed the 10 tails and possessed a portion of the 6 paths power, a power capable of sweeping across the current ninja world. It was precisely because of this that, when he got serious, the invisible aura he emanated instantly stiffened Black Zetsu's body, and his confused mind was shaken back. How? Black Zetsu's dazed eyes focused, and he let out a bitter laugh. It's over, everything's over. The plan I've painstakingly prepared for millennia is completely ruined. Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly constricted. A millennium-long plan. Haha, are you surprised, Uchiha Madara? Black Zetsu finally dropped the false pretense of addressing him as Madara-sama and addressed him by his name. All these years, you've been nothing more than a pawn I've used, a pawn to resurrect mother. What about infinite Tsukuyomi? What about creating true peace? Ha ha ha. Just a small tampering on my part has caused you, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, to fight for millennia. How ridiculous and pathetic. Even with Uchiha Madara's grasp on him, facing imminent death at any moment, Black Zetsu remained undeterred, revealing the secret he'd hidden for millennia, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You? Uchiha Madara's face shone with shock, his grip involuntarily increasing. Seeing Black Zetsu's pained yet silent expression, he finally reacted and loosened his grip. You're manipulating all this? Who are you, anyway? After a few seconds of silence, he asked, his expression shifting. Me? Haha, I'm Zetsu. I was created by mother. Without mother, there would be no me. Who's that mother you're referring to? Of course, the incomparably great progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Kaguya? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed. Isn't the progenitor of chakra the 6 paths sage? How could it be someone you're referring to? Black Zetsu sneered. Haha, the 6 paths sage is nothing but a traitor to his mother. How could he be worthy of the title of progenitor of chakra? If it weren't for him and Otsutsuki Hamura, how could mother be sealed? He then recounted the past grievances of the Otsutsuki family, and the plan he'd been plotting for millennia. By the time he'd finished explaining everything, Uchiha Madara's eyes had become vacant. So, the goal he'd firmly believed in for decades was actually a lie? Was it guided step by someone else? All his years of hard work, all his convictions, had been for nothing? For a moment, he struggled to accept this crushing truth. Kakashi, listening silently nearby, was also stunned. Kaguya Otsutsuki? The legendary sage of 6 paths was her son? He and another of Kaguya's sons had sealed her away? A barrage of secrets hammered down on him, making him feel like his head was about to explode. So that's how it is, haha, so we've all been tricked, a deep voice suddenly boomed from nearby. Obito had arrived at some point, listening to every word Black Zetsu had shared. Witnessing Goku's terrifying power, he knew all his plans were over. No matter how they plotted, they would never succeed. Therefore, instead of fleeing, he planned to complete the aborted duel with Kakashi. However, upon approaching, he heard from Black Zetsu the millennial-long conspiracy against the Uchiha clan. Haha, even you're someone else's pawn, Uchiha Madara. He pulled the corners of his mouth, a smile that seemed a little sad. Uchiha Madara remained silent. It was Kakashi who broke the silence. You said Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed in the moon, and you wanted to rescue her, so why did you say she was dead before? He looked at Black Zetsu, a look of confusion on his face. Wasn't Kaguya Otsutsuki still imprisoned in the moon, surviving for thousands of years? How could she suddenly die? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if something had occurred to him. Swish! He immediately looked up at the sky. It was approaching dusk, and the sky was gradually darkening. At this time, you could usually see a hint of the moon. But now, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find any trace of the moon. Could it be? His face grew solemn, and he felt that his fleeting guess was becoming more and more likely to be true. Haha, Mother-sama, Mother-sama." At the mention of this, Black Zetsu's previously arrogant demeanor instantly deflated. "I don't know why Mother died. Just before that evil god arrived, I suddenly lost my sense of Mother. Unless Mother is completely dead, I'll be able to sense her wherever she is, but now, I can't sense her. I can't sense her." At the end, Black Zetsu lost control of his emotions once again, clearly devastated. He had waited for thousands of years just to resurrect Mother. And now, to suddenly be told that the Mother he wanted to resurrect was dead, anyone would be devastated. It seems my suspicions were correct. Kaguya Otsutsuki, along with the entire moon, was destroyed by that evil god. Kakashi sighed with a heavy heart. He wasn't sighing over the death of the ancestor of chakra, but rather over the destruction of the moon, which held so much of people's emotions. In the future, those who enjoyed moon gazing would probably sigh like him when they discovered it had vanished. Chapter 215, Metamorphosis. A week later. Son Goku, is there anyone stronger than you in the universe? Atop the mountain, the sky loomed like a canopy. A chill wind blew, like an invisible blade, scratching faces painfully. Yet, two figures stood there, seemingly unfazed by the wind. "Well, I'm not sure about that," Goku said with a grin, gazing at the misty clouds before him, holding the back of his head. "Even you don't know? Then maybe there is." Uchiha Madara looked up at the sky, his gaze gazing upon the cosmos. After learning the truth about the infinite Tsukuyomi and a peaceful world from Black Zetsu, the goal he had held fast to for decades collapsed. Then, after sitting in meditation for several days, he suddenly realized something: a world of eternal peace is impossible. Even if there is eternal peace and no war, there's no guarantee that an enemy will attack from without. At that point, the so-called peace would be nothing but a mirage, easily shattered. Therefore, he no longer sought this so-called eternal peace. After losing this goal, he initially felt lost, unsure of where to go next. After all, the current ninja world was no longer the one he knew. Nearly everyone he once knew had perished. Even his own Uchiha clan had long since been annihilated, leaving him as the only remaining survivor. It seemed pointless for him to remain in the ninja world. Then, he thought of Goku, the evil god, and the events that unfolded after his resurrection. He came to his senses, realizing he had found a new goal: strength. He sought immense power. Once, he and Hashirama dominated the ninja world, unrivaled. But now, surpassing his former self, even Hashirama himself, he realized his own strength was nothing in the universe. This was a crushing blow to him, someone who had always been incredibly confident in his abilities. It shattered his pride, and he realized he still had a long way to go before becoming a truly powerful being. So, he finally made the decision to leave the ninja world and become even stronger in the universe. "Well, farewell then, son Goku. One day, I'll become as strong as you, and then I'll come and challenge you to a duel." Uchiha Madara glanced at Goku from the corner of his eye and tried to take off. Goku was the only one in the ninja world worthy of his farewell, which was why he had summoned him before leaving. "Are you leaving? Hey, let me tell you a secret." Goku suddenly put his hand to his mouth and whispered, knowing no one was around, but he glanced around, pretending to see if anyone was around. Uchiha Madara's eyelids twitched. What was this guy doing? What was he trying to say? Goku whispered, "I can transform 3 more times like last time." Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly shrank. "You?" His face took on a look of shock he had never seen before. This guy still had hidden strength. He could transform 3 more times. Even stronger. He felt his head buzzing, his Deo spirit, barely restored a few days ago, nearly shattered again. It took him a long moment to come to his senses. Without a word, without even glancing at Goku, he soared into the sky. He didn't want to see this guy again. He wanted to get stronger. Extremely stronger. "Hey, bon voyage," down below, Goku waved at him with a grin. Then, watching his figure recede into the distance until it vanished, he blinked. A sudden thought struck him. Hey, doesn't he need a spaceship? Sensing his aura entering space and showing no sign of weakening, he scratched his head. Like Frieza, can he survive in space? How impressive! In Konoha village, a banquet was underway in Goku's courtyard. "Come on, let's drink a toast to Goku for saving us all." Kakashi raised his glass, surveying the crowd and exclaiming, "Cheers, cheers, thank you, Goku-sensei. That day I was so scared I almost died. I thought I was going to die. Thank goodness for Goku." "Thank you, Goku. Wow. Thank you, Goku, for letting me live on in my youth. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Fu, Karin, Shibuki, Might Guy, and everyone else Goku knew raised their glasses and shouted their thanks. You're so polite, ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Goku rubbed his head and smiled. How can this be polite? Goku, you saved our youth. We can't thank you enough. Might Guy, tears streaming down his face, gripped Goku's hand tightly, his saliva practically flying into his face. Ahem, Guy, that's enough. Let me eat, Kakashi warned. Huh? Oh. Sorry, I'm so excited. Hearing Kakashi's words, and seeing Goku staring intently at the food displayed behind him, Might Guy finally realized what was happening and quickly let go. Hey, then, I'll start. Freed from his restraints, Goku's hands quickly grabbed the food he'd been eyeing for so long, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing it with a satisfied smile. Crunch, 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 so delicious, everyone couldn't help but smile at his smile. Who could have imagined that the peerless warrior who had saved the entire planet was also a foodie, and now he was dining with him? It's all over, Sasuke. During the banquet, Kakashi noticed Sasuke sitting alone in a corner, staring blankly into the sky, and walked over to sit next to him. Yeah, I know, Sasuke replied softly. After Black Zetsu revealed all his secrets, everything about the Akatsuki organization came to light. After that day, the insane Black Zetsu was sealed away, and White Zetsu was found and sealed with the help of Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, with Goku's abilities, they tracked down Kokuzu and Hoshigaki Kisame and transported them back to their original villages for imprisonment. As for Deidara and Sasori, whom they had never met before, they relayed the information to Iwagakure and Tsunagakure, allowing them to capture them on their own. And what about Uchiha Itachi? After finding Hoshigaki Kisame, they learned from him that he had passed away from illness. This finally made sense to them as to why Goku couldn't find Uchiha Itachi's aura. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was naturally in disbelief. The enemy he had so longed to kill was simply gone. Initially, he was dazed, but with the counsel of his companions, he eventually came to terms with the situation. Perhaps the old hatred had vanished with this man's death. He could finally let go of this obsession and face the future with a more positive outlook. It's all over, Rin, teacher, Kakashi finished his words, then silently added. That day, Obito, having learned the truth, dueled him. Ultimately, Obito died. However, Obito wasn't murdered. Instead, after defeating him but unable to bring himself to kill him, Obito committed suicide. At his deathbed, Kakashi granted his last request and buried him beside Rin, guarding her. It's all over. Time slipped by. Soon, another half-month had passed. That day, Goku called Naruto and Sasuke over, raised a finger, and said, I want to teach you another technique. This technique will increase your strength several times. Even dozens of times, Naruto and Sasuke were stunned, their eyes widening. They couldn't even imagine even dozens of times, let alone dozens of times. What technique was so powerful that it could increase their strength so much? Goku-sensei, what's this move? It can actually increase our strength so much? Naruto asked impatiently, his eyes filled with greed and desire, like seeing gold. My goodness, if he could master this move, no one in the ninja world would be able to defeat him. Ahem, aside from Goku-sensei can't even be called a human anymore. He pondered this, staring at Goku without blinking. Just then, Kakashi and Sakura, having heard the noise, arrived, looking at Goku with varying expressions. Goku-sensei, why are you only teaching them and not me? Sakura wrinkled her nose. Is there such a move? I'm really curious. Kakashi looked curious. Haha, because it requires two people to learn. Naruto and Sasuke meet the requirements, but you, Goku touched his nose. But Sakura, you don't have anyone who meets the requirements to learn with you, huh? Everyone present was stunned by this statement. A move that only two people can learn? What kind of move is that, Goku-sensei? Naruto's little head was abuzz with questions. Isn't it about improving his own strength? Why does it require two people? Being a poor student, he couldn't understand. Well, this move is called Metadama Fusion, Goku replied with a smile. What fusion? Naruto was confused, and Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi were also a little stunned. Metadama Fusion, Goku repeated word by word. Metadama Fusion? What a strange name. While Naruto was still wondering about the strangeness of the name, the other three had already tasted something in it. Sakura nodded in sudden realization. So that's how it is. No wonder you didn't teach me, Goku-sensei, Kakashi pondered. There's such a move? It's truly novel, Sasuke, looking a little strange, said. I suddenly find I'm not particularly interested in it anymore. Goku came up behind Naruto and Sasuke, holding them on either side. Hey, this is a very powerful move. It allows you two to become one, unleashing power far greater than the combined power of the two of you. If you ever encounter an enemy you can't defeat, using this might just turn the tables. It sounds powerful, but becoming one, that sounds strange. Naruto smacked his lips, feeling a prickling sensation all over his body. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, keenly noticing Goku's second sentence. An enemy that couldn't defeat? While that might sound reasonable, remember that in the current ninja world, aside from Uchiha Madara, who had left his planet, there was probably no enemy that even Naruto and he couldn't defeat together. If such an enemy appeared, it would most likely be an alien, like an evil god. If Naruto and Goku couldn't defeat such an enemy, Goku would surely know and come to their rescue. Why would they need to fuse? The only possible scenario was that Goku wasn't in the ninja realm, or rather, wasn't on this planet. He wasn't aware of their encounter and couldn't come to their rescue. That's when they'd need to fuse. Goku-sensei, are you leaving? His heart sank, but he didn't ask. Sakura, noticing this as well, couldn't hold back. With tears welling in her eyes, she asked, Goku-sensei, are you leaving us? They all knew Goku didn't belong on this planet, that he'd come here for a trip. So, leaving after a trip was perfectly normal. But now, they couldn't bear to leave each other. Goku, you? Kakashi's heart tightened, as if he was about to say something. Seeing everyone's reaction, Goku blinked adorably and scratched his head. What's wrong with you? I'm not leaving, really, Sakura blurted out. Really? Haha. Sakura stared at him for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? Seriously? Goku-sensei, please don't scare us. Kakashi and Sasuke also breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, a false alarm. They didn't think Goku was lying, because Goku wasn't that kind of person. What are you talking about? Why are you saying Goku-sensei is leaving? Isn't Goku-sensei still here? Naruto, a nervous person, was still confused. It's okay, go have fun. Sakura patted his head kindly. After the farce was over, Goku officially explained the Metadama fusion to Naruto and Sasuke. This technique requires both of you to maintain your chi at the same level. Right now, your chi is relatively close, but not quite. Naruto, you need to lower your chi a bit, to match Sasuke's. The reason Naruto was asked to lower his chi was because he was now stronger than Sasuke, so he had to cooperate. I understand, Goku-sensei. Naruto concentrated, holding his breath, and quickly adjusted his chi. Goku would periodically remind him, no, it's too low. It needs to be higher. No, it's a little higher this time. It needs to be lowered a little. It's still a little higher. A little lower. After 5 minutes of continuous effort, Naruto finally managed to maintain his chi at the same level as Sasuke's. Damn it, Sasuke, can't you just be a little stronger? You're making me work so hard. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone slightly resentful. HMPH, Sasuke gritted his teeth, feeling furious. He never thought that one day he would be looked down upon by Naruto for being weak. He secretly resolved to surpass Naruto and hang him up in the air. Alright, now we've completed the first step of this technique. Now comes the second, and it's extremely important. Goku raised his finger, his face serious. First, each of you should stand on either side, about a person's distance apart, then assume this position, Goku said, raising his arms and making the gesture. Be sure to pay attention to the angle of your arms, then, at this point, shout fusion and begin to move towards each other. He lifted his heels, splayed his knees outward, forming an exaggerated bow. Then, he moved his body sideways in a strange, crab-like manner. After a few steps, he suddenly stood straight, moving his arms and legs, chanting, fusion. Immediately, he bent to the left, extending a finger from each hand and pointing towards the air. He then reminded, now, your fingers should touch together, and pay special attention to the position of your feet. That way, your fusion will be completed smoothly. Silence, an endless silence. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi all stared at this set of actions in amazement, cold sweat dripping down their faces, and they were speechless for a long time. Chapter 216 Uchiha Naruto? Uzumaki Sasuke? A cold breeze blew by, bringing a gentle chill. Sweat broke out on Naruto and Sasuke's foreheads, and they shuddered in the chill. After a long moment, Naruto said dryly, "Goku-sensei, are you mistaken? How could a move require such a ridiculous gesture?" Beside him, Sasuke nodded in agreement. He was already somewhat resistant to the idea of merging into one, and now being told to do such an embarrassing gesture was practically killing him. Although he was no longer as aloof as before and had become more approachable, that didn't mean he would tolerate such an embarrassing gesture, did it? How could that be? "I think this move is great and cool. It suits you two very well." Sakura, having recovered from her shock before Goku could speak, suppressed the urge to curl her lips and spoke seriously. In her mind, she thought, I was wrong, Goku-sensei. I really shouldn't have questioned why you didn't teach me this move. I can't handle this move, but Naruto and Sasuke are different. They're a perfect match. Just thinking about silly Naruto and cool Sasuke doing this move makes me want to laugh. What should I do? I can't hold it in anymore." Her shoulders twitched, and her face flushed rapidly from trying so hard to stifle laughter. "Hey, Sakura. I almost believed you." For a moment, Naruto actually thought Sakura thought this move was cool, and he almost agreed. Fortunately, just as he was about to agree, Sakura revealed her flaws, giving him a split second to react. He pointed at her and said angrily, "Well, actually, I think this move is not bad. It can help you to improve your strength. It's good to practice it." At this moment, Kakashi also echoed Sakura's words with a serious face. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, are you ready to laugh at us too?" Naruto fumed, his face furiously wrinkled. "No, I'm not. I'm serious." Seeing Kakashi's face, devoid of a smile and filled with pure seriousness, Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Could it be that everything Kakashi-sensei said was true? Was he truly not ready to laugh at us? "Hey, how about it, Naruto, Sasuke? That move is really quite good. Don't you want to know what you can achieve after multiplying your strength several times?" Just then, Goku, who had been silent until then, smiled and beckoned the two of them. His words, like an arrow, pierced Naruto and Sasuke's hearts with pinpoint accuracy. They truly wanted to know if, having already reached the pinnacle of ninja power, they could reach Uchiha Madara's level, or even surpass him, after multiplying their strength several times. That would give them a clearer goal for their future training. Naruto said, his expression struggling, a look of confusion. Sasuke's expression shifted, his inner conflict raging. After a long pause, Naruto closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. "I'll learn. Please, Master Goku, teach me." As Sasuke heard his agreement, the inner conflict between the two seemed to be strengthened, instantly overwhelming the one who disagreed. If Naruto had the guts to agree, why wouldn't he? If he backed down, wouldn't it mean he was once again being outmaneuvered? A fierce look flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll learn too." Upon hearing their mutual agreement, Goku raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. "Hey, good. Then, follow my instructions and learn the moves I just showed you." Soon, Naruto and Sasuke stood, their faces solemn. Their agreement didn't mean their shame had vanished. They were both struggling to suppress the twinge of embarrassment. "Very good. First move, raise your arms," Goku instructed, smiling broadly from a few meters in front of them. Sakura and Kakashi stood to the side, one covering her mouth to stifle laughter, the other seemingly expressionless, her mouth raised at an exaggerated angle beneath her mask. "No, Naruto, your arm is the wrong way around. You should be lifting it to the left." After Naruto and Sasuke performed the first move of their fusion dance, Goku pointed out Naruto's mistake. "Huh? But Goku-sensei, weren't you lifting it to the right?" Naruto looked puzzled. "Oh, I forgot to tell you guys that your movements should be mirror images, so, Sasuke's moves are exactly the same as mine, but Naruto, you should be doing the opposite." "The opposite?" Naruto frowned, scratching his head. "Idiot Naruto, let's switch places. You on the right, me on the left." Seeing his confusion, Sasuke pouted and moved to Naruto's left, switching places with him. "What did you say? You cocky Sasuke?" Naruto gritted his teeth. Alright, let's get on with it." Goku clapped his hands, silencing the two's bickering. And so, the two resumed learning the dance steps. "Raise your hands higher, Naruto, only 3 steps, Naruto." Goku kept pointing out the imperfections, all of which were Naruto's own. Sasuke, surprisingly, didn't make a single mistake. Finally, they reached the final move, where both of them pointed their fingers together. Hey, Sasuke. Where are you pointing your fingers? I'm talking to you, Naruto. Don't move your fingers. The two bent over, pointing their fingers for a long time, unable to find the perfect spot. Puff. Q. Just as their faces and ears flushed with anger, a chuckle reached their ears with unmistakable clarity. Hey, Sakura. What are you laughing at? This time, the two were surprisingly in sync, turning their heads in unison and questioning Sakura word for word. Q. Sorry, Q. Sakura covered her mouth, laughing so hard her tears flowed and she collapsed. She couldn't help it. She somehow found the comical scene of the two pointing their fingers at each other so amusing. How you? Naruto and Sasuke's nostrils snorted white air, their teeth grinding in anger. Then, they both turned and stared at each other. Idiot Naruto. Sasuke, you have to succeed this time. Soon, the two resumed their practice. Merge, breathe, keep your breathing in sync. After each practice, Goku would correct them. Got it, Goku-sensei, merge, keep the movements in sync. Don't let one person go faster and the other slower, okay, Goku-sensei, merge, and so, Naruto and Sasuke practiced over and over again for over half an hour. Finally, after another practice session, Goku raised an eyebrow, offering his first affirmation, not bad, now your movements and coordination are nearly perfect, huh? Naruto and Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief at this affirmation. Truly, this half-hour of dance practice was far more exhausting than their usual day-long, uninterrupted practice. If it weren't for the fervent desire to see the power of fusion, they would have given up long ago. After a brief rest, Goku smiled faintly. Alright, now keep your ki at the same level and begin the actual fusion. Sensing that their ki were at the same level, he instructed, well, then, begin. Naruto and Sasuke, with serious expressions, stared straight ahead and began the movements. Fusion, buzz. As they connected their fingers, a blinding white light suddenly appeared where they were. Did it work? What will it look like? Sakura clasped her hands to her chest, her face filled with anticipation. The thought of Naruto and Sasuke merging into one was intriguing. However, she didn't notice Goku raise an eyebrow and sigh. It failed. Just now, he'd noticed a slight error in their fusion dance moves. Therefore, this fusion couldn't possibly succeed. Sure enough, as the white light faded, an aura far weaker than even Naruto and Sasuke appeared on the field. What? Sakura's eyes widened as she stared at the unfamiliar figure, her expectations shattered. How could it be them? They're so fat. A chubby, adorable young man appeared. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't hide his expression anymore, his eyes widening. It made sense. Naruto and Sasuke were both muscular, lean men. How could they merge to create a fat man? Ha. The chubby man glanced at his hands, then squared off and began to punch. He looked incredibly imposing. Could it be that he's not actually weak, and I was mistaken? Kakashi and Sakura simultaneously began to doubt their own judgment. The next second. Huff. The chubby little guy, who had barely finished punching for 2 seconds, hunched over, his hands on his knees, panting like an exhausted dog. Bang! Sakura and Kakashi both collapsed. Sure enough. Their judgment was correct. Looks like we'll have to wait half an hour before trying again. Goku scratched his head, giving a somewhat troubled smile. There was no other way. This fusion technique could only last half an hour. While it could be terminated prematurely if the energy ran out, that would mean they wouldn't have the strength to fuse again later. So they had to wait until the timer expired, and the two would automatically dissolve their fusion. Soon, half an hour passed. With a bang, the chubby little guy suddenly separated, transforming into Naruto and Sasuke. Damn it! Did I fail just now? Naruto cursed, clutching his hair. Stop talking. Try again. Sasuke gritted his teeth and urged. You two, watch your fingers. The timing of your fingers just now was wrong. First this way, then this way. Goku explained the reason for the previous fusion failure. We got it, Goku-sensei. This time, we'll definitely get it right, the two shouted in unison, then held their breath and concentrated, performing the fusion dance again. This time, their movements were perfectly aligned, their breathing was synchronized, and there was no slip-up. Seeing this, Goku's eyes lit up. This time, their fusion would definitely succeed. Sure enough. Buzz! The same white light flashed again, and a powerful aura suddenly appeared on the field. This aura, Kakashi's face changed. From what he could sense, this aura surpassed that of Uchiha Madara, who had previously absorbed the Ten Tails. Sakura raised her hand to block the glaring white light, and when it dissipated, she took a quick look. Good, very handsome, a handsome man, completely different from the chubby boy from before, appeared on the field. He wore the same attire as the Metamorians, a yellow and black half-open vest, white puffy trousers, and black martial arts shoes. His hair was a spiky mass, yellow at the sides and black in the middle. His features were three-dimensional. His angular face vaguely reminiscent of Sasuke, while retaining the texture of Naruto's beard on his cheeks. However, the texture was very faint, making it difficult to discern without close inspection. Furthermore, his physique was incredibly muscular, with his pectoral muscles and razor-sharp abdominal muscles visible, giving him a unique aesthetic. Notably, his eyes were not Naruto's blue, Sasuke's black, or his Sharingan, but rather a pair of Rinnegan. These 6 Magatama purple Rinnegan, unlike Uchiha Madara's. Such a formidable power, the fusion of Naruto and Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling the immense power within him, a satisfied smile on his face. Hey, you, what's your name now, Uchiha Naruto? Or Uzumaki Sasuke? Sakura asked curiously, gazing at him with infatuation. My name isn't Uchiha Naruto, nor is it Uzumaki Sasuke. My name is Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke and Naruto pointed at themselves with a thumbs up, their tone brimming with arrogance. He then ignored Sakura and looked at Goku, his voice full of confidence. Goku-sensei, let's have a fight. I'm bursting with power right now. If you don't transform, I might be able to hurt you. Goku blinked, then nodded without hesitation. Hey, alright, hey, Naruto, Sasuke, Naruto, you're looking down on Goku too much? You might be much stronger than Uchiha Madara, but it's a stretch to think you could hurt Goku. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he looked at Sasuke and Naruto in silence. How could these two kids become so arrogant after their fusion? It's okay, Kakashi, maybe he really has a chance, let him fight with me and see, Goku said with a smile, touching his head. 15 minutes later. Bang! Sasuke and Naruto, with bruised faces and noses, fell from the sky and lay motionless in the pit. He stared at the sky with his eyes blankly, as if he had lost his dreams and hope in life. Oh, my handsome guy, not far away, Sakura covered her eyes, looking as if she couldn't bear to watch. Such a good handsome guy, why did he become so depressed? Now that the handsome guy has turned into pig, her infatuated object is gone just like that. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 The First Ninja World Martial Arts Tournament. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. On an uninhabited island in the sea, the place is bustling with people. Have you heard? This so-called #1 martial arts tournament in the ninja world was said to have been initiated by the savior who saved us 3 years ago. He felt that the younger generation was not strong enough, so he wanted to use this martial arts tournament to determine the best talents, and then take them in as disciples to train them carefully. Yes, I've heard that too. It is said that this martial arts tournament has gathered masters from various countries and ninja villages. It can be said that almost all the most powerful people have come here. However, it's a pity that I heard that the cages of various villages didn't seem to participate. In terms of strength, they should be the strongest in each village, of course, not to mention how old the cages are. Even if the savior wanted to accept them as disciples, it would be impossible for him to accept them. Moreover, the cage represents the face of each ninja village. If they lose to people from other ninja villages in the arena, wouldn't they lose all their face? So, they will definitely not leave. As long as they don't leave, even if all the ninjas from their own village lose, they can still maintain a bit of face and not have to bow their heads and dare not face people from then on. Ha, you're right. Come on, the line's moving forward again. Let's catch up. We need to make sure no one cuts in. 2 men in civilian attire chatted and laughed as they followed the advancing line in front of them. The line stretched endlessly. From the air, it resembled a long, mighty dragon, at least a kilometer long. Most of the people in the line were civilians from all over the ninja world, with a few ninja and samurai. They were all lining up for one reason: to buy tickets. These tickets were for the grand event that had recently spread throughout the ninja world and was about to be held here, the first Ninja World Martial Arts Tournament. So many people. This was the contestants' lounge for the tournament. Inside, Sakura peered through the window at the endless stream of spectators and couldn't help but smack her lips. How many people? She couldn't even count them. That's why a big crowd is so important. It wouldn't be fun with fewer people. Naruto, standing nearby, showed no trace of social anxiety. Instead, he was brimming with excitement. He'd finally waited for this day. Ever since Goku had heard about the Tenkaichi martial arts tournament, he dreamed of holding the ninja world's premier martial arts tournament. Now, his dream had finally come true, and how could he not be thrilled? This is all thanks to Goku-sensei. Without him, the other ninja villages wouldn't have sent anyone. Naruto sighed as he surveyed the arena and the spectators below. Yet, by the way, where's Goku-sensei? I haven't seen him since we got here. Sakura glanced around the lounge and noticed, besides herself and Naruto, only Sasuke, resting with his eyes closed, was a puzzled sight. They'd come with Goku, so why was he gone? Goku-sensei said he was hungry and went looking for something to eat. Sasuke replied calmly. I see, Goku-sensei is still the same. Sakura was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and smiled. In the cafeteria. Hung, clang clang clang, two figures sat at the table. Their hands like phantoms, picking up food from the table and stuffing it into their mouths. After an unknown amount of time, one of them began to move more slowly, his face flushing red. After struggling to swallow the food in his mouth, he picked up his cup of water and gulped it down, only then did his flushed face return to normal. Burp, he burped loudly, rubbing his belly that felt like it was about to burst, and leaned back weakly in his chair. I can't do it anymore. I can't eat anymore, Goku. This is our 1314th match, and I lose to you again. Might Guy sighed weakly as he looked at Goku, who was still devouring his food. Lost again. Over the years, whether he had challenged Goku to a sparring match or a contest of appetite, he had never won. This was a crushing defeat in his life, a relentless stumble against the same person, never getting up. Fortunately, his passionate youth and boiling blood would never fade. After a few seconds of sighing, his thick, drooping eyebrows rose again, and he roared to the heavens, Ah! This is youth. The mettle of youth is inseparable from failure. Although I lost again this time, the flame of my youth burns even brighter. Wukong blinked as he chewed his food. Haha, what a vibrant guy. Every time he's around him, he feels his blood boiling. In the kitchen, not far from the cafeteria, the rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables echoed. Chop, 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 chop. Karin placed the minced meat, chopped on the cutting board, into a bowl. Then, with lightning speed, she fetched various spices, sprinkled them evenly over the meat, and stirred them rapidly. Meanwhile, Shiro, with one hand on the wok and the other on a spatula, kept stirring. As soon as he poured the cooked food from the pot onto a plate, a waiting servant immediately took the plate and quickly handed it to Goku, who was enjoying his meal outside. Karin, are you really not going to the martial arts tournament? The two chatted as they prepared food for Goku. No, my skills are no match for Naruto and the others. I'd better not go and embarrass myself, Karin replied with a smile. Although she had trained with Goku for a while, she eventually realized that she didn't have much talent or interest in training. So she chose what she loved, cooking. She wanted to be a chef. A chef who could prepare all kinds of delicious food for Goku. Haha, don't underestimate yourself. You're stronger than most people, aren't you? Bai-K remembered that once, while he and Karin were out shopping, they encountered a group of wandering ninjas. Before he could even make a move, Karin quickly defeated them. Later, it was discovered that there was even a Jonin among them. No way. I'm only a bit of a jerk, Karin smiled sweetly. Elsewhere, in a training ground behind the martial arts tournament venue, Rock Lee was walking handstands on one finger. Beside him, Niji was pacing slowly. Lee, the competition's about to start. Why don't you take a break and conserve your energy? Don't worry, Niji. I've lifted all the weights off my shoulders. This is just warming up, Rock Lee asked, his handstands incredibly stable. By the way, Niji, have you settled all your family matters? Niji nodded gently, exuding a maturity beyond his years. Everything's settled. Everyone from the main and branch families are willing to resolve their differences. From now on, There will be no more main and branch families in the Hyuga clan. Everyone will be the same. A Hyuga. For the past 3 years, he had dedicated immense effort to the merger of the main and branch families. Thanks to his mediation, both sides were willing to resolve their previous conflicts and reconcile. When the 3-year period was up, he demonstrated immense strength far exceeding that of his fellow clan members, earning their unanimous support and becoming the new Hyuga clan leader. This decisive solution, in addition to his overwhelming strength, was also due to his development of a new technique that resembled a caged bird, yet was entirely different. He named this technique Freedom Bird. Like a caged bird, it protected the Byakugan from outsiders, but unlike a caged bird, the caster could not control the life of the one being cast, and the effect on the caster's power was minimal. In other words, this so-called Freedom Bird's sole function was to protect the Byakugan, unlike a caged bird, where life and death could be controlled by others, nor would it hinder the caster's power. This perfectly resolved the problem that had plagued the Hyuga clan for millennia. You're truly impressive, Niji. Now you're the clan leader, Rock Lee exclaimed in admiration as he listened to his account. Don't praise me, please. I've been so busy dealing with these things lately that I haven't practiced properly. If I lose to you in the match, I won't be able to hold my head up high in the clan, Niji said with a smile. I don't know about others, but even if you haven't practiced for a few days, your strength will definitely be no less. You're a genius, Niji. Okay, stop praising me. The match is about to start. Let's go, Goku-sensei, Goku-sensei. Long time no see. When Goku, having eaten and drunk his fill, arrived at the lounge where Naruto and the others were, everyone turned to look at him, standing up to greet him. Hey. You're all here, Goku smiled back. Goku-sensei, I've been practicing hard lately. I won't let you down, Kuratsuchi said, clenching his fists and raising his spirits. And I won't let Goku-sensei down either, a young ninja from Kumagakure said solemnly. Well, me too, Chijiro said shyly from the corner. They were all 3 of Goku's newest disciples over the past 3 years. Kuratsuchi volunteered to approach Goku, having long wanted to learn chi after Orochimaru's attack on their village. This desire had only intensified. So, when Goku returned to their village for the banquet, she brought it up on the spot, and Goku gladly accepted. As for the young ninja from Kumagakure and Chijiro, they were entrusted to Goku by Ai and Madarumi. Their goal, of course, was to learn Goku's so-called chi training. After all, Goku's prowess in that battle to annihilate the evil god had astounded them. With their existing friendship, they naturally wouldn't let this powerful figure slip away, wanting to cling to Goku. Goku, however, accepted both of them as his disciples. So, with the exception of Sandagakure, the unfortunate village that had no connection with Goku and still didn't realize Goku was the one who defeated the evil god, all 4 major ninja villages had Goku's disciples. Of course, Konoha had the most. After Karin joined Konoha, Konoha alone accounted for 2/3 of Goku's disciples. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was so wrinkled with a smile, his back, once bent by the weight of his workload, straightened up, and he felt refreshed. As if he had suddenly returned to his youthful state, brimming with energy all day long. I declare the first Ninja World Martial Arts Tournament to begin now. At the competition venue, referee Kakashi raised a microphone and announced the official start of the first Ninja World Martial Arts Tournament to everyone present. The competition venue beneath him was a massive square rock ring, perfect for the competitors to battle. If any items were damaged during battle, a team of Earth-style ninjas would be waiting to repair them afterward. Hurry up and start. I can't wait. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience seats surrounding the competition venue on 3 sides suddenly erupted in cheers. After the cheers lasted for more than 10 seconds and gradually subsided, Kakashi continued, well, let me introduce today's guests. They are, as he introduced them, the contestants preparing backstage also heard his voice. The daimyo of major countries and the cages of the 5 major ninja villages are here. This is the first time I've seen such a lineup. Of course, it's because the initiator of this martial arts tournament is the savior. By the way, will the savior really choose disciples from the winners? It's uncertain. I asked several adults in charge of organizing the martial arts tournament, and they all said they had never heard of it. They only said that the top 10 will receive rewards of money and a B-level ninjutsu from each of the 5 major ninja villages, and the top 3 will even receive A-level ninjutsu. A-level ninjutsu. I signed up for this competition just for it. Even if I'm not accepted as a disciple by the savior, it's a huge fortune to get this kind of reward. 2 ninjas from small ninja villages outside the 5 major ninja villages were discussing in the corner. Not far from the two, Fu glanced at them, then, hugging Sakura's arm, chuckled, "Sakura, Goku-sensei is now being called the savior." "That's right, thank goodness Goku-sensei's identity hasn't been exposed. Otherwise, he'd be surrounded by people every day, and we'd be too," Sakura chuckled. While village leaders like Inoki, Ai, and Madarumi knew Goku's identity as the savior, they had all tacitly kept it a secret. No one except those close to Goku knew about it. "Finally, I'll announce the rules of the competition. First, all ninja tools like shurikens and kunai, as well as powerful auxiliary items like explosive talismans and poisons, are not allowed on the field and cannot be used. Second, killing attacks are strictly prohibited during the competition. If the opponent has lost their ability to fight, attacking them is also considered a foul. Once the above 2 points are discovered, the qualification will be immediately disqualified." Third, after a series of rules were announced, Kakashi raised his arms and shouted, "Then, I declare that the first preliminaries of the first Ninja World Martial Arts Tournament will now officially begin." Chapter 218 Farewell. In the 21st qualifying match, I declare Asuka the winner. As Kakashi announced the result, several medical staff quickly arrived at the ring carrying a stretcher and carried the unconscious loser off the field for treatment. The winner, Asuka, raised his arms and cheered to the audience's deafening cheers before walking off the field with a look of satisfaction. Water style, water impact. After he left, several ninjas arrived at the ring and, working together, spitted streams of water, washing the filthy arena clean. Immediately afterwards, several more ninjas replaced them, unleashing Earth-style ninjutsu to smooth out the cracks and dents on the arena, restoring it to its original state. After all this was done, Kakashi took the microphone and approached the ring. Next, the 22nd qualifying match will be between Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha and Yamada Takayuki, a samurai from the Land of Iron. Let's give them a warm welcome. Yoshi. Don't worry, everyone. I'll be back soon. Naruto raised his hand in response, then strode towards the competition ring with a beaming smile. As he walked out of the waiting room, the cheers around him suddenly grew louder. Uzumaki Naruto. Go for it. Many civilians and ninjas from the Land of Fire cheered frantically for Naruto. Hey everyone, I'll do my best. Naruto raised his hands, continuously greeting the crowd. Soon, amidst the cheers, he arrived at the ring. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, he said, grinning back. Kakashi smiled faintly. Go for it, Naruto. He felt deeply moved as he watched the boy, who had grown considerably taller before him. Who could have known that this boy's strength far surpassed that of most in the current ninja world? Even the cages of the so-called 5 great ninja villages were no match for him. After greeting Kakashi, Naruto's gaze drifted to a window in the martial arts tournament building. There, Goku was perched on the windowsill, gazing at him with a grin. Noticing his gaze, he waved. Goku-sensei, just watch me. I won't let you down, Naruto muttered to himself, waving at Goku. Soon, his opponent, Yamada Takashi, arrived on the stage. As the two men took their positions, Kakashi reviewed the rules of the tournament, then announced, I declare the 22nd preliminary round to commence. With a swish, Yamada Takashi drew his wooden sword, the only permitted weapon in the tournament, so that samurai could participate. After all, a samurai's skill lay in their swords. Without them being allowed to wield them, there was no point in them even having the chance to compete. Please give me your guidance, Naruto-sama. Naruto looked at the solemn samurai before him, his playful expression subsiding. He clasped his fists, bowed slightly, and said solemnly, please give me your guidance. Swoosh. Yamada Takashi's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, and he advanced with a lightning-fast stride, his wooden sword slashing towards Naruto like a bolt of lightning. What? However, after the strike, he was shocked to find that his wooden sword had only just scraped past the edge of Naruto's clothes, not injuring him at all. Without a second thought, he swung the wooden sword again, so fast that it left multiple after-images in the air, leaving the audience exclaiming with delight. Is this the true strength of a samurai from the Land of Iron? That sword play is incredibly fast, that's right. If I were on the field, I wouldn't be able to block a few strikes. You're dreaming. You can't even block a single strike. Hey, look, his opponent, Uzumaki Naruto, looks completely outmatched. Is he going to lose? Some spectators praised Yamada Noriyuki, while also expressing their pessimism for Naruto, who was constantly dodging and unable to even attack. They believed that Naruto, completely cornered by Yamada Noriyuki's relentless onslaught, had lost every opportunity to strike, and defeat was inevitable. But, unbeknownst to them, the one suffering on the field, their favorite samurai, Yamada Noriyuki, was the one suffering. Damn it! How the hell did he do that? Sweat streamed down his forehead, and Yamada Noriyuki was filled with anxiety. Even though his swordplay was so powerful that it seemed he had completely dominated Naruto, he knew it wasn't his intention. His Gale Blade technique emphasized speed, precision, and ruthlessness, a single strike to defeat the enemy, not a continuous, unrelenting flow. He found himself in this state because he could no longer stop. After striking, his years of sharp perception informed him that he had become a prey being watched by a ferocious beast. If he stopped attacking, he would be pounced upon. There was no other way. So, he gritted his teeth and persevered, searching desperately for a countermeasure, but none came to mind. Finally, after several minutes of holding on, his tense arm muscles began to twitch, and the blade in his hand suddenly lost its grip and flew out. Huff, huff, huff. His entire body was drenched in sweat, his hands shaking uncontrollably, a sign of exhaustion. Across from him, Naruto, breathless, gave him a faint smile. "Is that your limit, uncle?" Yamada Keiichi stared at him, panting heavily. He had never felt so powerless as he did now. After a long pause, he let out a dejected smile. "I lost this match." Though he was unwilling to accept it, he wasn't foolish. From his opponent's calm demeanor, he could tell there was an unimaginable gap between his strength and his opponent's. Against such an opponent, his defeat was truly justified. "Thank you for your patience," Naruto grinned. Seeing this, Kakashi came onto the field and announced, "I declare the winner of the 22nd qualifying match to be our Uzumaki Naruto." Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and resounding cheers. Naruto waved, glancing towards the window where Goku was standing. "I won, Goku-sensei." He flashed a yes sign, and Goku returned the gesture with a smile. Soon, the third day arrived. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, over 100 of our contestants fought their way through the preliminaries and qualifying rounds, and ultimately, 8 have emerged victorious and advanced to today's finals. These 8 contestants are all incredibly talented and have left a deep impression on us. So, today, in our highly anticipated finals, what kind of performance will they give us? Let's cheer them on with the warmest applause and cheers. Kakashi had become a competent host. With his lead, the entire venue erupted in a deafening wave of sound, seemingly shattering even the clouds in the sky. The day to decide the winner has finally arrived. In the contestant waiting room, Naruto clenched his fists, his fighting spirit high. "Championship, I'm in for sure." "That's not certain, Naruto," an equally confident voice called from the side. Rock Lee, still clad in his green tights, gave a thumbs up, flashing his brilliant white teeth. "I've been training hard lately, I won't lose to you." Nearby, Sasuke, Sakura, Chijiro, Kuratsuchi, Niji, and Fuuya each declared, "First place will be mine, I won't lose to you." Me too. Anyone who knew them would be shocked to discover that these 8 finalists shared one thing in common: they were all Goku's disciples. In other words, the finals of the Ninja World's premier martial arts tournament was actually an internal competition among Goku's disciples. In a VIP room, Goku lay on the windowsill, gazing at the distant sky, his thoughts drifting. Unknowingly, nearly 4 years had passed since he arrived in this world. In those 4 years, he'd made many friends, tasted delicious food, and sparred with countless opponents with unique skills. It was truly a joyous time. "Hey, Shenlong, how much time do we have?" he asked, regaining his composure. "Don't worry, Goku, you'll have plenty of time to watch them all," Shenlong's long-lost voice echoed. Originally, Goku could have stayed in this world for much longer, but 3 years ago, he displayed Super Saiyan power far beyond the limits of this world, alarming the will of the universe. Therefore, even with Shenlong's help, he could only remain in this world for another 3 years. Once that number exceeded, he would be expelled by the will of the universe. Is that so? That's good, Goku chuckled. He'd actually been in this world for quite a while, so leaving or not wasn't really a concern for him. However, before leaving, He wanted to see how his disciples would perform at the Tenkaichi martial arts tournament in this other world. After responding to Shenlong, he turned his attention to the competition arena. There, his disciples Sakura and Kuratsuchi were about to clash. I declare the first match of the first round of the finals to begin now. As Kakashi finished speaking, Sakura and Kuratsuchi each took their starting stances. I won't lose to you, Sakura. Kuratsuchi's eyes were filled with determination. Me neither, Sakura smiled faintly. A few seconds later, the two suddenly moved. Bang! Bang! Crack! Crack! A series of loud, muffled explosions echoed from the ring, leaving the audience gaping in surprise. The two fighters moved with lightning speed, their attacks ferocious and swift, leaving the audience breathless. Soon, they simultaneously soared into the air, engaging in a fierce mid-air battle. What? They can fly, the audience gasped. They had never before witnessed a fighter soar, or even fight in mid-air. Suddenly, bang! A figure suddenly plummeted from the air, a deafening roar. On the ring, as the billowing dust cleared, a massive crater emerged. Embedded within it lay the unconscious Kuratsuchi. As expected, he's just fainted, Sakura concluded, dropping from the air and examining the opponent's body. Her medical expertise honed her understanding of the precise spot to induce unconsciousness without causing serious injury. I declare the winner of the first round, match 1, Hiruno Sakura. Bang! Sasuke stood up behind Fu and knocked her unconscious with a single blow. I declare the winner of the second round, match 1, Uchiha Sasuke. Huff. 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 After battling Naruto with all his might, Chijiro lay breathless on the ground, unable to move. You win, Naruto. Youth Improved Version, Super Invincible Whirlwind Kick, boom. Youth Improved Version, Rock Lee's Flying Kick, boom. On the field, Rock Lee unleashed one fierce, self-created move after another, blasting huge holes into the solid arena. Lee, you've improved a lot, Niji praised as he fended off the attacks. Of course I won't lose to you, Niji. That's exactly what I was thinking, Lee. Soft fist, new a trigram 64 palms, a new soft fist technique, condensed from his fingertips, lashed out at Rock Lee like a torrential downpour. The two exchanged blows, each fierce collision sending gusts of wind soaring that the audience had to squint to avoid a drizzling sand and gravel. After an indeterminate amount of time, the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "What are they doing?" In the center of the ring, Rock Lee and Niji each punched the other in the face. They remained locked in a stalemate, neither refusing to yield. Until, sensing something was amiss, Kakashi rushed to the ring to check on the two, only to find them both unconscious. Perhaps the reason they remained standing was their inner will to refuse to surrender, still holding them up. After shaking his head with a hint of amusement, Kakashi raised the microphone and announced the two were tied. At the same time, since both were unconscious and unable to continue, they were disqualified from the next round. Thus, after the first round of the finals, the only remaining contestants were Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Never mind, I won't continue. Third place is enough for me, Sakura said, giving up without further consideration. She knew that whether she faced Naruto or Sasuke, she wouldn't be able to defeat either. This was the conclusion she had reached after numerous sparring matches with both over the years. Now's your turn, both of you. Give it your all. She raised her fist and cheered them both on. Hey, don't worry, Sakura, first place is definitely mine, HMPH, don't be so confident. Naruto and Sasuke, as usual, bickered as they approached the ring. Next up, the final match of our first Ninja World Martial Arts Tournament. This match will determine our champion. So, who will be the ultimate victor? Let's wait and see. Naruto, Sasuke. Kakashi's words seemed like a signal, instantly igniting everyone's passion. The spectators and the previously defeated contestants cheered hoarsely for the two. Sasuke, look! Goku-sensei is watching us from up there, Naruto said, pointing in a certain direction. It was the rooftop of the martial arts tournament building, where Goku sat cross-legged, gazing at them with a smile. Well, Goku-sensei must be looking forward to our match too. Sasuke met Goku's gaze and nodded, silently assuring him that he would give his all. Of course. We're going to give it our all, soon. Bang, bang, bang. Pa, pa, pa. A resounding noise, far louder than the previous one, echoed across the arena. Two flashes of white light, like lightning, flashed repeatedly across the field, each collision carrying earth-shattering force. Every spectator, mouth agape, eyes bulging, froze in their seats, transformed into statues. Was this still human possible speed and power? They didn't understand. They couldn't even see the two clashing figures. All they could see was the visible cracks in the arena. An indeterminate amount of time passed. With a loud boom, the arena, which had withstood hundreds of battles without a scratch, collapsed, leaving a shattered mess. From mid-air, Naruto surveyed the arena. Now untenable. This is too flimsy. Looks like we'll have to fight in the air from now on, the Earth-style ninjas who had built the arena retorted. No matter how strong we make it, we can't withstand such a barrage of bombardment. It doesn't matter, we can fight anywhere, Sasuke gasped, smiling softly at Naruto, who is in barely better shape. How about we decide the outcome with that move? Naruto paused, then reacted with a grin. Alright, and so, the two of them hovered in midair, striking identical poses, one on each side. They're in the sky, the audience below, finally able to see the two figures clearly, burst into tears. They immediately noticed their movements. What are they doing? Naruto and Sasuke each placed their hands at their waists in the shape of a calyx. Immediately, two blue orbs of light appeared in their respective hands. Decide the outcome with that move, Sasuke. You can't beat me, that's not necessarily true. After a brief exchange of words, the two thrust their hands forward simultaneously, Kamehameha, boom. The two blue orbs, trailing meteor tails, collided head-on, erupting in a resounding roar. Countless waves of energy erupted from the collision point, sweeping outward with immense force. Instantly, a fierce wind blew, and the sky and earth changed color. The audience below, ignoring the blinding dust, stared intently, not wanting to miss this awe-inspiring, unprecedented clash. This scene, after the moment the Savior cast the golden curtain of light 3 years ago, would be the second most unforgettable in their lives. Naruto, Sasuke, you've both improved a lot. On the rooftop, Goku observed the scene with a smile. Then, suddenly, he scratched his head. What should I do? Should I say goodbye to them in person? He shuddered at the thought of Sakura, Karin, Fu, and Kiratsuchi, who might cry. No, definitely cry. Never mind. He couldn't bear this side anymore, so he decided not to say goodbye in person. And with that, the clash between Naruto and Sasuke finally came to a close. Naruto's Kamehameha wave ultimately overwhelmed Sasuke, knocking him unconscious. Seeing this, Naruto didn't rush to celebrate his victory. Instead, he caught Sasuke from the air and slowly landed on the ground. Looking at Sasuke's unconscious face, he grinned softly. Sasuke, it looks like I'm the winner again this time. Over the past 3 years, he and Sasuke had clashed many times, winning more often than not. And this time, he was victorious again. Sakura instantly arrived from the sidelines and checked on Sasuke. Phew, he's fine, nothing serious, just passed out. Sakura, you're still worried about me? I finally pulled back, Naruto said, scratching his head and grinning. I know. Why would I worry about you, our grand champion? Sakura smiled. Just then, Kakashi raised the microphone and shouted, I declare that the champion of the first Ninja World Martial Arts Tournament is Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in deafening cheers. Countless spectators cheered and frantically chanted Naruto's name. However, Naruto, who always relished such spectacle, didn't respond enthusiastically. Instead, he looked in a different direction, feeling something in his heart. Upon catching sight of a familiar figure, his heart, which had been beating slowly for a moment, finally returned to normal. Goku-sensei. I'm the champion, he shouted, flashing a yes sign to Goku standing on the rooftop. Unfortunately, his words were drowned out by the deafening roar, reaching nowhere. But he didn't care. He saw Goku extending his hand and flashing a yes sign back at him. Seeing this, his smile widened even further. He couldn't wait to use the championship prize to treat Goku to a feast. However, at that moment, his smile froze. Kakashi, Sakura, Karin, Might Guy, and the others, who were happy for Naruto, also froze. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in their minds, Yoshi. Goodbye, everyone. I'm leaving here. You all should continue to live your lives. As soon as the words fell, Naruto saw Goku, who had just been in his sight, disappear in an instant. Chapter 219, First time in the pirate world, encountering the celestial dragons. Shenlong, what world are we going to next? Goku asked, sitting on Shenlong's back in a bizarre and unknown dimension. Haha, you'll know when you get there, Goku. It was the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. It was a turbulent year. Monkey D. Luffy, determined to become Pirate King, officially set sail. He met Rorano Azoro, aspiring to be the world's greatest swordsman, Nami, the thieving cat, dreaming of mapping the entire world, and Usopp, aspiring to be a brave sea warrior. Then there were Sanji, seeking the legendary Sea of All Blue, Chopper, the ship's doctor, aspiring to become a panacea, Nico Robin, searching for the true text of history, Frankie, who longed to see his ship reach the end of the world, and Brook, determined to fulfill his promise to Laboon the whale. Luffy invited them all aboard his ship, becoming his companions, and stirred up a storm in the Grand Line Paradise. And that's not all. That year, Blackbeard Teach obtained the dark fruit, defeated the Fire Fist Ace who had come to pursue him, and presented it to the world government. After the world government decided to publicly execute Ace at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Whitebeard, the man known as the world's strongest, led his pirate group in a fierce battle against Marine headquarters, determined to rescue his beloved son, Ace. Ultimately, after the complete destruction of Marineford, Whitebeard was killed, along with Ace, and the Navy declared victory. Meanwhile, the ambitious and traitor Blackbeard Teach profited, successfully acquiring the power of the Tremor fruit, becoming the only person in the world to possess dual powers. This unprecedented and fierce battle became known as the Battle of Marineford. Of course, all this was just the beginning. Blackbeard Teach was still anxiously awaiting the dark fruit within the Whitebeard pirates. Luffy had just set sail, without a single companion. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, a supremely powerful being from another world arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Located in front of the Red Earth continent, the heart of the Grand Line, lies a dreamlike island woven from towering trees. As the Grand Line's essential route from Paradise to the New World, it attracts numerous pirates and other lawless elements, making it an extremely dangerous place. However, a large naval presence is also located here, and the proximity of Marine headquarters, Marineford, greatly deters would-be criminals, forcing them to resort to petty crimes rather than major ones. However, despite this, one group of people shows complete indifference and acts with impunity on the island, even engaging in looting and burning without the Navy's intervention. The Navy even protects them from protesting civilians. They are the self-proclaimed descendants of the Creator, the world's aristocracy, enjoying every privilege in the world, the Celestial Dragons. These people consider themselves gods, superior to all other races, and can arbitrarily dominate others without regard for the law. When walking on the street, all civilians must move out of the way, kneel, and bow their heads, waiting for them to leave before rising. If anyone was unfortunate enough to be spotted by a celestial dragon, they would be captured on the spot and made their slave or consort. Any resistance would be met with inhumane torture, condemned to a life worse than death. They were, in a sense, nothing less than a pack of demons. Yet, it was a profound irony that these demons were protected by the world's greatest force for justice. And right now, on Island 33 of the Sabaody archipelago, a high-handed celestial dragon was strolling the streets. Been out for quite some time, feeling a bit tired, St. Charles, a portly, thick-lipped, pig-like figure, muttered to himself, tickling his nose. His head was covered in resin bubbles, giving him a strange appearance. This was because, self-proclaimed gods, they refused to breathe the same air as ordinary people. Hey, turn around, we're going back. He suddenly whipped his mount and lashed it with his whip. The sound of chains scraping against the ground resounded. Beneath him, a man with a thick frame, once a towering and imposing figure, now skin and bones, his hands and feet shackled, heard his words. He ignored the pain of the whip and slowly turned his body like a puppet. This man, Puile, was once a powerful pirate captain in the Grand Line Paradise. But after traveling along his route to the Sabaody archipelago, he was spotted by St. Charles and taken as his slave. Tortured and trained, he became a mere humanoid mount, obedient only to his commands. As a result, his eyes were now dull and numb, his pupils devoid of any light, making him look like a walking corpse. Suck. The trees here are so huge, and they even produce bubbles. Wukong strolled through the Sabaody archipelago, curiously observing his surroundings. Since arriving in this world, he had found himself in a new and unique place. Everywhere he looked, He saw small islands formed by towering trees. Meanwhile, colorful bubbles would occasionally appear from the ground, much to his amazement. Puff! Another bubble appeared right before him. This time, he reached out his finger and curiously tapped it. Immediately, his finger sank into the bubble with a soft click, and the bubble didn't burst like a normal bubble. "Hey, can I come in?" He blinked innocently, then dove completely inside. Ha ha ha. This is really fun. He sat inside the bubble, watching it carry his body up and float, grinning broadly. The sight reminded him of soaring through the air on a cloud. That's not right. He suddenly frowned and pinched his chin. While this bubble could carry him aloft, it couldn't move left or right, it could only point upwards, unlike a cloud. So, was there any way to make it move left or right? Just as he was lost in thought, a bubble suddenly flew over from the distance, and surprisingly, this one was moving forward, not upwards. He naturally noticed this scene, his eyes widening. What's that? He saw that the flying bubble also contained a person. Not only that, but there was also a strangely shaped semicircular bicycle inside. The person in the bubble was pedaling the bicycle to make the bubble move straight forward. "Hey! Excuse me, what are you sitting on?" As the bubble approached and was about to pass him, Wukong immediately called out to the man. The man heard his call, but did not ignore him, but stopped. Seeing Wukong pointing at the bubble car below him, the man smiled kindly. "Is this your first time here?" Wukong nodded. "Yeah, no wonder you didn't recognize it. This is a bubble car. It allows us to move around in the bubble. It's a very convenient means of transportation on this island." Oh, Wukong suddenly understood. "I see you want to ride in a bubble car, too, right? Everyone who's new here wants to try it. These bubble cars can be rented. Just keep walking in this direction and you'll reach a small town where you can rent one," the man said, then smiled and waved. "I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving now. I hope you have a great time on the island." With that, he quickly pedaled away on his bubble car. Bubble car? Wukong scratched his face. So that thing was called a bubble car, quite a vivid image. Renting it? I guess it costs money, right? He muttered to himself, chin in hand. He had just arrived in this world, so of course he had no money on him. Oh no, it seemed like he did. As if thinking of something, he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a wad of banknotes. These were the money he'd stored away in his previous world. Since he hadn't spent it all, he'd brought it with him when he left. Does this work? He blinked at the banknotes in his hand. Whatever, let's just give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it later. He smiled nonchalantly, put the banknotes back, then came out of the bubble and walked in the direction the man had pointed. After a while, looking at the town that appeared in front of him, he raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. It seems he has arrived. After entering the town, Wukong looked around, looking for the bubble car. Not long after, his eyes lit up, and a shop full of bubble cars came into his sight. He walked over, and the boss who was busy in the store noticed him, stood up and greeted him. "Hello, customer, do you want to rent a bubble car? Our bubble cars only cost 500 Baileys a day. Of course, you can also choose to buy one. It's not expensive. Only 10,000 Baileys is enough." While listening to the boss's introduction, Wukong looked left and right, looking at the bubble cars in the store. After the shopkeeper finished, he pulled out a banknote he'd brought from the Naruto world from his code and handed it to the shopkeeper, saying, "Boss, do you think this is valid?" The shopkeeper took the note, examined it, and frowned. "Sir, where's this currency from? We only accept Baileys here, no other currencies." Having run a small shop for years in a place like the Sabaody archipelago, he naturally knew that some countries in this world had their own internal monetary systems. So, even when Goku took out this unfamiliar note, he wasn't too surprised. "This one, it's from a very far away place." Goku scratched his head. "I guess so." The shopkeeper glanced at Goku and handed the note back. He'd seen many currencies unique to countries not too far away, but this was the first time Goku had seen this. So, it made sense that the currency Goku was holding was from a very distant country. However, he hadn't anticipated how far this distance was beyond his imagination. It was not even the same world. He wondered how he would feel if he knew he had just seen currency from another world. "Look, you look like a complete stranger. You must be new to this island. I'll let you go this time. Take any of my bubble cars and I'll let you ride for free for the day." The owner looked Wukong over again, and after deciding he didn't look like a bad guy, He waved his hand and said generously, "Hey. Really, boss?" Wukong had thought he'd miss out on a bubble car ride and was just thinking about where to get some money, but when he heard the owner's words, his face lit up. "Of course, but remember, you can't damage one of my bubble cars. If you do, you'll have to pay for it." The owner smiled and gave a serious instruction. "Hey, no problem," Wukong immediately said it was okay. "Are you kidding? How could he possibly damage one of these bubble cars?" A car whose steering wheel he'd once cut off had something to say. Just as he was looking around, ready to choose a bubble car, the owner, who was smiling at him, glanced down the street and suddenly turned pale with fear. From the far side of the street, the Saint of Charles, riding his mount, was seen slowly approaching with several attendants. As they passed, civilians and pirates alike, they all made way and knelt on either side of the street in fear, their heads bowed, not daring to look directly at the Saint of Charles's group. "Oh my! The celestial dragons," the shopkeeper murmured tremblingly, moving to exit the shop and kneel on the street. But before he could take a step, a thought struck him. He turned back to Goku and whispered, Sir, the celestial dragons are coming. Let's kneel down." "Huh? What did you say?" Goku, intently selecting a bubble car, didn't quite catch the words and blinked in confusion. "Hey! Stop asking, just follow me." Seeing the Saint of Charles approaching, the shopkeeper, panicking, dragged Goku to the street in front of the shop, attempting to pin him down. However, Wukong's body was as stiff as iron. No matter how hard he tried, his face flushed red, he couldn't hold the other down. "What are you doing, boss?" Wukong blinked naively, unsure of what the other was doing. "Quick! Get down on your knees." Seeing that St. Charles was less than 50 meters away, the boss growled, then, not caring about Wukong anymore, dropped to his knees, his head bowed. It was only then that Wukong finally noticed the scene on the street. What's going on? On both sides of the street, a long line of people, all kneeling on the ground, formed a long line. In the center of the street, St. Charles, riding a slave, ignored the kneeling figures on either side and licked his ice cream. "What are they kneeling for?" Wukong observed the scene in confusion. Then he noticed the emaciated slave, Puile, beneath St. Charles's body. The man's energy was already weak, like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. He couldn't help but frown. Just then, St. Charles, who was getting closer and closer, finally noticed him, the heretic who was still standing. He stopped licking his ice cream, a look of disgust on his face. "You despicable and filthy mortal, you don't even kneel before me." He felt his dignity was being challenged, because it had been a long time since a mortal had not knelt before him. And those who had not knelt before him were all sent to hell by him. "HMPH, you don't know how to live or die?" He pulled out a golden pistol from his chest, intending to shoot Wukong on the spot. Chapter 220. My name is Sabo. On the side of the street, in a hidden alley, a man wearing a black top hat, wavy golden hair peeking out from beneath, tucked away around a corner, silently watching the paladin of Charles and his slaves pass by. Anyone who knew him would be shocked to discover he was none other than Chief of Staff Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, the sworn enemy of the current world government and the one who sought to overthrow it. The Celestial Dragons, the world's aristocracy, what an ugly bunch. "One day we will pull you from your rotten thrones, and the world will belong to the people," Sabo muttered to himself. He then turned to leave. After all, this scene was all too common. Nearly every celestial dragon abused their slaves in various ways. And now, it was not yet time for them to free these slaves and declare war on the celestial dragons. So, for now, he had no choice but to endure silently and leave quietly. But just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of something and paused. That person, he saw Goku, standing vacantly in the street after being pulled out by the owner of the bubble bike shop. Is he trying to kill himself? Sabo's heart tightened at the thought. He had been able to ignore the celestial dragons riding the slave because the slave was still alive, and he had no power to save him. But this was different. He knew full well what the celestial dragons would do to a civilian who refused to kneel, execute them on the spot. And he couldn't bear to watch an innocent civilian die before his eyes. His mind raced, and he made a sudden decision, to save the man. Swish, swish, swish. He ripped off his scarf and covered half his face with it. Even if he had to save someone, he couldn't reveal his identity. Just as he was about to disguise himself and rush out to grab Goku and flee, he paused. The situation had changed again. Seeing Wukong refuse to kneel and even stare at him, St. Charles felt disrespected and drew his beloved golden pistol, ready to kill Wukong immediately. However, just as he could raise the pistol, he felt his body sway, nearly falling to the ground. Shocked and furious, he immediately dropped the pistol and, instead, grasped the whip, lashing out at the slave beneath him. "You damned, snap!" His voice was cut off. He looked up in disbelief, staring blankly at the person holding the other end of his whip. This person was Wukong, the one he had just intended to kill. "Hey, he's almost dead, what are you doing to him?" Wukong looked at him sternly. St. Charles was stunned. He had never in his life heard a civilian speak to him in such a tone. His brain froze for a moment, and he just stared at Wukong. While his computer crashed, the bodyguards behind him didn't. They quickly drew their pistols, their black muzzles pointed at Wukong. "Stop. How dare you offend Lord Charles? Get down on your knees." They chose not to shoot immediately. They had a precedent. A colleague had acted on his own initiative and shot a civilian who had offended Lord Charles. As a result, he became a slave, tortured day and night by Lord Charles. However, Wukong completely ignored them. He gently yanked the whip, and the stunned Lord Charles, sitting on his slave, rolled off like a ball. Like a dog chewing shit, his fat face hit the ground. The impact of the blow shattered his fragile, untrained body, and his eyes rolled back as he passed out. This, in turn, left Wukong speechless. "Huh? Fainting already?" Wukong blinked in confusion. He just wanted him to get down, so how could he faint so easily? St. Charles signed, seeing St. Charles being dragged down by Wukong, even unconscious, his bodyguards paled with fear. It was over. It was truly over. How dare they? Even if they made amends for this dereliction of duty and apprehended the criminal, Wukong, they would likely not recover. Oh my god. Someone killed a celestial dragon. On both sides of the street, those who had previously kept their heads down, oblivious to what had just happened, finally couldn't help but glance up. That one glimpse made them all pale. Seeing the celestial dragon lying motionless on the ground, they immediately assumed he had been murdered. Shocked, they cried out in shock. Boom. The roar was like a thunderbolt. The other kneeling men immediately looked up and saw what was happening. They were horrified, no longer caring to kneel, but rising and fleeing in all directions. This was unbelievable. The celestial dragons had been killed. This was an unprecedented and monumental event. Even Fisher Tiger, who had climbed onto the Red Earth continent 10 years ago and rescued countless slaves from the celestial dragons, had never killed a celestial dragon. Wukong watched in bewilderment, a question slowly forming on his face. What had happened to these people? Why were they suddenly terrified and fleeing? Just as he was bewildered, two of the terrified bodyguards flashed a murderous look, ready to shoot Wukong. Give it a try, maybe St. Charles won't punish them. The other two exchanged glances, then, with a sudden, sharp blow, knocked the two men unconscious. Then, ignoring Wukong, they turned and fled, just like the other civilians. At that moment, a figure suddenly flashed from the street, leaping onto the field. They quickly approached St. Charles and, searching for a key, found it. With a key, they approached the still kneeling slave and unshackled his hands and feet. Then, they unhooked the explosive collar, the life-threatening device around his neck. Finally, they lifted the slave and called out to Wukong, "Follow me." Huh? Wukong blinked in confusion, glancing back at the bubble car shop, only to find it had been closed and the owner nowhere to be seen. Then, he felt someone grab his arm. "Don't stand there. Follow me if you don't want to die." Pulled by the other person, he was confused, but sensing their kindness, he followed them anyway. And so, in the blink of an eye, only the unconscious St. Charles and his two bodyguards remained. A moment later. Da-da-da. A large group of Navy officers in white uniforms rushed in from afar, surrounding the area. Just fainted. A Navy officer dressed as a Commodore stepped forward to investigate and immediately discovered that St. Charles had merely fainted, but was otherwise unharmed. Pop, 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 a strange sound echoed from him. His face darkened, and he immediately pulled a snail-shaped object from his pocket. It was a den mushi, used for communication. Seeing a seagull growing on the den mushi, his expression deepened, and he immediately pressed the connect button. Marshal Sengoku, yes, are you at the scene? What's the situation? A middle-aged man's voice, full of authority, echoed from the den mushi. The Commodore didn't hesitate and immediately reported his findings. Just fainted? I get it. You stay here and protect him while we wait for the CP0 guys to come and take him away. What about his attacker? I'll have someone else go after him. Don't worry about it. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, in the Admiral's office at Marineford, only about an hour's sail from the Sabaody archipelago. Sengoku hung up the Dendenmushi and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he's just fainted, not dead. If you were dead, this would be a huge problem. He was well aware of the high status of the celestial dragons. If one of them died, he'd have a headache. Catcha, ho ha ho ha. Not dead? What a shame. On the sofa next to him, a tall, muscular, gray-haired old man laughed heartily as he munched on a sundae. Bang! Garp! Watch your words and actions. Sengoku slammed the table in anger, then stormed out. You are responsible for tracking down and arresting the perpetrators who attacked the celestial dragons. Garp! Garp scratched his ear and stuffed another handful of senbei into his mouth. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, if you leave this to me, I can't guarantee I can complete it. HMPH, Sengoku snorted. After calming down and thinking about it, it was indeed true. This guy definitely wouldn't take a mission like this seriously. He might even turn a blind eye and let the murderer, who was right under his nose, go. With this thought, he considered the current situation of the three admirals and called Dendenmushi. Kyuzan, come to my office, ta-da-da. Ta-da-da. As they ran, Goku asked curiously, where are we going? You'll find out in a minute, the figure ahead, carrying the slave, quickly replied. About 10 minutes later, the coastline appeared before them. And there, a medium-sized sailboat sat quietly anchored. Whoosh, the figure carrying the slave leaped onto the boat, preparing to return and fetch Wukong. But as he turned, he was surprised to find that the other person had also leaped aboard with the same ease. Indeed, since he had been able to pull the obese St. Charles off the boat and run as fast as him for so long without getting out of breath or blushing, he must be quite capable, and it wasn't surprising that he could have jumped aboard. With that in mind, he extended his hand, a gentle, kind smile on his face. Hello, I didn't have time to introduce myself just now. My name is Sabo. Wukong paused for a moment before reacting and smilingly shook his hand. My name is Sun Wukong, you can call me Wukong. Sabo smiled and was about to say something when several people emerged from the deck cabin. Leading the group, a cute, quirky-looking girl in a short dress and high heels, with orange hair, called out, Sabo. Why are you just getting back? We've been waiting for you, haha, sorry, Kurla. Sabo gave a slightly apologetic smile, then said seriously, let's not talk about that for now. We need to set sail immediately. Any later and the Navy will surround us. Kurla was stunned for a second, but without further questioning, she nodded emphatically. Okay, then, working with the others behind her, they gathered the anchor, hoisted the sails, and turned the rudder. The entire process was seamless and incredibly swift. Once the ship was underway and swiftly sailed away from the Sabaody archipelago, Sabo withdrew his gaze from his surroundings. We're out of danger for the time being, but we can't let our guard down, he said to Kurla, who was bandaging the wounds of the slave Pual he had carried over. After bandaging the wound, Kurla gently stroked Pual's head, looking into his still lifeless eyes and soothingly saying, don't worry, you're safe. Then she addressed Sabo. Sabo, what happened? As a former celestial dragon slave herself, she instantly recognized a glaring sky dragon hoof brand on Pual's bare chest. It was a mark the celestial dragons inscribed on each slave to identify them as theirs. The moment she saw it, she knew he was a celestial dragon slave. So why would Sabo bring such a slave here? And with him, a stranger? She glanced at Wukong again with curiosity. That's a long story, Sabo chuckled softly. He then pointed at Wukong and introduced him. His name is Sun Wukong. He's closely involved in what happened earlier. He then recounted the story of encountering the celestial dragons on the street, how Wukong had stopped their atrocities and knocked them unconscious, how he had seized the opportunity to free the slaves, and how he had escaped with Wukong. When he finished, Kurla's eyes froze for a moment, then a cloud of mist clouded over. Really, Sabo? Yes. It's true. Mr. Wukong is a very brave and righteous man. Sabo looked at Wukong with admiration. Although he had never met Wukong before, his courage in openly stopping the celestial dragons had already made him a very important figure in his mind. Thank you, Mr. Wukong. Thank you for saving him. Kurla wiped away the tears from her eyes, her gaze fixed on Wukong with a mixture of emotion and admiration. Wukwang's actions reminded her of Fisher Tiger, who had rescued her from suffering many years ago. He, like Goku, was a great and righteous hero, yet in the end, he died inexplicably. I understand, Sabo. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. We can't let the Navy and CP0 catch us. After saying this, Kerala quickly turned and jumped onto the observation deck. Gray, we need to get out of here, she spoke to the Revolutionary Army soldier steering the ship below, then took out her binoculars and carefully observed the surroundings. For Goku, for the freed slaves, and for her fellow Revolutionary Army members, she couldn't let the enemy catch up to them no matter what. Chapter 221 Join the Revolutionary Army. Goku. The azure sea shimmered, and the horizon reflected a rosy glow, like a dusting of golden dust, making the surface shimmer with a beautiful radiance. However, this seemingly beautiful ocean held many oddities. The most obvious was its utter silence. Not only was there no sound of the wind, but even the crashing of the waves was completely inaudible. It was as if this were a dead sea. We should be completely safe now. Kerala hopped down from the observation deck and gave Sabo and Goku a playful smile. The Navy couldn't have guessed we'd entered the calm belt. Indeed, the ocean they were now entering was called the calm belt. It was a region of absolute calm and silence, devoid of wind and current. For most seafarers, it was a land of death, a place of no return. Their ships were wind-powered sailboats. Once they entered this area, without wind, their ships would become immobilized. Unless they were lucky enough to row out, they would simply die. Not to mention the impassable situation, this sea area is also infested with a vast number of gigantic sea kings. Most of these sea kings are ferocious and prone to attacking ships. An unforeseen encounter would result in shipwreck and loss of life. Kurla, don't be too careless. We won't be truly safe until we're out of the doldrums, Sabo smiled faintly. Their ships have been specially modified, allowing them to propel themselves not only by wind but also by a special energy source. Furthermore, they've installed sea stone beneath their hulls, making them invisible to the sea kings living deep below. However, this doesn't guarantee they won't be attacked by sea kings. If a sea king reaches the surface, it can see them directly and won't be misled by the sea stone. Yes, I get it, Kurla stuck out her tongue. Just then, a strange sound rang out from the side. Gugu, Sabo and Kurla glanced over at the same time. Goku rubbed his stomach with one hand and his head with the other, smiling sheepishly. I'm a little hungry, haha. Do you have anything to eat? It had been more than half a day since he left the Naruto world, and he'd been doing some activities during that time, so naturally, he was a little hungry. Yes, of course. It's time for dinner, too. Goku, just wait. I'll make you something to eat. During the time the ship had been in the doldrums, Kurla had become quite familiar with Goku, no longer using honorifics, but calling him by his first name. She smiled sweetly at Goku and immediately ran into the deck to cook for everyone. Kurla's cooking is delicious, Goku. Sabo couldn't help but smile softly as he watched Kurla disappear. Haha, really? I'm looking forward to it. Hearing this, Goku felt his saliva quicken. By the way, Goku, I want to ask you a question. Sabo walked to the side of the ship, bracing himself with both hands. He glanced around before turning to look at Goku. Were you afraid when you were stopping the celestial dragons? Goku scratched his face. By now, he knew that the person with the bubble on his head whom he had knocked unconscious was called a celestial dragon by the people here. While he didn't know why, he didn't think to ask. He simply answered Sabo's question. Or rather, he asked instead of answering. Why were you afraid? He blinked curiously. Sabo was stunned by his response. He had expected a bold, unflinching response, or perhaps a moment's hesitation before a somewhat embarrassed admission of fear. But he hadn't expected such a strange tone. It was as if he had never considered the celestial dragons a threat, as if he didn't care at all. After a few seconds of silence, he regained his composure and let out a silent smile. It seemed he had met someone truly remarkable. This man's audacity rivaled even the mighty pirates who dominated the seas. The thought stirred within him. For years, the Revolutionary Army had been quietly building strength, seeking aspiring individuals to join them. And didn't Goku, who stood before him, perfectly fit the bill? With such a figure joining, he believed the Revolutionary Army would gain another elite and formidable leader. With this thought in mind, he looked at Goku solemnly and said, Goku, there's one more identity I haven't told you yet. His identity as a member of the Revolutionary Army was a closely guarded secret, So secret that even the world government hadn't discovered it yet. So, even though he had previously harbored a fondness for Goku, he hadn't revealed it to him. But now, since he wanted to recruit him, he had to disclose it. Goku, I'm a member of the Revolutionary Army, and everyone on this ship is our ally. Our goal is to overthrow the corrupt world government and restore freedom to the people. Join our team, Goku. He looked at Goku eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. And yet, Goku blinked in confusion and scratched his head. What? The Revolutionary Army? Joining the team. But he was just here for tourism. Seeing him like this, Sabo's heart sank. Could it be that Goku hadn't heard of the Revolutionary Army? But that seemed unlikely. If it were a remote country, it might be possible, but Goku had been to the Sabaody archipelago before. Anyone who had made it to this place was knowledgeable and would have heard of the Revolutionary Army at least once. With that in mind, he tentatively asked, Goku, haven't you heard of our Revolutionary Army before? Yes, Goku nodded honestly. Sabo was speechless at this. After a moment, he smiled faintly. Well, Goku, let me tell you the story of our Revolutionary Army. Would you like to hear it? Goku twitched his nose, glancing at the deck cabin, where a sweet aroma was already wafting from it. Haha, don't worry. If Korra's ready, we can eat and talk. I don't want to go hungry either, Sabo chuckled. Boom boom, boom boom, boom boom, boom boom. After the den mushi rang for a long time, a sleepy-looking man in a white coat, with long curly hair and a green eye patch, finally answered. Hello, Marshal Sengoku, Kyuzin, why did you answer just now? What's the situation? Have you found the attackers who attacked the celestial dragons? Kyuzin looked out at the ocean, devoid of any suspicious ships, and said lazily, No, Marshal Sengoku. Those two should have gotten far away. A momentary silence fell on the other end, as if they were contemplating something. Marshal Sengoku, are you still going to chase them? I don't think we can catch them, Kyuzin asked again. After he finished his question, the other end finally said, Come back first, Kyuzin. As soon as the words left his mouth, a beep. The other party hung up. Kyuzin retracted his den mushi and yawned loudly. He should get some sleep, he hadn't gotten enough just now. With that thought in mind, he gripped the handlebars and pedaled his bike around. Beneath him, a long strip of ice froze as the bike moved forward. And all around, the endless ocean stretched as far as the eye could see. Grunt, grunt, crunch, 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 it's really delicious. In the cabin, Goku sat at the table, taking a bite of vegetable on one side, a bite of meat on the other, devouring the meal with great delight. It's just to your taste. Kerala brought over a freshly cooked dish, her eyes curved with joy at Goku's praise. Gulp. Across from Goku, Sabo finished his soup, put down his bowl, wiped his mouth, and looked at Goku. Goku, I've just given you a general overview of the Revolutionary Army. So, now you should have a better understanding of our army, right? Goku mumbled. So, are you willing to join our Revolutionary Army? I can assure you that every word I just said is true. If you still have doubts, you can join and learn more about it. I'm sure you won't be disappointed, Sabo said seriously. Gulp. Goku swallowed his food and paused. I understand what you mean, Sabo. Now that you mention it, I think you're all good people in the Revolutionary Army, and what you're doing is right, but, he frowned slightly, as if considering his next words. But I'm currently a traveler. I want to see the world's diverse landscapes and spar with interesting opponents. Hearing this, Sabo immediately understood that the man before him had rejected him. Though somewhat disappointed, he wouldn't force his way into it, so he smiled faintly. I understand, Goku. If you ever want to join us, we'd love to see you there. After concluding his recruitment talk, Sabo and Goku continued to eat, chatting about random things. Of course, Sabo was mostly doing all the talking, with Goku silently listening, occasionally humming in response. Half an hour later, Sabo, now full, looked at Goku with some surprise as he continued to eat. This guy has quite a big appetite. It seemed like he'd met someone with a big appetite before. Who is it? He couldn't remember. He frowned, clutching his head in pain. What's wrong with you? Goku, who was still chowing down on his food, noticed and asked with concern. No, it's nothing, Sabo waved his hand. After letting go of the thought, he felt the pain instantly disappear. Oh, that's good. Seeing that he truly didn't show any more pain, Wukong nodded and went back to tucking into his meal. Although they had only known each other for less than a day, he had a soft spot for this sincere and kind young man and didn't want him to get hurt. In the blink of an eye, another half-hour had passed. Kurla placed a freshly baked dish on the table and couldn't help but rub her waist. "I'm so tired," she muttered inwardly. But she didn't show it on the surface. Instead, she smiled sweetly and said, "Wukong, how's your meal? If you're not full, I'll keep going." She meant it. Though tired, she wouldn't give up. And since these dishes were for Wukong, whom she admired, there was no way she was going to give up. Wukong was so engrossed in his food that he didn't notice her subtle movements, but Sabo, ever so observant, did. "Kurla, take a break. I'll do the rest." After all, Kurla had been cooking for over an hour and hadn't even eaten herself. She must be hungry and tired by now. Sabo cursed himself for neglecting her. But then, Kurla wrinkled her nose and refused. "No, your cooking isn't good. I can't make it for you." "Ha, ha, ha, how could that be?" Sabo twitched his lips with an awkward smile. "Last time, didn't you say it was okay last time?" Kurla pouted, turned her head away, and muttered, "Last time, I was just trying to save face for you." "Ha, ha, ha." Sabo scratched his head awkwardly. Just then, someone on the deck suddenly exclaimed, "See, Sea King. It's a Sea King," with a swish. Sabo's face darkened. He grabbed his only weapon, the water pipe, and rushed out. Kurla's expression grew serious. She said to Goku, "Goku, take your time eating here," and then rushed out as well. On the deck, several Revolutionary Army soldiers stared at the sea surface hundreds of meters off to the side, wary of a formidable enemy. There, a gigantic Sea King with yellow skin, black spots, a seahorse's head, and a serpent's body, emerged from the water, basking in the sunlight. Judging from the exposed portion alone, it was estimated to be at least a kilometer long. Such a massive Sea King would be a disaster for their ship, which was only a few dozen meters long. If it attempted to attack them, their ship would be like an egg hitting a stone, shattered into pieces in the ocean. "Damn it!" A Revolutionary Army soldier was about to say something, but Sabo, who had rushed out of the cabin, came over and covered his mouth. "Shh." Sabo raised his index finger again, looked around, and shushed everyone. Then he whispered, "It hasn't discovered us yet. Let's not make any noise and leave here quietly." They were both unfortunate and lucky. Although they encountered a giant Sea King, the other party just had its back to them and did not notice their presence. If they leave here before the other party discovers them, they will be safe this time. Yet, after hearing his instructions, everyone nodded. Several of them immediately ran to the cabin, ready to push the power to the highest. But at this moment, maybe the front had enough sunlight, and they were ready to let the back get some sun as well, but the giant Sea King suddenly turned its body. Immediately, two huge eyes that were half the size of the hull looked straight at them. In an instant, the terrible crisis called death spread to everyone's hearts, causing their hearts to stop beating suddenly. Chapter 222, Sabo is worried about Goku. Tick, tick. The weather wasn't hot, but beads of sweat were pouring down everyone's foreheads, trickling down their cheeks, pooling on their chins, and dripping to the ground. Several Revolutionary Army soldiers dared not breathe, their bodies frozen as ice, unable to move. They averted their gaze from the massive Sea King, their minds frantically screaming, "Can't see us! Can't see us, we're just passing through. Leave now, don't come any closer. There's nothing we can do. I hope it doesn't intend to attack us." The ship beneath them was speeding past. If the Sea King didn't make a move, they would soon be out of sight. That was the best-case scenario. But what if Sabo considered the worst-case scenario? This Sea King was ferocious and intended to attack them. If that's the case, I'll have no choice but to fight it head-on. A determination flashed in his eyes. He hadn't considered abandoning ship and escaping. Not to mention the possibility that the Sea King might devour them. Even if they were lucky enough to escape this time, without their ship, they would be a visible target, attracting the attention of other Sea Kings. How could they escape a second or third time? Sabo, not far away, Kerala saw the look on his face and immediately understood what he was thinking, her eyes gleaming with worry. Just as they were all on tenterhooks, silently hoping the giant Sea King wouldn't attack them, Goku suddenly emerged from the cabin. Immediately, upon catching sight of the behemoth outside, his eyes widened. Shhhh. It's huge. In all his decades of life and death, he had never seen a creature so large. Even Earth's dinosaurs were like blades of grass compared to this creature, The difference was insurmountable. His sudden shot startled Sabo, Kurla, and even the other Revolutionary Army soldiers, causing their hearts to stop. One soldier was so startled that he fell to the ground. It was natural. In such a tense situation, even a normal volume voice would startle anyone, let alone something so loud. The fact that Sabo and the others didn't die of fright was a testament to their strength. After his heart stopped for a beat, Sabo turned his head, raised his index finger, and shouted loudly, "SH." At that moment, he blamed himself. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier, gone in to warn Goku? And just then, the giant sea king that had been watching them finally made a move. With a splash, it plunged into the sea, creating a massive wave. Less than 2 seconds later, it emerged from beside the ship. Its maw, wide enough to swallow several ships in a single gulp, swiftly swooped down towards their vessel. In an instant, darkness descended on everyone aboard. Over them loomed not only shadows but also the shadow of death. Whoosh! In this critical moment, Sabo gripped the hose tightly with his left hand, forming a dragon claw gesture with his right. He leaped up, his hand coated in armament haki, as if ready to risk everything in a life or death struggle. But at the same moment, he noticed a figure even faster than him. In the blink of an eye, it appeared at the Sea King's chin and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Sabo's eyes widened at the sound of a resounding bang. The massive, menacing Sea King suddenly threw its head back and collapsed heavily onto the surface. Crash! The immense impact caused the sea to surge, and the ship heaved and swayed in the waves. But everyone on board paid no attention. Their eyes bulged forward 10 centimeters like bone growths. Their jaws agape as if dislocated. Their tongues, like undulating snakes, stretched out 10 centimeters. What were they seeing? Expressions shown below. Huh. That thing is huge. I could eat it for ages. Above the rolling-eyed Sea King, an orange figure stood with his hands on his hips, observing the behemoth below with a critical look. It was none other than Goku. After admiring the prey for a moment, he suddenly thought and scratched his head. But this thing seems difficult to carry. Are there any treasures in this world that can be stored in another dimension? He thought of the storage scrolls in the Naruto world where Kakashi had, which could store things. He often placed uneaten prey in them to preserve them. So, is there something similar in this world? With this thought, he leaped up and whooshed back onto the ship. He looked at Sabo, who had also landed back on the ship and was looking at him in disbelief, and asked, "Hey, Sabo, do you have a treasure that can store things?" Sabo was stunned for a moment, then replied instinctively, "Storage? You mean a bag?" Goku shook his head. "Not a bag, but something like that." He frowned and gestured with his hands in front of him, but he couldn't seem to make it out. Finally, he gave up on describing it, pointing to the Sea King floating on the surface. "It's one of those storage devices that can hold large objects like this, so we can carry them with us." "Do you have one?" Sabo was stunned again. "A storage device that could hold a Sea King and be carried with us? Where in the world could such a thing exist? If it did, even though these Sea Kings were difficult to kill, there would have been lunatics willing to sacrifice their lives for money and slaughter them." Confused, he shook his head again. "No, not to mention us, such a thing doesn't exist in this world." Hearing this, Goku blinked. "Okay, it doesn't exist in this world." It seemed he couldn't pack up this Sea King and take it away. In that case, he would just take some of its flesh. Fortunately, he had only knocked it unconscious with a kick, not killed it. If he only took a little flesh, it would probably stay alive. He suddenly remembered that he had done the same thing to dinosaurs as a child, and he didn't expect it to happen again. As he pondered these thoughts, Sabo finally recovered from the shock of Goku knocking a Sea King unconscious with a single kick. "Goku, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Sabo felt his impression of Goku completely changed. He had originally thought he was just decent, but now he was more than decent. With this kind of strength, he could rival those pirates with bounties exceeding 500 million. Yes, yes. "Goku, you're amazing." Kerala rushed over and hugged Goku, her tone filled with excitement. She had thought she was doomed, but Goku had suddenly appeared from nowhere, defeating the monstrous Sea King that had terrified her with a single blow. Her emotions were like a roller coaster, a sudden shift from despair to sheer delight. "Amazing. Goku, you're amazing." The Revolutionary Army soldiers gathered around Goku, hugging each other, tears streaming down their faces. One could imagine their excitement at that moment. "Ha ha ha, no, no," Goku chuckled, rubbing his head. "Soon, After Goku had dismembered a large piece of flesh from the unconscious Sea King, their ship quickly sailed away from the area. On board, several Revolutionary Army soldiers cut the Sea King flesh into evenly sized chunks and set up a grill to grill it. Sizzle. Sea King meat. This is my first time eating Sea King meat. Who said it wasn't? Not only meat, but even Sea Kings are my first time seeing. Not far away, Sabo watched the scene and smiled at Goku. Goku, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, let alone eating Sea King meat, we would have been eaten by it. That's right, Sabo, you're so lucky this time, Kerala echoed. The good luck she was referring to was Sabo's encounter with Goku in the Sabaody archipelago and the fact that he happened to bring him aboard. Ha, yeah, Sabo laughed a few times before turning to Goku and asking, Goku, if I'm not mistaken, this is your first time out to sea, right? Yeah, Goku nodded. He'd just arrived in this world when he appeared on the Sabaody archipelago, and then Sabo had to pull him aboard. That was his first time out to sea, wasn't it? However, Sabo wasn't referring to the sea he'd always lived in, not the place he'd been born in. He'd been out to sea for the first time since. So that's how it is, Sabo realized. Goku had previously mentioned wanting to spar with someone during his travels, and Sabo hadn't thought much of it. But after Goku's display of strength by defeating a Sea King, he'd thought about it again. For someone of that strength, even if the opponent he wanted to spar with was weaker, they certainly wouldn't be much weaker. Even if their clash wasn't universally known, it would surely have spread, so it wouldn't have remained unknown until now, with Goku completely unknown. Especially since the Revolutionary Army prioritized intelligence gathering, they'd surely have known about such a figure. Considering Goku's lack of familiarity and understanding of many things, there was only one conclusion: this was his first time at sea, and he didn't usually watch the news. He was most likely a diligent practitioner, quietly training and unconcerned with the outside world. As for his presence in the Sabaody archipelago, that was easy to explain. Numerous passenger and merchant ships headed there, and Goku likely boarded one of those ships from his hometown and arrived there. Goku, you don't know anything about the ocean, do you? Sabo asked again, further confirming his suspicions. Goku nodded again. Honestly, he was quite surprised. He'd noticed this planet seemed different from other planets, with its unusually large oceans. With his answer, Sabo was certain Goku was exactly who he'd imagined him to be. A man who doesn't understand this world, yet is powerful and righteous. He looked at Goku, his innocent expression and optimistic smile, and made a decision. On the voyage ahead, he'd have to give him a quick refresher on common knowledge of the ocean and its dangers. He couldn't let such a person perish in the ocean due to lack of experience. 2 days later. Snoo, hey. Goku. Listen to me. Don't fall asleep. Sabo, who was finishing writing something at the whiteboard, turned around and saw Goku sprawled on the sofa, his nose bubbling with sleep. His head was instantly buzzing with rage. Puff, next to him, seeing his look of disappointment, Kurla laughed out loud. She'd seen for the past 2 days how the usually gentle Sabo could be driven to the point of a violent rage by someone. Honestly, anyone dealing with a student like Goku, who didn't pay attention in class and fell asleep at the drop of a hat, would be a real headache. Kurla, you're still laughing along. Sabo ruffled his hair, grabbed a nearby glass of cold water, gulped it down, and finally felt his temper calm. Sabo, I think Goku knows what he's doing and won't provoke the 4 emperors. Kerala sat on a high chair, shaking her slender legs in midair, her whole body brimming with playfulness. I disagree with you. I don't think Goku cares about that. As long as he's determined to defeat an opponent, he won't back down. Sabo shook his head. When explaining the power of the 4 emperors to Goku, he never saw a single sign of retreat on his face, only curiosity and interest. That's when he felt a pang of anxiety, knowing something was wrong. He'd originally wanted Goku to avoid provoking the 4 emperors, but now, he'd piqued their interest. So, anxiously, he began to explain the consequences of provoking the 4 emperors from every angle. To his surprise, Goku showed no interest, often falling asleep while listening, leaving him both angry and frustrated. You're overthinking it, Sabo. Kerala glanced at Goku, who showed no sign of waking, and whispered to Sabo. You just want him to not come into contact with the 4 emperors so quickly, then think about where we are going now. Sabo was stunned. They are going to the East China Sea now. East China Sea. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, They can cross the Com Belt from the Grand Line because they have special ships. But most people or organizations do not have such ships. Once they return to the East China Sea and Goku leaves them, if he wants to go to the Grand Line again, he will have to take a long detour to the Upside Down Mountain before he can enter the first half of the Grand Line. And the four emperors and their forces usually stay in the second half of the Grand Line. In other words, it will take Goku a very long time to meet the four emperors. After all, this guy wants to travel, and he will definitely stop for a while wherever he goes. Maybe by the time Goku reaches the second half of the Grand Line, their revolutionary army will have successfully taken down the world government. And by then, it is not certain whether the four emperors still exist. Chapter 223 Wukong's Bounty. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the Admiral's office. Yet, I see, Sengoku hung up the Den Mushi and frowned. For the past 2 days, a large number of Navy officers have been searching the waters and islands near the Sabaody archipelago, but have found no suspicious individuals or vessels. They have, however, struck down quite a few pirates heading for the second half of the Grand Line. But that's hardly their fault. After all, they don't have any detailed information about the pirates, relying only on a sketch, and that sketch is quite indescribable. Catcha, what did those old guys say, Garp, who seemed to have nothing better to do than leisurely eat senbei on the sofa, asked casually. HMPH, what can they say? They're just going to issue the bounty and ask us Navy officers to get involved in the capture, Sengoku replied coldly. Looking at this guy sitting idle in his office all day, and thinking of his own constant headaches, he felt infuriated. Why was he so comfortable? Oh? A bounty? Let me guess. Those guys won't tell the truth, they'll just make up bullshit lies. Garp glanced at Sengoku with a sardonic tone. Over the past 2 days, they'd figured out exactly what happened that day. It was simply a civilian, a reasonably capable one, who, displeased with the Celestial Dragon's evil deeds, intervened and, in the process, knocked them unconscious. Then, another individual took the opportunity to free the Celestial Dragon's slaves and absconded with a civilian. If this had happened against pirates, these justice organizations would have hailed the civilian as a righteous cause. But with celestial dragons, not only would they not accuse the civilian of justice, they would even slander them, labeling them evil and dangerous. It was laughable. Sengoku, in a rare instance, didn't retort. He knew the truth, but as a Grand Admiral, he couldn't defy it. In the Grand Line's new world, in a secret institution on a certain island, a bird man, wearing a black top hat, a bow tie, a blue shirt, and plaid trousers, paced back and forth across the room. He was one of the emperors of the underworld, controlling the world's second largest propaganda tool, Morgan's, president of the World Economic News Agency. Hasn't he come out yet? Hasn't the world government issued a bounty yet? He paced back and forth, turning his head to look at a Den Mushi on the table next to him, engaged in a call. No, President, the Den Mushi muttered. Why is he so slow? Have they caught him? No, that's not right. The Navy's search is still going on, so they shouldn't have caught him yet. He extended his hand like wings, pinching his chin and frowning. 2 days ago, his men in the Sabaody archipelago received a bombshell. Someone had openly stopped the Celestial Dragon's rampage and even knocked them unconscious. He was so shocked that he spilled his coffee and immediately declared that he must make this news public. After all, he loved reporting these eye-popping, explosive stories. Unfortunately, his men weren't at the scene, so they couldn't capture any photos, let alone the warrior who had stunned the Celestial Dragon. He didn't want his news to be just text without pictures, so he'd been waiting for the past 2 days, hoping to obtain a photo of the warrior from the world government's bounty order. Then, while the world government was covering up the truth, he'd reveal it to the world, shocking everyone. The thought of it thrilled him, keeping him awake for the past 2 days. But after all this time, he still hadn't seen the world government issue a bounty, hence his current anxiety and was scrambling. Just as he was pondering the world government's delay, the Den Mushi suddenly flashed with surprise and exclaimed, "Got it! The world government's bounty has been issued, snap!" Morgan started to the table and slammed his hands on it. "Tell me quickly, what kind of picture is on the wanted poster? Oh, wait, project it live to me now. I want to see it for myself." His subordinates were in the Sabaody archipelago, closed to the world government, so the wanted posters issued by the world government via Newsbird would reach them quickly. He was farther away, so it would take a long time for him to get the wanted posters. This was why he had been on the phone with his subordinates. Suddenly, another den mushi, which had been sitting quietly on the table, suddenly moved. Wow, a picture was projected onto the wall-mounted screen. President, take a look. This picture is really... His subordinates hesitated. Morgans narrowed his eyes, preparing to take a closer look at the screen. But after just one glance, his expression froze. He pointed at the screen in disbelief and said, "What the hell is this?" "That's the picture those guys came up with." A formal wanted poster filled most of the screen. The most striking thing was the unusual image on the wanted poster. A typical picture would feature a frontal shot of the wanted individual, or, if that wasn't available, a profile or back shot would also do. But this one wasn't a photograph, but a portrait, one whose artistry was immediately apparent. Morgan stared at the image for a long moment before gnashing his teeth. No need for those pictures. Just full text. Describe it in detail, so detailed that anyone with a clue of who's who on this wanted poster is the one we're talking about. Also, make the title even more dramatic. Make it more explosive. Okay, I'll pick the title. Yes, President. One of his subordinates, who had been waiting at the edge of the room, immediately agreed. Soon after the world government's wanted poster was issued, the World Economic News Agency's vividly portrayed news of the massive explosion began to spread across the ocean. A pirate ship was sailing in a certain area of the sea. And on this ship, the Red Hair Pirates, led by red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the Grand Line New World, were aboard. "Captain, I found something interesting. Take a look at this bounty and this news." Lakeru, the red-hair pirate's chef and a rather portly man, bit a leg of meat in his right hand while handing the brand new bounty and newspaper in his left hand to his captain. "A terrorist who poses a grave threat to the entire world. Wow. After Fisher Tiger, another warrior has dared to challenge the world government and rescue slaves from the celestial dragons." Shanks, with 3 facial scars, a short beard, a long black trench coat, and flip-flops, looked unremarkable, as if he weren't the Pirate King. He glanced at the information on the bounty and the bold headline in the newspaper. Then he read the details of the news. "Those guys always do that. I never thought that Birdman Morgas would find out about this. That's incredible." Shank's expression was serious one moment, then abruptly changed. "That's hilarious. Ha 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 ha." He clapped Lakeru on the back, tears streaming down his face. "Ha ha ha, right, Captain. Isn't that hilarious?" Lakeru, not even caring about the freshly bitten meat in his mouth, burst into laughter as well. Not only that, but several of the crew members around him also burst into laughter after receiving the wanted notices and the news from Shanks and reading them one by one. After a while, when the laughter gradually died down, Shanks' expression turned serious again. Watching the growing waves on the sea, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. The winds of a new era shouldn't come so quickly. Inside the vast royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, one of the current Shichibuke and king of the kingdom of Dressrosa, tossed the newspaper aside. "Hiya, hiya, hiya, hiya," a unique laugh erupted from him. He propped his head up with one hand, his lips curled into an exaggerated grin. "Finally, someone dares to challenge those guys again. I can't help but look forward to it. A new era has arrived." He believed that anyone who dared to attack the celestial dragons must be no ordinary individual. Although he didn't yet know their identity, he was certain they would stir up more waves. In the second half of the Grand Line, aboard a massive pirate ship shaped like a white whale, the Moby Dick, Edward Newgate, known as the world's strongest man, sat quietly in a chair, receiving treatment from a doctor. Just then, Marco, the pineapple-haired captain of a small squadron of the Whitebird Pirates, approached with a newspaper and a wanted poster. "Dad, look at this." Whitebird opened his eyes, took the paper in his large hand, and quickly scanned it. "Gilila. What an ugly portrait." Dad, that's not the point," Marco said with some resignation. "Gilila. Marco, is this news worth mentioning? The storms of the new era are far more significant than these." Within a week, the bounty order and the newspaper were delivered to every location along the Grand Line within reach of the newsbird. Those with a slower mind would have thought the bounty order and the newspaper report had nothing to do with each other. Those with a bit more insight would have connected the two. But, regardless of whether they could be connected or not, most people treated the 2 pieces of news as mere after-dinner gossip, or were too terrified to comment. Only those with a certain perspective could discern from this incident the quiet arrival of the new era. East China Sea. Huh? We've finally left the doldrums. Looking behind him at the seemingly calm, waveless sea receding ever further, Kurla patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since that accidental encounter with the Sea Kings, she'd been unable to sleep soundly for the past few days, fearing she'd be sent straight to hell in her dreams. After all, even with Goku, a master like him, on board, he also needed to rest. What if a Sea King attacked their ship silently at that moment? Fortunately, her fears didn't come true. After that encounter with the Sea Kings, they hadn't had the good luck to encounter them again, and they sailed safely out of the calm belt. Kurla, how long will it take us to reach that country? Sabo approached and asked. After their Revolutionary Army squad left the Sabaody archipelago, their original destination was a country in the East China Sea. That's why, after the unexpected incident, they were able to sail so smoothly into the calm belt and evade the Navy's pursuit. It could be said that with or without Goku, their original destination would have been to enter the calm belt and reach the East China Sea, one of the four seas. Almost there, it should be another day or two, Kurla smiled. Is that so? Sabo nodded thoughtfully. Their trip to the country in the East China Sea was a secret mission. Goku wasn't currently enlisted in the Revolutionary Army, so once they arrived, it wouldn't be feasible for him to travel with them. Besides, Goku had other things to do, so it wasn't possible for him to join them. This meant that upon arrival, they would officially separate. 2 days later, on the uninhabited shores of an island. Goku, this boat is our backup. You said you wanted a smaller boat, right? This one should suit you. One person can operate it. Sabo pointed to a small, 7 or 8 meter long sailboat that had been lowered from their ship. This one looks nice. I like it. Goku examined it for a few moments and grinned. Then, scratching his head, he said, so, Sabo, you don't have a backup boat. Don't worry about that. Sabo smiled gently. We have plenty of ways to get another one, is that so? Thank you so much. Ha ha ha. No, we should be the ones saying thank you. Sabo shook his head. If it weren't for you, Goku, my friends and I would have perished in the belly of a Sea King, let alone eaten its flesh. He rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a palm-sized piece of white paper. He tore off a corner and handed it to Goku. Goku, take this. If you ever want to join the Revolutionary Army, or if you need help finding me, you can use this. Goku took it, blinking in confusion. What is this? This is the life paper I told you about. Just place it in your palm. See, that's it, and it will guide you in the direction of its owner, Sabo explained, demonstrating it with his own life paper. Oh, Goku nodded. While it wouldn't be of any use to him, he had memorized Sabo's chi and could reach him with a single teleport. Since he'd already torn it off, he'd just take it. Then this is yours. I'll keep your piece, too. Sabo pulled out another piece of life paper, tore off a corner, and handed the rest to Goku. This was the life paper he'd made for Goku during their voyage. After all, he didn't want anything to happen to him. With his life paper, he could always check its status to see if it was safe. Goku held up his own life paper, examining it curiously. After a moment, he suddenly said, Sabo, give me my life paper. He was referring to the piece of life paper Sabo had torn off. Sabo was a little confused, but he still pulled out the piece of life paper he'd just put in his pocket and handed it over. The life paper stayed in Goku's hand for only a second before being handed back. Alright, take it, Goku said with a smile. Sabo was confused. What was he doing? Wukong put his hands on his hips and said with a grin, if one day you or your Revolutionary Army needs my help, and I'm still in this world, you can use this to call me. Didn't you expect the bounty to be here? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Encounter with Bucky. Orange Town. Rubber, bazooka. A young man in a red vest and blue shorts stretched his arms out 10 meters like rubber, blasting the dwarf Buggy in front of him away with a single blow. As the screams faded, Buggy flew into the sky like a shooting star and vanished. Done. The young man wiped his nose and smiled happily. He was the grandson of the naval hero Garp, the son of the revolutionary leader Dragon, a friend of red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, a man known for his connections, Monkey D. Luffy. At this moment, he had successfully recruited the swordsmen Zoro and Nami, whom he considered a partner, and was heading towards the Grand Line. How pleasant it is, a small sailboat, less than 10 meters long, drifted alone on the boundless ocean. Warm sunlight streamed down gently. Wukong, his hands resting on the back of his head, half reclining on the boat, his eyes slightly closed, feeling the incomparable beauty of life. This was the 5th day since he'd said goodbye to Sabo and the others. After securing his boat and bidding farewell to Sabo, he sailed the seas alone in his small boat. He would use his ki to sense nearby islands, then adjust his course to explore them and sample the local delicacies. Life was truly fulfilling. Wow, with the sun shining brightly, sleepiness quickly overtook him, and he quickly fell into deep sleep. It was unknown how long it had been. Gurgle, the pang of hunger awoke him. He rubbed his eyes, yawned again, and then sat up, rubbing his stomach. I'm so hungry. Time for dinner, he muttered to himself, gazing at the sunset glow that illuminated half the sky in a golden hue. He then stripped off his martial arts uniform and shoes and plunged into the sea. A moment later. Wow! He leaped from the sea, carrying with him a 3-meter-long fish on his shoulder. The fish's eyes rolled back, evidently knocked unconscious by his knock. Hey, this fish looks delicious. Goku placed the fish on the boat, causing it to sink a few centimeters. He then furled the sails, expertly set up the grill, and placed the fish on it to grill. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, a tiny figure, less than half a meter tall, drifted in the sea, clutching a piece of driftwood. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn Straw Hat. Buggy, will not let you go. The clown Buggy, captain of the Buggy Pirates, roared in fury. His clown costume was accentuated by his large, round, red nose, and equally striking was his grotesque body, a head, hands, feet, and a small portion of his torso. Beyond that, his forearms, upper arms, calves, thighs, and even most of his torso were completely gone. His current state stemmed from Nami binding all of his body parts in Orange Town, and then Luffy blasting him away, completely losing his ability to sense them. Furthermore, he had been separated from his crew, leaving him adrift at sea. After cursing a few times, his expression suddenly sank, like a dead fish. His stomach growled. I'm so hungry. Since being separated from his crew and their parts, he'd been trying to find them, but not only had he lost them, but even the raft he'd built had shattered into pieces in the previous storm. Fortunately, he'd reacted quickly and grabbed hold of one of the pieces. Otherwise, this landlubber, who'd consumed a devil fruit, would have perished at sea. Island, where's that island? He felt dizzy from being hungry for so long. Pressing his face against the driftwood, his eyes fluttered feebly, trying to find any sign of an island. After all, if he couldn't find an island to recharge his energy with, Captain Buggy, a veteran of the seas for so many years, would starve to death at sea. Such a death would be even more depressing than being killed. But no matter how hard he searched, there was no trace of an island in the vast ocean. And his hunger grew ever more intense. Suddenly, whoosh, he twitched his big red nose. What a smell! The smell of food. His lifeless eyes suddenly brightened, and his drooping body instantly filled with energy. It was food. He was filled with excitement, and he immediately raised his head and twitched his nose wildly in the air. 2 seconds later, he suddenly turned his head, his eyes fixed on the left and ahead. There, a sailboat, barely larger than a black dot, appeared in his sight. Gudong, Buggy swallowed involuntarily, his eyes fixed on the ship. Though far away, he could make out a massive fish aboard, roasting under a blazing fire, wisps of smoke rising. And a delicious aroma that nearly made his eyes redden. This fish belongs to Uncle Buggy. After all his years as a pirate, this thought instantly struck him. No matter who's aboard that ship, Uncle Buggy must take this fish. Oh wait. And this ship? You see, the reason he's currently adrift in the sea is because he has no boat. A boat would change his miserable situation. Thinking of this, he glanced at his hand, which had no oar at all. Gritting his teeth, he took off his precious hat. And then, whoosh, he was using it as an oar. Soon, with his years of sea experience, he actually used this shoddy oar to inch closer to the ship. How delicious! On the boat, Wukong stared at the sizzling, oily fish, his mouth watering. He immediately, regardless of the heat, grabbed a large chunk and took a bite. Gudong, after swallowing the fish, Wukong's eyes lit up. It's delicious. He'd caught a lot of fish in the past few days, but this was the best he'd tasted in days. After devouring the fish, he casually picked up a large yellow and green gourd nearby and gulped down the drink. It was a drink he'd found on an island. The gourd, filled with a sweet liquid, was the perfect accompaniment to the grilled fish. Suddenly, he blinked and scratched his face in confusion. Is that a fish? He sensed a faint aura approaching him. On this sea, countless creatures possessed auras of this strength, so he had no idea what it was and simply assumed it was fish. Well, maybe they were just passing by, he thought for a second, then dismissed it. After all, some sea creatures had been curious about his boat these days, swimming around beneath it for a few moments before getting bored and leaving. Gulp. Gulp. So delicious, he continued savoring the grilled fish. Now, with the grilled fish obstructing his view, Buggy was paddling desperately to the right of the boat, out of sight. Almost there, Buggy stared at the boat, only 20 meters away, feeling secretly excited. He observed it, realizing there was only one person on board. Indeed, there was no one on either side of the boat, and through the gap beneath the grilled fish, he could clearly see the other side, a single person. Ho ha ho ha. This is truly heaven helping me, he let out a strange laugh in his mind. If there were more people, with his current frail frame, it would be difficult to handle them. Now that he was alone, not even a pirate, wouldn't it be easy for Uncle Buggy to get the delicious food in the ship? And maybe even a ready-made labor force. He imagined himself lying on the boat, doing nothing, just waiting for the laborer to hunt for food and steer the ship, until he found his body and his crew, and the crew exclaimed, "Captain, you're worthy." Ah, that was simply wonderful. Buggy's mind conjured these images, and he chuckled foolishly. Soon, with his efforts, he finally approached the ship. Grilled fish, boat, and brother, Uncle Buggy is here. His heart was filled with excitement. He didn't care that he was still 2 meters away from the ship. He couldn't wait to stand up on the driftwood and leap onto it. Plop. Gulp. Help. Gulp. Life. Gulp. Ow. Huff. 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 Buggy lay sprawled on the boat, his mouth open as he greedily breathed in the fresh air, his chest heaving violently. Got it, I'm saved. The terrifying feeling of suffocation faded, and he was filled with fear. Just now, he almost died. Fortunately, he was saved, otherwise, he was saved. A sudden thought struck him, and his heart tightened. His eyes fluttered open. The next second, he let out a startled cry, "Wah!" He quickly darted to the other side of the boat, spotted Buggy completely submerged in the water, and rescued him. However, upon rescuing him, he noticed the creature's body was strangely shaped, its head larger than its torso, a disproportionate sight. He leaned in closer to get a closer look. Unexpectedly, just as he approached, Buggy's eyes opened and a startled cry followed. You. Buggy braced himself against the planking with both hands and backed away in the blink of a rabbit's eye. A few seconds passed before he realized what he had done, and his face flushed. How embarrassing. When had Buggy ever lost someone like this? He was actually frightened by an ordinary person. Ahem, well, the weather's nice, huh? He whistled, his eyes drifting to the upper left, as if nothing had happened. Huh? You? My name is Buggy. Thank you so much for saving me. Fearing Goku would ask why he'd screamed, Buggy quickly cut him off. Upon hearing him introduce himself, Goku grinned back. My name's Son Goku, you can call me Goku. Then, curiously, he asked, are you a child? Why are you here alone? He couldn't understand Buggy's strange figure, so based on his size, he assumed he was a child. I'm not a child. I'm Uncle Buggy. Captain of the Buggy Pirates, Buggy exclaimed. Is that so? Goku nodded thoughtfully. Seeing that he didn't show any fear at the word pirate, Buggy immediately asked, hey, aren't you afraid to hear I'm a pirate, or are you one too? If I were a pirate, that would be really embarrassing, Buggy thought to himself, gazing at the small sailboat, less than 10 meters long. I'm not a pirate, I'm a traveler, Goku replied with a smile. He wiped his nose and said something that pierced Buggy's heart. No one should be afraid of a child like you, I say it again. I'm not a child, Buggy was furious. Did his Uncle Buggy look like a child? What child had such a mature and handsome face? If you're not a child, why are you so small? Goku tilted his head. Then a flash of inspiration struck him, and his eyes lit up. Oh. I know. Are you one of the legendary dwarfs? Sabo had once lectured him about the various races in the world. He happened to be quite interested in this, so he didn't fall asleep and listened to the whole thing. Then he remembered Sabo's legend about a race of people many times smaller than normal humans, called the dwarfs, but it was unknown whether they existed. So he was a little surprised. Could he have encountered one of these legendary dwarfs today? Lilliputians? I'm not. I'm a normal human, Buggy replied righteously, his eyes drooping. I know, you're wondering why I look like this, right? Goku nodded, his voice like a chicken pecking at rice. Well, that brings me to, cuckoo. A strange sound suddenly rang out, and Buggy's face flushed. After being rescued by Goku, he hadn't considered snatching food from him again. After all, Buggy, though a pirate, wasn't ungrateful. He couldn't bring himself to attack his benefactor. But he also had a strong sense of pride. After announcing his name, he felt ashamed to ask for food, so he had been suppressing his hunger. Unexpectedly, his willpower was no match for his body's protests, and it was completely exposed at this moment. Ahem, that sound, he tried to conceal it, his eyes dodging. But at this moment, an extremely fragrant aroma filled his nose, which made his eyes straighten instantly and he turned his head to look. In front of him, he saw a large piece of crystal clear fish meat handed to him by Wukong, exuding an extremely tempting aroma. Here, you must be hungry, eat it, Wukong said with a smile. Gudong, Buggy couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva, his eyes fixed on the fish meat. I didn't ask you for it, this is your treat, right, haha, yes, I treat you, wow. As soon as these words came out, Buggy no longer had any scruples, and pounced on the fish meat like a hungry tiger. He took a big bite, chewed, and swallowed, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Woo woo woo. It's so delicious. Chapter 225 Buggy's Awe. Night fell, the stars like diamonds, embedded deep in the vast sky. The sea in the darkness resembled a behemoth from the abyss, evoking an inexplicable fear. And now, amidst this boundless ocean, a lone boat drifted with the waves, seemingly the smallest being in the universe. On board, the elven flames flickered in the wind, accompanied by a few hearty laughs. Gulp gulp, burp, ho-ha-ho-ha. This is so delicious, Wukong. I really admire you for finding such a perfect food pairing. After finishing the last piece of fish, Buggy gulped down the sweet juice from the large gourd, burped again, and felt completely euphoric. What a delicious drink. Paired with a tender, succulent fish, it was a perfect match. Yeah, it's a pity I couldn't fit too much on the boat, so I only took a few, and they've almost gone in the past 2 days, so this is all I have left. Wukong pointed to the 5 unopened gourds of drinks in the corner of the boat. It was an uninhabited island, devoid of any powerful creatures, so he couldn't teleport there by memorizing his chi. In other words, the drink in the gourd was getting less and less. You're so kind, Goku. Not only did you treat me to meat, but you also treated me to such a delicious drink. If you need any help in the future, just come to me, Buggy declared, beaming with joy. As his words fell, a crash. The sea suddenly surged violently, sending countless sprays flying into the air and raining down on the boat, drenching Buggy. Who dares to drench me, Buggy? Furious, Buggy spun around, ready to see what was happening. Then, his body froze. Ahead of him, a massive sea beast emerged from the water, revealing most of its body. The exposed portion alone was 20 meters tall. A massive, powerful body reared up, blood-red eyes, larger than copper bells, stared at him coldly and mercilessly. Half-meter-long fangs flashed in its mouth, and a ferocious aura emanated from its body. A sea beast this big, Buggy screamed in terror. In all his years in the East China Sea, he had never seen a sea beast this large. At its size, it was almost as large as a smaller sea king. It's over, he screamed frantically inwardly. Even at his peak strength, a sea beast this size would be impossible to deal with. He could only use his specially crafted buggy bullets. But now, not to mention buggy bullets, even his body was in a state of devastation. Damn it. Buggy, will not die here. After a few seconds of fear, the fierceness within him was aroused. After all, he had been a pirate for so many years, and he still had the conviction that life and death were indifferent and he would fight to the death if he refused to obey. Even if he died, he had to show this guy how powerful Buggy is. Shatter cannon, he aimed both hands at the sea monster, unleashing his fists like cannonballs, appearing to be a powerful threat. But, bang! When his fists collided with the sea monster, only a soft, muffled sound echoed. The sea monster looked down at itself, a flicker of confusion in its eyes. What the hell, tickling me? Buggy's expression froze. Pulling his fist back, he said, "Wah." He opened his eyes curiously, only to find the scene on the boat still around him, him clinging securely to Goku's calf. Was it just an illusion? He blinked in confusion. Just then, a voice rang from above. Hey, it just so happens you didn't eat enough just now, so now you can. By the way, Buggy, why are you holding me? Buggy looked up and saw Goku lowering his head, looking at him with a strange expression. Hey, Goku, we're going to die, and you're still concerned about whether we're full. Die? Why are we dying? Buggy, are you blind? A sea monster that big, we're all going to die in its belly. He loosened his grip, turned around, and wanted to point at the beast and shout a demand. We're going to be eaten, 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 eaten. He blinked in confusion, his words stuttering. Where's the sea monster? Where's such a huge sea monster? He quickly ran to the stern, grasping the side with both hands to elevate himself and gaze out over the sea. The sight froze him. He saw that the massive, imposing sea beast, its eyes rolled back, now floated motionless on the surface. What the heck was going on? His mind froze. And while he was at it, Goku leaped onto the beast and, with a single blow of his knife, sliced off a large section of its tail. Hey, Buggy, were you full just now? If not, let's keep eating. Buggy mechanically turned his head to watch Goku toss the fish bones into the sea and then place the beast's tail on the grill. He was filled with utter astonishment. No, wait. Did Goku just defeat this beast? Sizzle. As the beast's flesh oozed oil and fragrance from the blazing flames, Buggy finally accepted that Goku had defeated the beast. After accepting this reality, he felt a wave of fear. I had wanted to rob someone so powerful? And even wanted him to be my underling? At that moment, he was deeply grateful for his slip and fall. Grateful for the piece of driftwood that had caused him to slip. If it hadn't been for that slip, a brief descent into the sea, he would most likely have been thrown directly into the ocean after the failed robbery, sinking forever. It seems that a momentary misstep can sometimes be a blessing in disguise, but a turning point that can save your entire life? Ahem, Goku, are you really not a pirate or a bounty hunter? Buggy cautiously probed. With such formidable strength, it's hard to believe you're just a mere traveler. No, Goku replied, tearing off a large piece of roasted sea monster meat. Here, do you want some? No, I'm full already. Seeing Buggy's refusal, Goku finally took a bite of the sea monster meat. This is a bit dry, not as tasty as the fish before, he commented, then turned to Buggy. By the way, Buggy, why were your hands able to fly out before? Buggy paused, remembering he hadn't yet explained the reason for his body's current state. He sat down cross-legged and said in a deep voice, Goku, you should know about devil fruits. I'm a user of the fracture fruit, which allows me to split my body and launch it. Goku nodded thoughtfully. Devil fruits? He'd heard about them from Sabo, knowing they were unique to this world and that consuming them granted a variety of incredible powers. He hadn't expected to meet a devil fruit user here today. Well, and you want to know why I am so small? It's all because of that damned straw hat. Buggy gritted his teeth. 2 days later. Captain Buggy. We finally found you, on a pirate ship flying the red-nosed pirate flag. Buggy's crew waved and shouted. Guys. Your Captain Buggy is back. Buggy climbed the rope ladder lowered from the pirate ship, tears of joy streaming down his face. Immediately, sensing his own body parts, he shouted, come back. My body, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arms, legs, torso. And other parts flew from a crew member's hands, reassembling them completely. Woohoo. My Buggy is finally whole again. Just as he was sobbing with emotion, one of his men approached, pointed down below, and demanded, Captain Buggy, is that your new little brother? Why, bang. Before he could finish his words, Buggy sent him flying with a flying punch. What little brother? Remember this. That's Buggy's benefactor. He was furious. If you want me dead, just say so. Little brothers? We're all, more or less, each other's little brothers. Although he had only experienced gentleness and kindness from Goku during his time with him these past 2 days, who knew what he would become if he angered him? He'd seen those two-faced men who seemed gentle but harbored murderous intent before him. Oh, sorry, Wukong. They didn't know who you were. I've already taught them a lesson. You're a magnanimous person, don't hold grudges. He hurried to the side of the ship and offered Wukong an apologetic smile. Wukong tilted his head, puzzled. What was he talking about? Ahem, well, Wukong, we have things to do, so we'll be leaving now. If you need any help from now on, just come to me, Buggy. Buggy spoke rapidly, his hands behind his back frantically gesturing to the crew. Sail. Sail quickly. The crew looked at each other, some confused by the captain's haste, but obeyed. The ship quickly hoisted its sails and, propelled by the powerful wind, sailed away. Wukong was left standing in his small boat, bewildered. Huh? Is he in a hurry? Goku scratched his head, then, without further thought, steered the boat in another direction. In the waters surrounding the Barity restaurant, everyone gathered focused their attention on one spot. That's the legendary world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. The exclaimers caught sight of a man wearing a black top hat, a burgundy shirt, and a black windbreaker, slung across his back the world's strongest black sword, called Knight. But the most striking thing about this man wasn't the sword, but his eyes. They were a pair of terrifying eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, brimming with endless brilliance. Ordinary people would be terrified to meet their gaze. But now, facing that brilliance head-on, one man's face showed no fear, but instead an eagerness. That man was Zoro. Aspiring to become the world's greatest swordsman, he was thrilled to have met his ultimate goal here, and he challenged the other man to a duel. However, the excitement on his face froze in that instant, quickly turning to anger. Are you looking down on me? Across from him, Hawkeye Mihawk removed a 10-centimeter long cross hanging from his chest. He immediately opened the front, revealing a small knife. Sorry, it's the only knife I have. Hawkeye Mihawk's tone was extremely flat, his face expressionless, giving the impression that he was simply apologizing. But Zoro didn't see it that way. He simply felt humiliated, and without a word, he unleashed his three-blade style and attacked. It wasn't long before Zoro was defeated, but his determination to face death head-on earned Hawkeye Mihawk's approval, and he drew the black blade, Knight, from his back to show his respect for a true swordsman. Finally, after inflicting 2 deep wounds on his opponent, Hawkeye Mihawk expressed his hope to the young swordsman, strive hard. I'll be waiting for you on the throne of world number 1, waiting for you to surpass me one day, then. Ignoring the clownish provocation of Creek, leader of the East Sea's strongest pirate group, he left the scene on his own. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting young man, sitting alone on a sloop. Hawkeye Mihawk, even after leaving, still reflected on Zoro's performance. He had sat on the throne of number 1 for far too long, so long that he felt a little lonely. And red-haired Shanks, once his equal, had lost his interest in fighting him after losing an arm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bored now. Suddenly, his eyes fixed, his superb vision allowing him to clearly spot a small boat 1,000 meters away, also drifting alone in the ocean. And on that boat, his observation Haki sensed, like his own, only one person. Of course, that wasn't what concerned him. Rather, he felt an inexplicable stirring in this person. It had been a long time since he'd felt this feeling, and it made him wonder. Who could this person be, appearing in the East China Sea, sailing alone like him? And what kind of person could have caused such a stirring in him? As if sensing his curiosity, the boat beneath them, aided by the wind and waves, inched closer. At that moment, Wukong, having completed tens of thousands of handstand push-ups on the swaying boat, was relaxing in the sun as usual. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart, sensing a presence approaching him that was, in this world, quite respectable. Huh? Curious, he sat up and immediately saw Hawkeye Mihawk, only a few hundred meters away. Hawkeye Mihawk, upon seeing his appearance, felt a wave of wonder. Was this person, who had stirred his heart, just a young man? And a complete stranger, at that. Hey. Hello. My name is Son Goku. What's yours? As the two of them drew closer, Goku suddenly waved and greeted him. Jorker Mihawk, Hawkeye replied calmly. Inside, he was thinking, Son Goku. Sure enough, a name I'd never heard of. Oh, Jorker, I think you're quite strong. Do you want to spar with me? Goku said with a grin, rubbing his head. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.